Hey, Zile, what's up? We were just in um uh, a chat with Alexei, but I think his app crashed or something, or like his internet went out. I don't know what happened. Were you in there?
Hey, morning. I had just jumped in. Yeah, I think it was uh Alexei. It was him hosting and who was it? Old Vet co-hosting and Chase. So I don't know if
Yeah.
they're gonna get. I don't know if they're gonna get back in because there was some. I was in maybe like 5 minutes, 5-10 minutes. I'm not really sure where the conversation went to because it was just changing. It was jumping up all over the place. I have no idea what anybody was talking about, like where it started or where it was going. But yeah,
Yeah. Me neither. I was in there the same time as you. I think like only 5-10 minutes at the end, and then
yeah. So I have
it
no
died.
idea. I don't know if they're gonna create a new space though. But
Uh, if they do, I mean, I don't know. I messaged him to say like, come join our space if he gets his internet back up or whatever. So he'll let me know, I guess.
oh, great, great. Maybe somebody who's jumped in now would let us know kind of what the conversation was about because I did have my hand up and it was just to ask specifically. Um, Somebody before had said something and I wanted to clarify what they were saying. So I don't know. Then they don't seem to be in this space now at the moment. So, but anybody else, please feel free to jump in and let us know.
So I was just going through this I guess this document that came out of the Navy, and I kind of upset. I don't know if you guys saw it. It's kind of really redacted, and basically like all the good stuff, the shapes, and especially the five observables are just redacted, and I don't know. I'm just kind of pissed off. I mean, I expect that. I feel like the military does not want to give us this information, and then you got Congress fighting. But yeah, I don't know, man. I just kind of wish that fucking like just tell us. Okay, I guess you can't tell us like a super scary, terrifying. Like if the truth is super scary, like like some skinwalker ranch shit that follows you home or whatever. I don't know. I guess that wouldn't be wise to tell the whole public because we can probably handle it um pretty well, but others might not handle it as well. Like there's people that would probably freak out. But I don't know. I guess I'm just bitching, man. I'm just bitching. I'm just gonna let somebody else talk. Just wanted to get that out.
That's all good, man. Feel free to bitch.
Yeah. Okay. Thank. I appreciate that, man.
Um, if I may I ask kind of why, if you don't mind me asking, why you need the XYZ organization to release the information?
So
Like,
I
mhm.
I okay. So here's why. Right. So I'm not okay. This is gonna sound kind of lame, especially in this community. But like honestly, I'm not a huge conspiracy theorist. I was always kind of um I don't know, like I did believe certain conspiracies, but usually like I knew the JFK was there's something shady happened there, and then the UFO cover up. But that was about it, and I want to get this message out to normal people, right? Like I want fucking like that's what I want. I want people to get interested in this because it's important. Like maybe it's just me, but I think it's a big deal. Like, like, am I right or right? So I think it's a big deal, and I think that without them, without the help of the government, like I feel like it's going to be harder for me to do that. So I want them like to, I don't know, you know what I mean? Like I want to get this message out there, and I want to have that as backup data that they say, so I can get normies to think about this, and kind of go slow. I don't go into, when I talk to people, friends at work, friends, at the whatever, wherever it is, I kind of sense their vibe, and and see how they react to it. And I don't go all abduction and all this shit. I go slowly by, like what they're talking about in the news and all that, and go from there to see if they're interested. But yeah, I just feel like that helps to get other people looking into this. Um, so yeah, that's why.
Oh, okay. Thanks for answering. The reason why I was asking specifically is I kind of accidentally found this community of maybe a few months ago, 2 months maybe. And one of the most surprising thing I found personally was there was a lot of let's get data, let's have the scientific paper, let's get the government to back this up. And for me, I was coming from a very different space, and the space being I am who I am. I am being who I be in this moment, and so is everybody else. And your experiences are valid. Everybody's experience is valid, and all truths are true. So I don't need outside validation for everything that has happened to me in relation to this. And even if I do need outside validation, it doesn't have to come from a governmental organization. It can come from one other person standing right next to me, who, if I say, "Hey, do you see that?" and they say, "Oh, yes, I see that." So I've always had that. And the reason why I was asking is for me, I'm all for full disclosure. And as it comes, because I just believe, well, there's nothing really to hide. The universe is recording everything anyway. So I don't know what anybody's hiding. But for where I interact with disclosure and why I hadn't interacted with the UFO UAP community in a while was that I felt it had become the bottleneck to my experiences. A lot of people then bottleneck their experiences to just like what the 10, 50, 100,000 sightings, which specifically the US government or whichever government has been labeled as saying, oh, we saw them, or yes, these were the ones that happened, but not understanding that this is happening every time, everywhere, because everything is here and now. So somebody in the other space was talking about skinwalker ranch and something that follows you home. And my perspective on that is I think what happens is people go to a space like that where a lot is visibly where we are able from our perception to visibly see these beings or see and interact with these beings, and now your awareness is awakened and you're aware of what is happening here and now. So now you begin to talk about that with your friends and family, and you bring their awareness to this thing when you're at home, and now you can still perceive it because you know what it looks like, and your awareness has been awakened. So I don't know if it's a necessarily following you home, more so as it is an interaction of your awareness because of the type of universe that we live in. And this is something, especially Lush, the guy who was hosting the last space, he's spoken about quite a lot. And when we've spoken in spaces about it as well, we've spoken about it. So that was why I was asking. And if my 2 cents on the matter, if it helps you in any way, just go for it. We are here. Like, I don't know how many other people you need. We are here. A lot of us have experienced stuff. A lot of us are interested in um, are interested in experiencing more stuff. And if you ever need somebody who's going to validate what you've seen or whatever, I will put up my hand and say, hey, whatever, you can talk to me. So I don't know if that's of any help at all, but I just wanted to, yeah, say that. Thanks.
Yeah, you'll always find love here. I mean, especially if you were. I don't know you if you were listening lately, but there's a like a wide like array of voices. You know, like I think you're talking about like mostly like Chupacabra has the way he like runs spaces is very like when he gets like into like the woo, but I think he stays more kind of like centered, kind of more like what's kind of happening now, and stuff that's I think I don't know, how do people feel about channeling? I feel like channeling is kind of coming into like its own vogue right now. I think it was kind of like on the outskirts, like maybe too much of a stretch to kind of connect with, but I feel like it's coming like into like its own thing now. Like people are like, what is that? I think I believe that now. You know what I mean? So
If I may,
yeah.
sorry, hogging the mic, I'm just going to jump right in because that's actually one of my favorite things. From my perspective, at this moment, you are actually channeling. You are channeling your physical body from your non-physical self, which is the core of who you are. But remembering that your non physical self has an inner being, has an inner being, has an inner being, and it goes back all the way to the all that is. So, and also that's the first part. And there was a comment section that came up. I think you might have started it in Twitter a few weeks ago, and somebody was talking about this, and there's the religious aspect, just remembering from my perspective when people say, oh, God talked to me or whatever, how did that actually happen? What does that look like? So a lot of that was channeling. And the third aspect, which I absolutely love, is the fact that channeling isn't as woo as a lot of people think. I find from my own personal experience that it's really woo in westernized cultures, especially English speaking communities, about the whole, oh, what is this and stuff. It happens quite commonly in other cultures. People are doing this every day, all the time, and nobody bats an eye. It's just like, oh, okay, that person channels. Oh, okay. If I need information, I know who to get it from. And what I found, I think it's also linked to the understanding of non-physical from a lot of cultures. A lot of cultures always interact with non-physical in their day-to-day without even realizing it, through rituals, through like before food, death ceremonies, all those things. So I personally think it is whatever it is. And I think the biggest thing then that comes up is this person telling the truth? And for me, I have decided, and it has been working beautifully so far, is just whenever somebody says something, I just choose to take it at face value. Why they have said it. Why? Because whatever you say, and if you can imagine something, say it's not true, and you imagine it, your imagination is tapping into a different reality, and you are bringing that into this reality. So that means you do have some sort of awareness. But more specifically, then I look at the situation and I think, if I discover somebody's lying, I look, what about this situation is making this person not be themselves enough to just say what I would perceive as the truth? And if there's anything I can do, I change it up. If not, I just take it at face value. And if they're lying, in just the strangest ways, the truth just comes up, and then they know that I know that they're lying, and it just the truth comes up. So I no longer have to think, oh my gosh, is this person lying to me or whatever. I just let people be who they be, and I found it's worked really well for me. So that's my 2 cents on that on that subject.
Hey, I want to say one thing real quick, because about what we were talking about earlier. I just want you to know, for me, it's been a kind of a challenge, this topic, because I came from I don't want to. Yeah, I'm pretty a skeptical but open-minded point of view, and I thought that a lot of the things in the woo were just nonsense, right? And I came from, you talked about UFOs, I would roll my eyes. Then I saw one in 2016, which I was like, okay, like, damn, like, it convinced me 100%. And it raised a lot of questions. And I can't, then I went to nuts and bolts. So I was like, what is it? Like, like, it's technology? But now I'm at this point where it's getting weirder. It's getting weirder for me as I do research, and I use I can't. I'm like trying to find this balance between, I using skeptics to not go too down deep down the rabbit hole, but also it's weird because I feel like, I don't know, for me it's a challenging accepting all these things that we talk about here, and it just sounds, so I'm struggling with doing that transition, like 6 months ago I probably didn't believe that abductions were real, and now I'm fully convinced that some people have experienced that, 100%. So I'm just like slowly, and then some of like, I mean, there's, my girlfriend sees orbs and shit all the time, and yeah, and I don't know, so like that's, yeah. So for me it's been, I, I don't know, it's just been challenging. I don't know, I'm learning, but it's a lot of information that can be difficult to process for some people like myself, so yeah.
But that's what's cool, right? The technology and the way science is advancing, because that's what keeps you open minded. And you said how you used to think of the woo versus now, because you there's things that are starting to back it up.
Yeah, 100%. It's the quantity of. I mean, I feel like it's really hard to prove that the woo is hard to prove, but there's still like a lot of data, a lot of evidence, and it can't all be bullshit. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. It's just there's something there, and I think this topic, even when with what I was talking about, I do believe the truth always comes out. I've learned that in my life through personal experience. Like I've done shit that I did 3 years ago, and I get like in trouble for it. It comes out somehow. Like, so the truth always comes out, and I think it's going to come out like in public, and it's just, it's been a long time, but I think it's yeah, I think it's going to come out, and it's going to get weird, and people are going to fight it. People like, not everybody's going to be like me. Like I'm open minded, but there's people that are going to be like, this is nonsense. I'm not going down that rabbit hole. Like I was listening to Lou Jimenez yesterday, and he was like, oh, okay, I think he said something like Gary Nolan is changing the scientific method right in front of us, and nobody's asking questions. And first of all, I don't think he's even doing that. But just, I don't know. There's gonna be a fight for this. It's gonna be a paradigm shift, and it's gonna be a struggle, and it's gonna take years. It's probably gonna take a long time for people to take this woo site seriously, but that's where this is going, no doubt about it. So yeah, interesting
If
times.
uh, sorry, Christian, if I can just jump in, I think just a few things that you said stuck out to me, and one of the things was it's going to be a fight or it's going to be hard, but why does it have to be a fight and why does it have to be hard? It does, and we don't have to go through this with pain and suffering. It can be something else. We can just allow it to be what it is and just move through it in love and acceptance. So that, I think, for me, that's a very important distinction, because it was what the fella in the other um, in the other space was talking about, and that I really wanted to ask him was, he was talking about if you go in with the garlic and then the evil one sees you, and just our definitions then of what evil is, of what these others are, because we're all made from the same place. From my perspective, from my beliefs, we are made of unconditional love. So what does an evil person look like? Because they are negative mechanisms, so those that segregate and things like that, and positive mechanisms, those that expand and grow. And you can use a positive mechanism for a negative reason and a negative mechanism for a positive reason. So this is why I'm just like, okay, I don't know what quote unquote an evil person is, or why we need to fight anymore. In the past, yeah, I get it, but like now we literally have all the resources that we need. So I think for me it may help us if we step out of that and realize our power, because even looking at this space, I don't know how many people, maybe 20 odd people are in the space, and here we are talking about UAPs. How many other people do we actually need out of the billions of people here? And as a percentage of the planet, it's probably like 0.00. I don't know who's great with math, but we are doing it. We are actually taking the physical action to the thing that we love. And there's this ease and flow. In Lucia's books, he talks about it. There's an ease and flow when you allow, without having to manipulate or without having to change other people, that you find it. And if you think about a kitchen, in a kitchen, there are all sorts of spices and all sorts of things. It's a well stocked kitchen, but you're not really mad at the garlic for being there. You're not mad at the honey for being there. You just accept that they work best in different dishes. So it's maybe the same with this, and just accepting that on our planet at any given point, we are not all having the exact same experience. Because even now, I'm just waking up. A lot of people are just are thinking of going to bed, or it's a different time. So even that on the very basic level. So yeah, sorry, I just wanted to add those 2 cents. Hope that helps, Christian.
Sorry, Dark Matter. If you want to go ahead and say something, I'm sorry if you were waiting. Thanks for being patient.
Oh no, I love what Zele has to say. She seems to know about Mother Earth and everything like I do. We just have to be calm and fucking love each other and everything will be okay. But too many people want to fight with each other. I don't know what to do about it. Nobody knows what to do about it.
Hey,
Uh,
I didn't mean fighting with other people. I meant fighting with myself, with my beliefs. Just put it out there.
well, no, I know what you were talking about, but yeah, people want to fight with each other more than themselves. Because why would you fight with yourself? Anytime I've had conflict in my own self, I just sorted it out quick and went on down the road.
I wish it
Yeah,
was that easy.
right, man. I don't know. Yeah.
But it is that easy. It actually is. It's just we weren't
It
taught that
is
it was
that
that
easy.
easy. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
sorry
just
about
want to
that. I didn't mean for the dead air thing. Yeah. So I just wanted to touch on something real quick about the uh, yeah, we just gotta go easy on each other, right? Like, just gotta be like nice to. Am I echoing or anything?
You're good so
no,
far. Huh?
you're
Oh,
good.
okay,
You're
cool.
good.
Yeah. So I think in the last thing I was saying in the last space was Alexei, who's like Lucius Labs, was talking about like how like the galaxy, or no, how like our solar system circles around this, and the galaxy circles around this, and that circles around God knows only what, and that circles around God, who knows at this point, It's but it's not so objective as I think science has made it out to be, right? Like we're separated apart from it. Like if we die, like that's just gonna keep going on and on, which I don't think I believe anymore. I think like we're just intrinsically tied to it. So like I know the Earth isn't the center of the universe, but I mean, in a way, maybe it kind of is, or tied to us anyway. Like we kind of like create reality together, I think, and like the goalposts of like where I consider like the crazy line to be, because like this used to be so woo, like channeling like Zele was talking about, and so much of this is just so woo to me. Like 6 months ago, like shit, even like my conspiracy like loving ass would have just rolled my eyes at. But like now, like I'm like just like I'm ready to like to believe any of it's true. Like at this point, like I just got rid of the goalposts because I couldn't keep moving them just because I think like
Logan,
anything could
you
be true
need
at this
to
point.
eat some ayahuasca.
I definitely don't want to do that because I might just like go over the edge and completely lose my mind at this point. But yeah,
Probably.
I definitely should have done it in my earlier years. But
It sorts out the fucking crazy from the not.
like the truths from like the delusions, and I just want to say like I think science kind of got rid of God for us, but I think um it became like our new religion, right? But I think there's like a surprise in store for like where science is like heading because I
That
think it's gonna
was
come back
good.
around to
Wait a minute. I like that. Science kind of got rid of God. Son of a bitch, that's a beautiful thing.
well, I don't know how beautiful it is, but I think it's gonna come back around to proving that God actually kind of or a kind of God actually does exist and created all of this or something like that, because we know like atoms don't disappear, right? Like energy only transforms, and there's no reason to think that like same wouldn't apply to like our souls. Maybe that just transforms into whatever.
Hey Logan, I think we're gonna go the long way around and rediscover what we already know. I think
Yeah.
slowly we're gonna start to find the phenomenon as like we did in the ancient times, and then we'll start to compare each other's notes like with ancient stories in the modern day, and then start to realize it's exactly the same thing, but we're just
Yeah,
using different words.
I think you're right.
and then and then we're just going to play the game of we're just not going to call it whatever the ancients called it, and we're not going to imply whatever the ancients implied. We're going to make up a new definition.
I think that's what everyone else did, right? Like they just made up new gods that were like the same ones, though. You know what I mean?
So wait, what do we name
No,
our gods?
there's only Mother Earth. That's all we have. We need to save this bitch.
Yeah, you're right, Art.
How do we save it, though?
We
By being
quit
what
burning petroleum fuels. We quit fucking doing stupid shit everywhere.
That's easier said than done, though.
It's
Unfortunately.
fucking simple.
Not for other people to do, apparently. Like they just can't stop doing it, and like we can't stop them from doing it for some reason.
The Americans are the worst. Don't say other people.
Well,
Yeah, I
Logan,
agree.
How many bottles of water do you drink every day? Fucking pieces of shit bottled water. They're not selling you water, they're selling you bottles.
I mean, you're right. That's why I quit drinking bottled waters, honestly.
You can't save the
okay,
world.
but
You really can't. It's going through cycles, and we are just a part of a cycle that it's going through. You can't save it. Just saying. It's a part of a process that we're a part of, and you're not trying to save the world. You're just trying to save its inability, whatever. You're trying to save the ability
Inhabitants.
to live on it. Yeah.
but
Yeah, I think
if
nature's
I
gonna have a
may,
reckoning.
I like that, yeah.
the a type of science that Lush was talking about. I wish he was really in the space, but from my beliefs and what I've been taught is that we exist and we are shifting through billions of parallel realities per second, and that's what creates continuity at a rate of Planck time. So it's very, very, very small rate of time. So you are not actually changing the Earth. You never change the Earth that you're on. You shift to a version of Earth that's more compatible to you. So, in a way, if you want to see the difference, the physical manifested difference of the Earth that you prefer, then you have to take those steps. Never mind what somebody else is doing. Your personal self, has to take those steps, and then you then shift to a version of Earth that reflects the steps that you've taken, and then it'll feel like it was a continuous motion, if that makes sense.
I
So it's
love it.
about what
I
you
love
do.
it.
I agree, I do that. I'm
They're
a
breaching of their
horrible
secret.
fucking person. People don't like me because I don't use paper towels.
I forgive you.
What Zila said sounds almost like you're attracting your future, right? Doesn't it? Isn't that what the phenomenon always says?
That's
It's
what that
not so
book,
much.
The Secret, says.
Well, it puts it in that sense, and I think that's kind of maybe an outmoded way of looking at it, because remember, science will always be a step ahead. For example, like people were breathing oxygen and using water way before we knew it was O2 and H2O. So science will always be a few steps ahead, but it's more about understanding what we are, what our environment is, and the difference between the experience, how we experience it. For example, we experience linear time, and the mechanism of it, in the structure of it, in that even though we experience linear time, everything is here and now at the same time as well. So it's this and that and that and that. So you don't only create your future from your present, you also create your past from your present. Because if you become a different person, if you shift and make different choices, you'd have had to be a different person to make those choices.
Exactly.
Anyone can chime in if they want.
So I got an interesting story. So I don't know why it made me think about this, but um, so I'm not. I talked to a psychic lady once that my sister paid for because I wouldn't do it. She really just wanted me to do it, but my experience with the psychic was pretty interesting because I just literally my best friend died of a heroin overdose a week before. I did that, so I was kind of curious. And this lady had a really good reputation because my mom saw her. My sister convinced her too, and it's really weird, man. Like I'm like, I thought it was all BS, but this lady was able to tell my mom everything about me. You know, at the time I had addiction issues, and she basically told her that I was struggling with that, and my girlfriend was pregnant 3 months, and she said I was gonna have a girl, and she said that she was gonna be born around December 13th, and my daughter was born in December 13th, which is that was, and man, I almost want to call my mom right now and confirm this because, in fact, my girlfriend she'll probably come back from from a cigarette in a minute, and she knows the story, and I'll ask her. But that was like, holy shit! And then, so when my sister convinced me to talk to her, she knew a lot about the dead people and how they died. But when it came to me, I was kind of disappointed because I could just tell that she was being like, I don't know, like maybe it was just like, dude, I don't want to tell you the truth. Like, your life's not looking pretty. That's the vibe I got from her because she kept lying and making sense things that didn't make sense. I don't know. I just felt like she wasn't being like real with me, but when it came to like what happened with my daughter and dead people, like that was insane. Like I couldn't believe it. So there's got to be a gift that some people have because you can't just guess that. You know, like, hey, Christy, do you remember that psychic that my mom saw that guessed the date of our daughter? Just say yeah, like see, like that was like, how do you guess the date like 6 months before? You know what I mean? Know it was a girl. Yep, yep. So anyway, I just wanted to share that story. We, I don't know, putting it out there. Interesting.
Thank
The
you,
world is a lot
Christian.
I
more
think
woo than we realized, isn't it?
it really is. I think some of those people are just like more naturally gifted, but I think a lot of that is stuff that's passed down. You know, Um, like when my little sister was born and we were leaving the hospital, the wind like blew the blanket off of her, and this lady was like, "Oh, the wind got her. She's gonna have colic." And then, sure enough, she did. You know, so it's just like there's things like that that are like kind of passed down that we don't realize. You know, it's just like another way of looking at things. But there's like things that are happening when they recognize things like that. There's things that are happening. So maybe sometimes that's why they don't get it all the way right either. They're just kind of looking at signs. But Logan, you want to check out I forget what the book is called, but it's by Black Elk from the Lakota tribe. He talks about the Heyoka and like the trickster stuff like that, but he talks about how we're like the center of the universe, kind of like what you were talking about.
Makes sense to me. Hey, Zile, what do you think about that? You think we're like the center of the universe?
Oh, yes. Everybody's the center of their own universe, without a doubt. And one of the things that I absolutely love about Lucia's book, and I always keep referencing it, because for me, it's things that I knew and I either knew from intuitively or from my own knowing, wherever that comes from, but also things that I was taught within my different communities and stuff like that. But also, it's I love the fact that Lush then went and put the scientific numbers and stuff around it, and he actually explained it in today's science, because that was always something at the back of my mind to be like, well, you're a scientist, shouldn't you be putting the science to this? And I was like, it just didn't feel like the path of least resistance to me. So the fact that Lush has done it, and he also says that, because everything that what he said, one of the spaces was everything that you interact with originates from earth, and as above as below, that's the way the universe is structured, but you are the center point of everything that you then interact with, and how what the organizing principle of what you interact with, he said, was light. And we didn't go beyond that, and that's I still haven't been able to catch up with him, because I would love to hear more about how that is light. Like, there obviously are organizing principles, because we are all here and enjoying ourselves and whatever. But long story short, yes, we all are the center of our own universes, and we are also part of a mass conscious agreement to interact with each other, because if we didn't have that, we would not be interacting with each other right now.
Doesn't it always like seem to come back to the observer?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Your perspective is everything. And then you filter your belief systems through your perspective. Sorry, your belief systems are what helps you interact with the whole world. And that's why it's important to actually examine what you believe. Because if you walk around believing that everybody is evil or everybody's out to get you, then you are observing that, you are creating that, and therefore that is what you will then observe, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and think about like how many symbols are an eye? You know, like the all-seeing eye, the evil eye. You know, just like they're you know that's just it's not a coincidence.
I don't believe in coincidence in the accidental meaning of the word. um it's just things that we don't understand the relationship of. And it was coming back to what I said before, the difference between the experiential thing that we go through and the actual structure of the universe. So they can't be coincidences, because it's already put in there's a structure already in place. It's just about then understanding that structure as we live our linear experiential life, if that makes sense.
Since you don't believe in coincidence, check this out. You know, if you were to draw the eye, like a symbol of an eye would be a circle with a dot in the middle. That's kind of like also like you are here.
Oh, wow. I never thought of that. I never thought of that. And the dot, for me, the dot is a very it's so funny. synchronistically that you're talking about that, because we were talking with a friend and colleague the other day about that, being about space, and the fact that when I was at school, I couldn't bring my mind to understand spatial geometry, because we were being taught, like the teacher put a dot on the board and said that's one dimension, and drew a line, and then said that's one dimension, and then drew another line down and said that's two dimensions, and then made a square and said, oh yeah, then that becomes three dimensions. And I was like, say what now? But that's on a board. So it was just that, always the way that we're being taught about one and two dimension when we live in a four-dimensional universe. But yeah, that's so interesting about the eye. I never really thought about it, but like, yeah, thanks for that. And also, yeah, okay, yeah, great, thanks. I think Doc
Think
had
think
his
he's
hand up
a
for a while.
Dark has had his hand up for a while. Dark, what's up?
Dark may have forgotten by now, god damn it.
What are you doing, Dark?
Dark
I mean, just feel
says,
free to speak up.
Dark says, there is no fucking God. There is Mother Earth. That's all we have.
What if you consider Mother Earth God? I mean, I don't, but like, I'm just asking.
I guess you got him there.
It's just another Mother Earth from every other planet in any solar system. You
Actually,
know,
no, Logan, he
everybody
got me.
has their own fucking problems on every planet, and we have ours here.
And Doc, what would you then call all that is? Doc, what would you then call all that is if there's no God?
I guess he's having some speaker problems, but
Maybe.
Ocean, how's Canada?
Dark. There's not a whole lot of northern lights going on, and I'm kind of sleepy. Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Oh,
I'm just
come
listening
on.
to
Canada
y'all
is beautiful.
conversation. Yeah, but right now it's kind of dark. Can't really see
Yeah,
the
it's
beauty when
nighttime.
it's nighttime.
But how are you feeling is what I want to know. Like, how are you feeling like in your brain?
Oh,
You trying to
sleepy.
get into
In
her
your heart?
mind?
Ocean, whatever you do,
She's
don't
so
sleep in the snow, okay?
There's no snow.
Yeah, all we
Canada without
got
snow is
is
crazy.
what we got.
It's summertime, damn it.
There he is.
she's so casual about like, oh, the Northern Lights just aren't that good tonight. Like, so you get to see those like all the time. That's awesome.
Yeah, well, no, I was super excited because there's supposed to be like some
Hey,
funky thing
Ocean.
going on with the sun. And so they were really bright, but now it's just kind of like the whole sky is like a hazy green color instead of like having actual northern lights. So it's like, all right.
Yeah, that is lame.
The night time's delayed.
I wish I could see it.
Where are you?
Texas,
Texas,
Texas. Yeah, I knew it.
What part? What part?
South Austin.
Okay, I'm north Fort Worth.
The best part where I'm at. Yeah, I've
It's real
been in
trendy,
Fort Worth.
isn't it?
I lived in Fort Worth.
Yeah, it's all right. It's better in Dallas. What can I say?
Isn't like Austin like where like the hipsters and like the happening
Yup.
scene and like
Wait a
Yeah,
minute,
it's
wait a
where
minute.
all
Whoa,
the
whoa, 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 whoa,
hippies
whoa, whoa.
live.
Where are you?
He's with the hippies. What do you mean?
South Austin? That's where Joe Rogan is, isn't it?
Anybody in the Minneapolis area?
What'd you say,
Yeah,
Christian?
Joe Rogan and fucking who's that other fucking guy?
Lex
I
What are you talking
Fridman.
forget. He just got arrested, I think.
Oh, really?
Wait,
Who got arrested?
Lex got arrested?
What was his fucking right wing television
Tim
show?
Pool.
No, god damn it.
You
I
mean
thought
Alex
Tim Pool.
Nobody
Jones?
got arrested.
He means Alex Jones.
Yeah, Stone, that motherfucker. I used to work on his air conditioners, and he was an asshole then.
Oh yeah, he owes like
Yeah,
500 million now.
Wait a minute, he got arrested?
yeah. Well, I mean, it looks like you got the better half of that deal, honestly.
Did he get
He's lucky he
arrested?
got nothing over
His
here.
deal ain't through. No, he ain't. No.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why I'm saying you got the better half.
Did he get
He's going to
arrested?
be worn out by the time it's over.
Nah, he hasn't been arrested. Not yet, anyway. I can't believe his lawyer like leaked out all his cell phone text. How does that happen?
I don't even pay attention. He was such a dickhead when I had to work with him. I just didn't ever want to do anything about it.
I don't blame you there, Dark.
Gotta get better
Well, did
connection
you
in the
fix his
country.
AC?
Yeah, he was running a server farm in a goddamn a little storefront. It was crazy. The motherfucker was 150 degrees in there.
Well,
Are
it's a
you
good thing
a
you fixed the
journeyman?
AC.
What did you do like as an AC guy? Did you like start at the bottom as like an apprentice and work your way up?
Well, he moved out of there and went
No,
somewhere
you.
else.
No, you as your
Oh,
career.
me, I'm an IT guy.
Oh,
I was just helping an air conditioner friend of mine.
All right, Maynard, I gotta ask this question for everybody here. Have you seen the videos when they shuck the the hooves off to clean out a bad infection on the hooves of a cow or horse?
No.
What?
Oh my god, you gotta watch that.
I have an ear infection right now. Does that count?
It looks just like
In
that, but
here. What are you
more.
talking about?
I have no idea what he's talking about. He said something about cleaning the hoof of a cow.
It looks like just a bunch of crap you're peeling away. It's gross looking, but
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I cleaned hooves off of cows and horses all my life. I don't know. They got shit on them.
Sure do.
I mean it's all natural.
I did that for like 6 months. That's just hard work.
It is.
Yeah,
It's hard
I've
work.
feud horses. I don't give a fuck. I'll do whatever it takes.
If I may, since we're asking
Hell
questions,
yeah.
I did it helping out family, visiting, and got a great respect for it.
Well, that's what's wrong with people nowadays. They just won't go in there and do something when it needs to be done. They're scared. They're fucking scared their mama won't like it. I don't know what the fuck's wrong.
I just did it because like they were offering to like give me a place to like sleep and like feed me in exchange for like spending the day like taking care of all their horses and shit and like cleaning up the paddocks and feeding them all throughout the day. Shit's hard.
Yeah, it is hard, but you gotta do what you gotta
Yeah,
do.
it
You
is
gotta do
hard
it.
work. I hope they gave you a little money.
Not
But
at all.
Logan,
Just
that
for room
that's
and
good
board.
price for rent, right?
I mean, I didn't make any money. It was purely for room and board.
I mean, if you had room and board, that's kind of like the Navy. You go in there and you do what they
That's
say and
good. That's
shut
really
the
good.
fuck up.
That's good. That's good.
For a city boy like me, like it was a new experience. So I mean, it was it
Don't
was
bitch
valuable.
now, dude.
Like I helped
Ain't
like
nobody bitching, Dart.
there was this like horse that I helped give give birth to, like it's like little baby horse. I had to like pull it out of its mother. So like I never thought I'd be doing that in my lifetime, so I mean, it was, it had its moments.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Shit happens.
What else, Dark? What else? What you got, big boy?
You want me to tell a story
Hell
I
yeah.
know it's gonna be raunchy and nasty and
Yes.
funky.
about my life?
Whatever you want.
Well, hell. Let me think a minute. Let me take another
Wait
sip
a
of
minute.
beer.
Wait.
Let me take another sip
Hold
of beer and
on.
get another toke off of a doobie, and I'll be right back at you.
Hold on. What's your football team?
I hate football. I think that's the
What
worst
about
abomination in
football?
America. If it
You got a
weren't for football,
football
people would
team?
be paying attention to politics.
You got a baseball team?
You get a little bit of a point there.
I like the Astros.
No, okay.
I like the Cubs.
Anyone here from Wisconsin?
Nope. Why
I
Wisconsin?
think Ganga's from Wisconsin.
I was hoping to catch him off guard. That would have been awesome.
I was living in Italy. I had to drive by the soccer stadium every day on the way home. And then on Saturday, that motherfucker was packed. So I said, fuck it. Let's pull in here and go fuck
Hey,
off.
go
Holy
outside.
shit. I never had so much fun in my whole life.
Go take your
Naples versus Argiano. It was a beautiful game.
take your break.
Yeah, so if you want to kick back and prepare yourself to give us a royal, spiel, maybe just get yourself in the right setting. You know what I mean? Or not? I
You
sounded like
talking
you
to me?
wanted.
No, you
Yeah, it
got it
sounded
right.
like
You
you
got it.
wanted to do that.
Maynard, you better come with the heat.
I got it all, brother. Let me go and get me another beer.
All right, we're getting shit started. Anyone else got anything to keep us busy, like an appetizer?
Yeah, what's going on, everybody? How's your night going? Where you been? What you doing? Don't bring your drama in here,
Yeah,
please.
don't be shy. Feel free to speak up.
What kind of
Yeah, shit, man.
appetizer y'all want?
Oh yeah, dude, give us an appetizer about Russia or about like Agartha or about like Edfu Temple and like whatever you want,
Well,
bro.
can I ask more like maybe extraterrestrial UAP stuff? Like, what is the most fun anybody has had with their experience or the encounter, or the best thing that they've seen or experienced in this kind of spaces or in real life to do with UAPs and UFOs and extra dimensional and extraterrestrial beings?
Holy
Um,
crap, that's a whole book.
I haven't had too many experiences, but when I saw the TR3B, I just had like right before I was like kind of meditating and stuff, and then I just like felt like I was like exploding with this power, and then like I just went to let my dogs outside, and that's when I saw it. But that was pretty cool.
Anybody else?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
Oh, go ahead,
yeah,
Dark.
I want to hear your story, Theta. Your experience.
Have y'all heard my story?
No. I got a story. So there was one time sneaking out late at night, snow-covered hills. Okay, in Washington State, Northwest Washington. This was in Lacey, Washington. So it was me and two other friends. One was next door, and another one had to come all the way across the neighborhood, and so we put on some. I don't know what the fuck was that? Like 40-gallon yard garbage bags, and we went to the high point of the neighborhood to slide down like penguins, and so yeah, so me and my boy Billy, we went first, right? And then we were like, "Fuck, that was fun as shit." And then our boy Derek, he's a more tubby dude. He was kind of nervous, so he was waiting to go, and he saw us get all the way down. So we got down, and me and Billy were like, "Man, that was fucking fun. That was awesome. All that shit." And then all of a sudden, a flash came across the sky, big ass flash. I'm like, "The fuck was that?" And all of a sudden, here comes Derek and bowls us over like fucking pins on a goddamn bowling alley. And yeah. So we got up, we all talked about it, like, what the fuck, man? We just saw something. He's like, oh, I didn't see shit, man. I was scared. We just got down here. What the fuck, man? But yeah, that's my story.
Well, I got a story. It starts off with I've actually never told anyone this.
In my experience, when you see a fucking flying saucer,
Whoa!
that son of a bitch is
Oh, hold on, hold on.
big over
The
your
host, the host,
house.
the host has a.
Alex, I don't know what that was exactly. Was that just like a scream from like the like pits of hell? What was that exactly? Did anyone else hear that? Yeah, maybe we should start raising hands because it's getting a little like maybe too much beers and weeds getting cross contaminated here. But yeah, when I was like a kid, like 5 years
Yeah,
old.
let's be pussies and barely talk about flying saucers.
Oh no, we're gonna talk about that shit right now. So well, I guess we kind of are. I was gonna say like when I was a kid, I was I don't know why I still have this memory, but my parents were at this party and like they kind of got separated from them. I went. It was like in this like kind of like ghetto in this like Mexican neighborhood. And I went down these stairs for some reason. And anyways, my parents were upstairs in like this like apartment like party thing. And anyways, when I went back upstairs to the inside the apartment, when I stepped in, the entire room there wasn't people, but everyone was just skeletons. They were all skeletons, and
You
I
gotta
still
speak up,
remember
Logan. You gotta speak up.
they were all skeletons. Can you guys hear me okay? I feel like my mic is sitting in my armpit. That's probably why. So yeah, I'm gonna remember to like not do that.
There you go.
But
There you go. There you go.
so yeah, I walked into like this party and like they were all skeletons and like not people, and then I had like a panic attack, and then yeah, they were back to being people again, I guess like later. But yeah, does that ever happen to anybody else? You just like saw like a bunch of skeletons instead of people?
Wait, sorry. Just to back up a bit. So your parents were upstairs and the party was happening upstairs and downstairs, but only
No,
when
just
you went.
upstairs.
Sorry, say that again.
I'm just upstairs.
It was just upstairs, and it was when you first walked in, everybody looked like skeletons.
No, it wasn't the first time I had walked in. We had been there for like a little bit. Because like the top floor is like a one person's apartment, and like the bottom floor is like someone else's like apartment. You know what I mean? So like
Mm.
their apartment was on the top, so we just walked up the stairs and through the door like where their little apartment is. So we were up there for like I don't know like a little bit before, but I went downstairs. I think just to play like in the grass with like the other like little kids. But when I went back upstairs to like see my parents because well, I wanted to see them because I'm like a young kid. I'm like, where's my parents again? You know? So I went back upstairs and I walked in and it was just a bunch of skeletons. They weren't people, they were just skeletons. And it's like I've never talked about it because uh I have always thought maybe I'd hear someone else talk about it and be like, okay, so I'm not crazy. Like someone else has seen it, but at this point I'm just like, fuck it. Yeah. So I don't know. Anyone else seen that shit before?
I can definitely say I have not seen that. And I really wonder what that was. Wow, that's incredible. That's super
But
interesting.
what have you seen though? I've seen some things, but not that.
Yeah, I mean everyone has their own
But
like some people see goblins and shit, like
yeah,
what are you gonna
What
do?
do you think it is? Like, have you tried to like relate it to anything?
No. I just thought it was like fucking I don't know what to make of it, dude. I don't know.
Have you
I
seen
don't
the
know.
movie Constantine?
yes.
Uh
But Zio, aside from that, yes, I have seen that movie. But Zio, what have you seen personally?
I'll get to that. My name is actually Zila. It's pronounced Zila. No worries. I'll get
Oh,
to that.
sorry.
But it was just Logan's thing. I'm just trying to think about it because then. But what made them become human again? Like, did you just like stop? Did you close your eyes? Did you speak to somebody? Did you tug them? Did you go back
yeah,
downstairs, come back up?
yeah, that's what I did. I walked in and I was kind of just like terrified and stunned. So I walked back out the door and sat on the stairs and kind of like put my like head in my in my lap and was just crying. And then when I kind of got back up to look again, they were all normal again. So
What were you on that night?
I was only like 6.
Oh, okay.
What? What's that?
It reminds me of the I can't remember. It was like from World War II or something when they were, or was it the Manhattan
Oh,
experiment?
timeout. Is that a substance or what?
No, it's an age.
Yeah, you meant like as in 6 years old. Have you ever seen that the Manhattan Project or the Manhattan Experiment, whatever it is, and they when the nuclear explosion went off, they all saw their bones through their hands.
Because the radiation, like when they nuked Hiroshima, like you can still see their shadows on the buildings and shit.
No, this was like a test one. They had them all sitting like pretty close to it, and when it went off, they all saw like their flesh through their hands and their bones.
Oh, you're talking about when they were on the boat, right? And they were launching the
Yeah,
nukes
that's the
like
one.
on sea, like those seamen, like I heard them talking about it as old men. Like, wow, they were like terrified by that shit.
What if you were just like in a slight you know how like in a lot of religions people will fast and then physically exert themselves, like what if you had just did the right combination of things to like have a little extra burst of like uh from the pineal gland or something, you know?
Yeah, maybe I just jumped realities for like
Mm,
a moment or something.
good mention, Pineal Land.
Like Jumper, like it would jump, or maybe not. Is Jumper what I'm thinking about, or like where you accidentally like jump into like a different dimension without realizing it? I don't know.
That was I was actually going to throw that theory out because as we are shifting through parallel realities,
Quantum
you went
jumps.
into one, and then that's when you saw all of that, and then you shifted back into one that was more to your reality. Or you could have just been, or you could have just been seeing the core of what people are, because what makes us see each other as these flesh and bones without just seeing each other as bones or whatever else. But I'm just putting things out there anyway.
You're right.
What
Like
if you had X-ray vision?
as children, we're not like conformed to like the bounds of like what society dictates like we need to be. We're just as nature intended us. We're just as it wants us to be, as it is. So maybe that was normal. And
How about this? And don't put any labels on it when I say this, please. How about as creation intended you to be?
yeah, I think that's what I was saying. wasn't it?
You said nature, which I would subscribe to, it in encompassing all of that.
I'm down with that.
So, well, Theta had asked if my craziest experience. So, since we're in a UAP space, and Logan
Yeah.
is talking about his kid, kind of something
United
that happened
Arab
in his kid.
Emirates.
Sorry?
United Arab Emirates.
No, when I was a kid.
No, UAE.
He said
United
you.
Oh,
She
Arab
said
Emirates.
UAP, like unidentified aerial phenomenon, not the.
Oh, okay.
I was lost for a minute. Thank you so much, Winston. I
Sorry.
was just like, I did not know what I said then. But um, so when I was a kid, there are a few experiences, but there was the one I was walking. So it was my mom, one of her sisters, and just like a few family members, and we were walking from one place to another, to her hometown. And I remember seeing kind of like lights in the distance. So I said, "Oh, I see lights and I see people." And everybody's like, "No, there's nothing there." And I'm like, yes, there is. And I could see the lights. And I was the only one in the group. There were a few of us, and I was the only one who was kind of at that age, but it was before 6. It was definitely before 6. So it could have been 4 or 5. And they're like, no, we're just the only ones. It's pitch black. And I was like, no, I could see lights. And then, so from my perspective, I remember thinking, oh, okay, I see people. And then I remember a gray being holding a kind of like a lantern, it looked to me, and we were walking and was walking beside us. So later on, I kind of found out, and so in my imagination, I found out that I thought we were going to my mom's hometown as we were walking. But later on, I found out that we were actually going to a spacecraft, because those are things that are done so that you don't freak out, or so that you can kind of then live your own life as is. So yeah, I think I don't know. I don't know if crazy is the word for it, but it's just one of the out there experiences I've had anyway.
No, crazy is not the word.
No, I don't think it's crazy. I don't think it's crazy because a lot of people have had that experience, and I spoke to other people in the group, and they remember it differently, which they would, but also I've been given the space to remember at my own pace, so I'm not forcing them to remember. But they were also saying something, because it was the whole trip. Like, there was a whole thing around that trip, and a lot of things happened, because then we left my mom and somebody else there, and we decided, I can't even remember why, but the kids decided that we were going to get the bus back to home, and we did. And and even with that, now when I'm remembering, there was something really odd about that bus ride. But whenever something for me in my memory comes up as odd or weird, I'm just like, ooh, is it an experience that I am not yet ready to remember, or is it an experience that I am choosing to forget so that I can be in this reality? So yeah, anywho.
Oh, great questions for you. Yeah, that's awesome. That's beautiful.
Thank you, I think so. But
It
yeah.
is. It is. It really
I think
is.
that's so interesting because you're right. Like we we dismiss other things so that way we can best be in this reality that we prefer, our own special delusions. It's weird. Like when I was
Yeah.
trying to convince people earlier today, like like my dad, he said he told me to stop messaging him about UFOs today. Like
Can
why?
I,
Like
really quick, can I say something?
yeah,
Because I, this is just something I've been working on. The terms crazy and weird. I'm trying my best not to do that. And
Don't self police too hard though.
no, not too much. But we have these conversations, right, in these spaces. And anyway, that's what I'm working on. I just hear that and I'm like, god damn it.
I think I'm following with you, and I think it was a conversation I was having with Screen Name the other time as well, that we are the ones that then call ourselves crazy, and then we expect other people to call us different. I recently, well, not so recent, but for me, I prefer the word weird because it opens up to not to more natural, I believe, as opposed to more normalized. The difference between natural is like the natural state that we were born in before we were socialized and normalized into kind of the stuff that we were taught at school and society as large to fit in. So I think we, as like, even we've taken the steps of getting into a space like this and openly speaking about our experiences, so we're probably also opening up to being more natural than normal, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, it
Yeah,
makes total
y'all can speak
sense.
for yourself. I'm fucking crazy. I own that shit. I know I'm weird. I love it. I love being crazy and weird and different, and that's me. So,
Yeah, but the things that we talk about, Emily, they're not crazy. That's the thing.
You, the other people, they are apparently, but
Yeah,
you just gotta do what you gotta
we
do.
work with it, but to say these things are crazy or
But
Well,
where is
what
this?
is crazy?
Yeah, exactly.
exactly,
Thanks, Winston. Where
exactly.
is this line that says this is crazy and this is not?
Exactly. Is it like an on and off
well,
switch?
and
Like,
why
are you
does
just
crazy
crazy or
have to
just not?
be negative? Like when I think of
It's
crazy, I think
not.
of like
It's
crazy
not.
genius or like, like Albert Einstein, like totally like fucking a nut who's like just like a genius. You know what I mean? Like I don't tie crazy as something that holds the negativity to it. You know what I mean? There's
It,
nothing negative about being uh, acting in a crazy way or having crazy beliefs or noticing crazy things about the world that other
mhm.
people don't see. So fuck it.
I
It's kind of
agree.
like a racist. Like, are you going to call someone racist? Like, they said one racist thing, but does that make them a racist? Like, maybe they changed their mind in the last 5 minutes. You know what I mean? Like, is it like, is it just racist? Like, are they just racist or just not? There's no distinction.
I mean,
I
especially
treat
today, the whole. Well, that's another topic. But what I'm saying is weird, crazy. Those things, they're actually really good. Um, they should not be separated from everyday society. We need to mold that into it. Um, but we need to embrace that and not separate it from the rest of society. And when when we're talking about things that are supernatural or metaphysical or spiritual, just point blank,
I tie
there's a
down
there's a lot of terms that go out like I don't know.
Well, that's why it's important to forgive people because, like, you give them a chance to reevaluate who they are or what they've said or what they've done. It's like you shouldn't respond to it with, too much shame, or because then you might lock people in their thinking because they'll become defensive.
I tie crazy to people who are dysfunctional, as in they're not operating on all four cylinders, let's put it that way, or all six cylinders, and not just dysfunctional, but impairment where they can't actually get out of it. Um, so that's what I consider crazy. Not necessarily the stories themselves if they actually happened, but when someone has derailed completely from reality.
It's all beautiful and amazing to me.
And can you actually derail yourself from reality if you are the center of your reality and you need to recreate reality in order to interact with it, though? I
Yes,
think.
I think so.
I
I
think you
think some
can
people just
derail
need help. I mean, they don't have to be like
some.
what we tell them it is, but they maybe just need help reeling it back into, a better place.
I wrote a super depressing poem about this exact thing, actually.
I think if you
Well, who has a happy one? Go ahead,
I
please.
think if you get caught up too much in learning about what's happening to you, you can start to make assumptions that aren't realistic or stuck with reality, and you sort of get unstuck. I've seen a lots and lots of people in the contactee community who literally become like a vortex of confusion, and they really cannot get themselves out of it.
Yeah, and but Ganga, isn't that because nobody has taught them or told them or helped them understand what it is they've actually experienced or gone through, because they know that they've experienced and gone through it. Instead, people are trying to tell them that there is something wrong with you because you've gone through or you are seeing things that the rest of us are not seeing. Whereas if they were in a community that understood that you can see stuff that nobody else sees, you can hear things that nobody else hears, and that not be a mental illness, or that not be a crazy, or that not be a anything wrong with you, but it's just an expression of you in this physical reality, then they probably wouldn't have this um that thing that you're talking about, this confusion and this doubt. It's just, I think they don't know what it is that they're going through, and nobody has explained it, so they're still looking for answers, and maybe not the places where the answers can be found.
Do you think
Um,
mental illness exists at all?
I'd like to add on that real quick. People only repeat themselves if they don't feel heard, right? So if you see someone going around, it's like, this happened, this happened, this happened, and they don't stop talking about it, it's because nobody has heard them yet. Because if they felt heard, they would be talking to that person about it. So, like, it's just, that's all it is. People that repeat themselves, they don't feel heard. That could be in a conversation, or that could be general behavior, you know.
But do you think, Ocean, do you think that maybe then they have been heard, and that's now their new comfort level, and that's what they tend to talk about, just because now that's what they can talk about, though?
Well, yeah, it's like, regardless of the situation, it's obviously like a trauma in some way, right? So getting recognition from that trauma and then reliving that trauma because that's what you know, I guess. But that's when community comes along and community says, "Hey, here are some healthy tools." At least in Ocean's world, that's what you do when you see someone struggling, right?
I think it would be difficult to give them any real therapy because I haven't really thought it through. But off the top of my head, the biggest thing that seems to be is a biggest factor for people who go crazy is the lack of awareness of what happened to them. Observation. If it's too little observation, like it just happened to them and they didn't really pay attention to any of the details, they can't figure it out without any details.
Yeah, you're right. It's like
Or,
life is just happening to them, right?
yeah, exactly. It's just one night they're out. They suddenly see a beastly thing come out of the woods. It kidnaps them. They have fragmented memories, and that's it. And so they come back to their normal reality with this experience, and it makes no sense to them. It doesn't make sense to anybody else. So how do you give a person therapy? I mean, you'd have to practically purge their their experience.
Well, no,
I
I don't think you have to understand something entirely to move away from it peacefully. Like you can be like, okay, that was whack. This is how I feel about it. Here's how I'm going to protect myself. Let's talk about it till I feel good. You don't have to fully like dissect the entire thing. You could just accept it and um, you know, I don't know.
I wonder because in therapies, don't they usually walk people through the process of trying to put down an issue in their mind? So
Well,
if
yeah,
they
for
don't
sure,
really
but you're
understand it, how can
talking
they put
about
it down?
you're talking about an issue in which the person cannot understand because like you said, in your hypothetical situation, like fragmented memory, this demon came out. Like, how are you supposed to understand that? That's not something that you can put down and compare to quote unquote normal life, right? So you just have to accept that that is something. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying that
What is
you don't have
normal
to
life?
fully. You don't. I'm just saying you don't have to fully accept, or you don't have to fully understand a problem in order to move away from it peacefully. Is all I'm trying to say.
And I imagine that even the therapists themselves wouldn't have any clue as
Or
to what's
to
happening.
engage
So
into it peacefully.
Yeah, that too, like for sure. But I'm just saying, like if it's not something that can be dealt with like in a positive way, then I don't know. Just saying.
I think from my own personal experience, uh, and maybe it's because I hold the belief that you can't have a question without an answer. And I really, really think when you have questions, that's such a great starting point for you to then go looking for answers that make sense to you and for you, not necessarily what society says, not necessarily what said to be
Mm.
normal or natural, but that you go out and you look for answers that then sit well with you. Because I found
You can't get an answer. You can't satisfy a question without an answer. Is that what you said?
you can't satisfy a question with um I'm not sure if I would phrase it that way. I would phrase it more, for every question there is an answer. So for me, like for example, my whole thing up to where I am today, it's because there
I
was a
agree with that.
question. Thank you. It's because there was a question there somewhere. And okay, I'll give you a tangible example. For example, when I was in high school, and at the time I didn't understand it and I didn't know, but I was in a very multicultural, multi-religious, just like it was an incredible thing. And I didn't really know that. I thought it everybody experiences this. It was only after that I realized that no, everybody doesn't experience that level of diversity. And in there, when I was in high school, it's when I actually realized that people were the religion or non religion of their parents. And so I knew that if I had been born in place XYZ, I would be whatever religion goes with XYZ or whatever those parents there teach you. And there was never a teaching or never anything that encompassed everybody, because a lot of the religions at the time, when I was trying to make sense of the world and what I was doing here, a lot of it would be like, okay, so if you want to have peace on earth, this is what you do. If you want to have peace and love and happiness in the afterlife, this is what you want to do. If you don't do this, then you will go to this place and it's going to be so bad there and you do not want to be there. And there was that fear of this place. But then that was each religion telling you that. But then now there were people who I interacted who wouldn't be of that religion, who were, from my perspective, and it was back when I believed in good and bad, um, as the way we're taught. But these people were nice people. At the core of them, they were great. And they just didn't believe in this other religion, not because of anything specific, but just because they were born into a family that had other religions and other cultures. So then they just believed that. So there was always for me in the back of my mind this searching, this over, this thinking about what is it that I what can I get to that encompasses everybody and that allows everybody to always be 100% who they be, and it doesn't really matter what they are, or like what religion they are, what they look like, what skin suit they're in, what gender, what this or what that. What is it that can all encompass that? And for a while, for me, from what I had, the tools I had at the time in high school, I was just kind of like, well, if we all looked the same and we all spoke the same language and we all believed the same, then that would be where we would find our point, our kind of our unity. But then it's now when I've gotten older and just seeing people who cannot be round pegs, who cannot be put in square holes, and square pegs who cannot be put in round holes, people who are straight up refusing to be normalized, there I was like, oh, it is the unity in the diversity, the ability to actually see that we are different. So what has worked for me now is that always equal and never the same. And I wouldn't have come to this point without all the questions or without all the things that happened to me, and
Can you
then
say that
asking for
again, please?
answers. Oh, sorry, which part?
Always and never.
Oh,
That part.
always equal, never the same.
The issue I see with that is that a lot of the people who go through that experience, for example, like I just described, let's say you saw something crazy in the middle of the woods, it took you away, and you don't really remember anything, and you don't have enough data to actually work with to conclude anything. It's just
Whoa,
something that
hold on.
happened.
How do you make those claims?
I'm making up a scenario, a common scenario. Okay. The problem is that at that point, when that person goes into the community, like the UFO community, they start trying to stitch together different things that sounds or feels or their intuition tells them is a good thing or is the right thing or whatever. And then they stitch together this cloth, this complex narrative that doesn't really make any sense. And they wear that throughout their lives. And if they find a piece of cloth that seems a little bit better, then they take off this idea, this narrative, and they replace it with a new piece of cloth. And that distorts their minds so severely that at some point they just start to lose connection with reality because you start to have a conversation with them and seemingly you completely lose track of what the hell are you talking about. I have no idea. Your A's and B's don't equal C's, and there's no way to relate to these people, not because the experience they experienced is so unnatural or out there. It's that their interpretation has become so twisted like a yarn, um, that nobody could untangle it. I don't even think a therapist could untangle that.
But are these people happy?
So how much do you know about reality and all that is?
That just avoids the problem. What I'm talking about is the issue that the UFO community is like the breeding ground of ideas, mostly wrong
Thanks, Logan.
ideas. So you go into the trough, you pick up a chunk of meat, and you walk away with it, and you just mash it together like a piece of artwork, and then you come back and present it as the answer. And so I think from that stems all the ideas that your reality and my reality are two different realities, when in reality it's just the same common reality. But people like to frame that like a politically correct kind of thing, where don't talk about your reality because it might impact mine, and that doesn't make any sense in reality. There's no such thing.
I
If
just
I
wanted to
may,
say real quick about I had to put Theta on a little timeout because I don't mind people interrupting if they feel the need to say something, but if you're gonna do it repeatedly, uh, that just kind of disrupts the conversation, brother, a little bit. So I thought maybe it's better if you just listen for a minute and see other people that aren't doing that. You know what I mean? Maybe just
Yeah,
take a break for a
your
second.
mic's like pretty loud as well, dude. Like if you can sort of halve it by like 50%, it might be a little bit less disruptive.
No, I mean, you're cool, bro. Just yeah, just a little timeout for a sec. Go ahead, Zila.
thanks, Logan. Gang, what I was I think the what you're speaking about, if I may share a different perspective, is fine. It's the thing that I've seen, and obviously we're all seeing things through our own belief systems, but I believe that there's an awakening going on, where we are now becoming more than we are, but people are looking for answers in places where the answers are not, and then trying to fit those answers. And I think if somebody is really, really in the hypothetical, you said like something happened to them or whatever, I would say maybe take a step back from that and then discover yourself, and then see where that leads, and then maybe come back to that question. Or if all of this is just way, way too complicated, just have fun, follow your excitement. That is incredible, and that is a great organizing principle that will then bring you what you need as you need. And the answers will then come to you in a way that you can hear them, and you can have fun because you're following your excitement and you're following your fun. So it is fun, and you can just relax and just be. So there are countless of examples people have shared before in the space where I think it was Ken or Kent, and I can't remember his name, in from Australia and Thailand, and he was talking about that he just doesn't question this anymore. Like stuff happens, and he'll just be like, okay, yeah, I need some money, and he'll get the job, and he'll need the exact money. And he gave the example of when he had a cab driver who helped him because he didn't have any money on him, and the guy believed that he would have the money when he gets where he was, and he gave him a huge tip to take him there. And I do believe that. And because of the events from 2020 up until now, like the last 2 years that we were living, I started living like that, and I found that my answers come to me when I'm not forcing or manipulating, and just being. They just come in ways that you didn't expect, and then you're laughing at the end, and you're just like, oh my gosh, I didn't see that coming. And there it is. It's right there. So yeah, I hope that's helpful to somebody.
You
Is that
mean like you're
helpful?
inherently a good person, you don't really have to sort of think about it or try? I mean, obviously, like you got to check yourself, but if you got a rough idea that you're like all right person, you don't really need to overthink it too much.
Not quite that way, Winston, in that it comes back to definitions, and Ocean so nicely put it before. Her definition of crazy wasn't what others were thinking about crazy, and it's kind of one of the fun things that we're doing now is we're using the same words, but the same words don't mean the same thing. So for example, you said good and bad. I don't use good and bad anymore. I don't look at things as good and bad, good and evil. I look at things as what works. So my understanding of what happens is that we are all part of all that is. And all that is comes from love. So we are infinite intelligence, we are infinite knowledge, every single person. So when I'm interacting with you, I've made a commitment to interact with every sentient being from a space of unconditional love. So when I'm interacting with you and the conversation is great, perfect, I've tapped into your unconditional love. So let's say the conversation is not going great, or we're having something that is in a direction that we don't prefer. I always take a step back then, and I'm like, okay, back to basics. What is this being? This being is an unconditional, is love, is infinite intelligence expressing love in a physical form. So what am I? I am the same, and I've decided to love this being. So in this situation, am I being loving? What is the best way that I can love this person? What is the best way that I can interact with this person in my truth? But not in the way that society says you should love somebody, or not in the way that I will now be seen to be doing this thing because I have said this, or society or somebody else outside of me has said this is the way to do it. And I think maybe that's where we find difficulty in our lives, is that, for example, you want to help somebody and you think, okay, so this person is in need of this thing. And if I give them money, they would take this money and it would help them because we use money. But it's your last, whatever, €10, $10, and you don't actually want to part with it. But now you're like, oh no, if I don't part with it, I have a house, I have this, I have all of this, and I have food, and this person doesn't. And if I don't part with it, I'll be seen as something else. But you're like, I really don't want to part with it. So you grudgingly part with it. So it's not from love, it's not from acceptance, it's not from kindness, it's this grudging thing. And then you expect that person to be all so grateful for this thing. But maybe that person didn't actually want €10. Maybe that person actually wanted an apple, or they wanted something else, but we weren't being our true selves. And then that's when more friction comes. I have no idea if I answered your question, though, Winston.
Oh no, that answers it. That's brilliant. That answer, I love that.
Can
Also
I
love
ask
what you said
something?
about Logan. Go ahead, Ganga.
Zila, I had a question. I noticed that you sort of say that everyone else is one, or we are all one. But in some of your sentences, you use the word other, or outside of yourself. Isn't that an invalid statement?
Thanks for asking me, Ganga. Um, it is this and that and that and that. So we are all one, and at the same time, we are all individuals at the exact same time. So we are not just one thing ever, ever, ever. We were never born as just one thing ever, 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 if you look at that. But on the other hand, if you look at a different perspective, since we are part of the all, we were just born as one thing, part of the all. So it's always this and that and that and that. And I think that's a very important thing that if that I found when I've integrated into my life has made it easier to interact with people, because then I don't have to invalidate anything they're saying just because I wouldn't do that or it's different from me. I'm just like, okay, that's who you be. All right, I get that. And I meet them on common ground, do whatever we need to do, and then move on to the next person and do the same with the next person. I hope that answers it, Ganga.
I think what you were saying before is if however you do whatever you do, the intention, as long as you have like the best intention in mind, then you'll get the best result. Is that sort of what you were saying?
Yes, in a way, but I think your intention is important. It's always very, very important. Intentions are important, but it's being true to yourself first and then your intentions, or you can do it at the same time, but being true to yourself and just being you, and it being all right for you, for it to be you, it being all right for you to hold on to that $10 because you perceive that you need it for something else instead of giving it to somebody else that you don't want to give it to, if that makes sense, Winston.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
How do you? Sorry.
No,
How do
go
you
ahead.
define? How do you define the self? Is it already defined from the get-go, or is it an ongoing definition? Because I assume that you from today and you from 20 years from now is going to be a completely different person. Well, not completely different, but substantially, different rendition.
Yeah. So what I believe, and what my community and those around me believe, is that the all is the one, and the one are the all. And there are two very important things to always look into when you are examining any situation. The first being the mechanics of it, how it actually works, the structure of it, the structure of existence. And then the second, the experience of that existence. So you can have an experience, we were talking earlier, the experience of time, that time is linear, but it actually is linear in our experiential form. But the mechanics of the universe and of existence is that it is here and now. So integrating those two things. And how I see myself is I see myself as a being who is part of all that is, a unique being, and it's the same for everybody, a unique being who never was and never will be before, living in a fourth dimensional reality, currently experiencing a linear time experience, but knowing and exploring that there is more than linear time, and knowing that in future we may actually have the ability to do it. We already have the beginnings of it because, for example, we are here and now, and you can think back, quote unquote, back in time to something that happened, and you can, quote unquote, think into the future of something that's going to happen, but you are still now. So we already have the rudimentary, from my perspective, rudimentary beginnings of our ability to shift into a non-linear existence. So I see myself as a being like that, and that I am growing, and my perspectives will change, but I have rooted my perspectives in that, um, that that we all exist, and that time, everything is here now, that the one are the all, and also that what you put out is what you get back, and that's been called the law of attraction. And a very important thing is that all this can change, any of it can change, except these basics, except the four basics that I said. So that excuse me, that we exist, time is here and now, what you put out is what you get back. The one is the all, and all is the one. Besides those four things, all bets are off. So yeah, like go forth and have fun and all those things.
You can't always get what you want, but if you try,
Yes, you
you might get
can.
what you need.
Oh, sorry. Apologies for interrupting over you. Absolutely.
No, it's just that lyric from that song.
I would say absolutely. And it's part of what we were never taught, Logan, that by your very existence, you have the ability to create everything that you need for this time experience without cheating, manipulating, lying, or any of those things. So if we went to
Oh
a
yeah.
school system that they had taught us that, then we would have had very different experiences. There wouldn't be any crime, there wouldn't be any lying, there wouldn't be any cheating, because there would be no need for it, because people have practiced in the school system knowing how to create what they need, because we are creators. But instead, our school system was more of a regurgitation of certain knowledge and being graded on how well you can regurgitate that knowledge.
Amen, sister. I totally agree. Like we're rich. We're so rich. We're filthy rich, actually, and yet we still struggle. And that's by design. You know, those at the top just well, I don't need to say it, so we all know it. Go
Uh,
ahead, Genga.
I had an interesting thought process I wanted to pass through Zilla to see what would be her reaction to it. Um, Zilla, am I saying your name correctly?
yes, close. Zile. Zile.
Zille. Sorry. Um, you were talking earlier about memory, and I was thinking, well, technically, you never really remember the past. You remember renditions of the past because neurologically, you're compiling together through a neurological process uh, a rendition of what's remaining encoded in your organic tissues to render memories. But let's talk about the non-physical side of it. That's the physical side. Let's talk about the non-physical.
Hold on.
Okay.
You were saying that you're not remembering actual events. You're remembering your last memory of that memory, right?
Yeah, it's like you're scribbling on a piece of paper. Whenever you remember something, you're like referring back to that paper and the scribbles that you wrote down. You never remember the 100% the details or the actual event. You remember a photograph or a portrait of the event. So the most important details are preserved, and you play it back through your neurology as something that happened and is encoded in your memory.
And again, I think we think the same thing around that. So you can definitely say I misspoke on that, because for me, memory is tapping into a parallel reality. So
Okay,
I think it's similar enough to what you're saying. But
but
yeah, go ahead.
assuming that let's say that your neurology is tied to physical space-time constraints and stuff like that. Okay, let's say that it is a linear process. So now let's talk about the non-physical side, where there's a part of you that remembers everything, and that is not directly necessary. It's not necessarily tied directly to your neurology. It's the spiritual memory. Let's say the non-physical processes that leads to your spiritual being. Okay, and that part has some type of memory, maybe constructed completely differently than the neurology. Question: if you were to treat that neurology, I mean, sorry, if you were to treat that non-physical structure of spiritual memory as something that extends through all timelines and it renders your consciousness, and every time you make a decision, you basically eliminate 99.9% of all of the other versions and variations that you're not currently living in, but only selecting one, then what prevents you from changing the past through your non-physical side? Because technically it doesn't have to obey the laws of like thermodynamics or conservation of energy or any of that stuff, since it's a extra spatial type of memory. Am I talking too complicated?
Not even, not even. We were actually, it's so funny, gang. I think you may not have been in the space, or I may have interjected it in the context of something else. But it's what I said earlier, that you create your future and your past from your present. So, absolutely, it's not, your past is not constrained to the here and now in the way that we think it is, except that we have only been taught to think of our lives as one linear continuous motion. And you used a very important word, if I'm remembering it, change or choice. And I think for me that's very, very, very important, because we, a lot of people may not realize it, but everything is a choice. So we have, what are our basic needs? Eat, sleep, drink, poop. Beyond that, it becomes a choice. So what are the choices that we're making, and then labeling them as not having a choice, or labeling them as must do? There are consequences to your actions. So, I don't know, for example, if you have a home and you don't pay your mortgage, or you have a home and you're renting it and you don't pay your rent, they may ask you to leave those premises. That's a consequence of it. So, do you actually need to pay your rent? Do you need to pay your mortgage? That's up to you, what you want. But the basic needs are the ones that I've said before. And then the rest is up to you, how you then mold and create your life, if that makes sense. So we are free. We are more free than we ever thought to. But I think, especially in the context of homes and mortgages and stuff, we have been scared to beyond anything about not paying rent. I'm not advocating for not paying your rent or mortgage, by the way, but we've been like scared to beyond scared about being quote unquote homeless. So I think that then makes people make go to work in a job to pay the mortgage of a home that you don't actually live in or spend time in, because you're going to the job that you don't like to pay for the mortgage or the rent of the home that you actually don't live in, because you go to the job to pay for the rent for the to job that you don't like to pay for the rent. And then we're just in that cycle, and we're just continuously in that cycle, and nobody knows how to break it. But what happened in the last 2 years is that people saw that and people broke that, because now you're working from home and you're like, well, hang on, I actually don't need to physically go to that place and do this thing. And you were still able to get an income. So I think what happened the last 2 years was a very, very big blessing in our changing the way we think and interact with things. And the question now remains is, what are we going to do about it? What are the choices that we're going to make about it? What does this look moving forward? What have we learned from it? I hope I answered your question, Ganga.
Yes, sort of.
Wait, but if I didn't answer it, please
Hold on.
state it.
Let me
I'd love to
just
answer it.
add on to what you were saying real quick about being homeless. I I was raised, pretty rich, or just in an affluent like white suburban area, right? But around 12, yeah, 12, I became homeless, like literally on the street, sleeping in parks or wherever I could find a place to sleep, right? So but something about it, once I got over the fear of the powerlessness and of all that, I actually I feel like that was one of the best experiences of my life, because it kind of erased some of the delusions that I kind of grew up believing were true. And I had never felt more free in my life, actually, having nothing. So I just wanted to say that.
Oh, thank you so much for sharing, Logan. And that is so, so important. And it's these delusions, as you and Lush put it, the delusions of mankind and what we think we actually need. But those are the things, those basics: eat, drink, sleep, dream, poop, and that's about it. Excrete, that's about it. And the rest, then, as you're saying, I don't think a lot of people would have said, oh, when you're homeless, you equate it to freedom. But I've met quite a lot of people who just refuse to conform to quote unquote normal. And it's funny you bring in the homeless thing, because I met a guy on 2 days ago, and we were laughing. Him and I had a very big long conversation about it. But as I was leaving, I was talking to the person I was leaving with, and we said bye. And as I was leaving that shopping center, this guy I met was carrying two shopping bags in either hand, so he wouldn't have been able to open the door. So I said, "Oh, I'll get the door for you." And he said something really funny back. And we started talking, because I was going to talk to that guy because he's in the middle of a shopping center and he is barefoot. And I understand grounding. And whenever I get out into nature, I always take off my shoes, but I wouldn't do it really in the city. And we had this great conversation. And then I realized, oh, I actually don't have anything that I need to go back home to do. So we ended up in the nearby park, but it's now like changing time, so that park was closing. And then I was like, oh no, there's another city park here, I'll show you where it is. We started walking, having the best conversation ever. And then he was talking about grounding, and we did an experiment. And he was like, take off your shoes and stuff. And he was like, maybe it's because you think people are going to say something. I was like, I don't know, but let's try it. So I took off my shoes in the city, and we were walking barefoot through the city to get to the park. And we ended up in the park, and that was a whole nother adventure with the park ranger, because I'd never like the park ranger even asked us if we were hunting. I was like, because he had like a bag with the sleeping bag and everything. I was like, no, I'm not. And then we sat in the middle of the field, and he cooked dinner, and we talked like all the way, like it was dark, and there were other people, like it was pretty dark, but you could still see. I think there was a moon behind clouds, and you could still see. And it was just this great connection with this being that I hadn't met until I opened the door for them and ended up spending hours with that person. So if that hadn't been years ago, I would not have dreamed of having an interaction with that person like that. But because now I'm in that searching mode, that inquisitive mode, that asking somebody, hey, why are you walking through the city barefoot? What are you feel? How does it feel like? How do you do it? All those things. I learned so much from that evening. So yeah, I just wanted to share that as well. And sorry, Ganga, I don't know if I still answered your question, but yeah.
No, it's fine. I enjoyed the story. Sound like you're living it up.
I'm very, very lucky, Ganga, because what happened was so just before all this kicked off, I had my own business, and I was pretty ill end of 2019. And that's its all other story, but got better. And beginning of 2020, I was like, okay, yes, I'm gonna get back into this. I'm gonna do the things that, like get my business up and running and all this and all of that. And I was really geared for it. And then literally the whole world stopped. And knowing what I know and knowing what I've learned, first of all, you don't just become ill. There's always a non-physical, emotional, mental connection, or the theme that you came to explore, right? So that was the first sign. But the second sign is I'm looking outside my window, and the whole world has literally stopped. And I'm like, how am I in a reality where the whole world has stopped? So I was like, okay, I need to back this up. So I have no choice but to actually stop. And I went in within myself, and there was lots of questions, lots of things. And I actually came to the realization that I'd started the business not because I wanted to start a business, but because of what had been presented and my thought forms and processes of freedom. The job I'd had before was excellent, great pay, everything was great, except I needed to be at a certain time, at a certain space, at a certain time. And I wanted freedom from that. And I believed the freedom was achieved through having a business. And I did all those steps and then came back to the business thing. But then, now that we're sitting there at home, because we were at home for months on end, for us here, we only opened up after about maybe 18 months or 2 years fully. And it was during that time I actually started thinking and started looking and speaking to my family, my mentors, all of these things. And they were talking about that the things you need to do, and all the just living your life in abundance. And that's when it actually, for the first time, really, really hit home. And I looked around and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm abundant. So now I only do the things which I find exciting. I only do that excitement thing because I have done all these other things. I've done all these courses. I jumped all through these hoops and they were perfect for then. But the reason why I can live this life that I live now is because when one of my mentors, one of my family said to me, follow your highest excitement to the best of your ability, taking it as far as you can without insistence on the outcome. And whatever happens, take it in the positive light. And when you do that, it will be the organizing principle and it will fully support you in what you need to do. I was like, okay, I've tried everything else. I'm going to try this. Jumped in with both feet and it is incredible. It is just incredible. And it is not anything that any one of us cannot do. You just have to make that choice and go at it as best as you can, being true to yourself. And my life has changed so much. I was a happy person before, but like now there's another level to it. I'm still a happy person and I'm lighter. I'm like a whole lot lighter. Like I don't have to get involved in half the things I used to get involved. I don't have to jump through half the hoops and I'm just a happy person. And that's why I also talk about things like this freely and openly because other people are searching and other people don't have anybody who's ever said that to them and they has ever opened that door for them like those who've opened the door for me. So I'm like, hey, those did that for me. I can do that for others. So yeah, hope that answers your question, Ganga. I don't actually know if it did, but anywho.
Are you still friends with the barefoot man?
I literally met him 2 days ago, and so we exchanged
Oh, right.
details. Yeah, we exchanged details, and then the day after, I saw him again while I was with somebody else, and he's definitely part, I believe, like my community because of the connection we had. And I saw him the next day, and I gave him a huge, big hug, and we will stay in touch. I believe we'll stay in touch, but it's nothing about forcing it or whatever. It's just going to happen as it happens. But he's not the only, incidentally, he's not the only person who walks around barefoot in the city, but he was the first person that I personally met. So I know quite a few people who do it, but he was the first person who I personally met. So I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna talk to that person and find out how they got there. And what I actually found really interesting is that he has a degree, maybe up to the master's level in information engineering. And I was laughing because I have a degree, I have a science degree, a Bachelor of Science, and I have a whole bunch of friends, and I know of a whole bunch of people who we're just accumulating degrees, and nobody is actually really using the degree in the way we were taught to use the degrees. So I just find it a whole lot funny that, yeah, I also found that funny. And I asked him how he got out of the system. And he explained that, you know, he just at some point he was just like, I can't do this, I can't do this. And the country where he lives in, they do have the social payment system, and through synchronicity the person who ended up helping him through the social payment system helped him in such a way that he could then have his own unquote business tutoring and then also get a subsidy from the government, but also found through synchronicity a home that he could live for free. And he is on a monthly basis, it was under 1,000 euro, under 1,000 euro a month, like maybe 700, but he was living an abundant life, which for me is also really amazing because I'd always, whenever I thought about abundance and living that life, I'd always thought of more zeros behind that, having a lot more money, but you can achieve it with a lot less. So yeah.
I have more student debt than him, and I wear shoes.
Yeah, wearing shoes in the city, like I mean, wearing going barefoot is kind of a bit gross. I think, like for me personally, like I feel like I'd step on like a rusty nail or something weird like that. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, as someone who's had like plantar warts before in their life and mad OCD, I'm my path to enlightenment is clearly going to be a lot longer, like a lot bigger of a round trip, because I can't do that.
yeah, I get you.
But can you walk in nature barefoot, like on grass?
Oh, of course, yes, definitely. As long as there's no syringes, depending on the area.
But
Yeah.
yeah, start there. Start being by being true to yourself. if you can walk on grass, then only walk on grass. Just like, because I'd even told him, I was like, yeah, I do this always when I, like, as soon as I get on grass, I kick off my shoes. And I do it sometimes with my partner, and my partner's like, oh my gosh, that feels so much better. And he's like, do you feel better? I'm like, I just feel normal. And he's always like, what do you mean you feel normal? I'm just like, this just feels natural to me. It feels more unnatural to walk on grass with sneakers or anything with shoes on these days. But it was just another level of it, because he was showing me, the barefoot dude was showing me how to do it in the city. And I did it for a while, but am I going to do it? No. No, it's just not my cup of tea. So I'm being true to me. But when
I
I get
wanted to
out in
point
nature,
out about you, Zile, that I think for me personally, I kind of assumed who you were. I because of the way you look and sound, I assumed probably from a certain continent, but that's not actually the truth. And I think it kind of helps adjust the picture a little bit for other people that might not realize that about who you are. You know what I mean? I mean, I don't want to say where you're from unless you're comfortable with that, or where you are. I mean,
Logan, that's very interesting you say that, and thank you for saying it. And it's also the reason why I don't give people personal information anymore. It's not that I'm hiding anything, it's that if it comes out in the course of a conversation, it'll come out. So, for example, people usually, when people meet and talk, they will be like, hey, how are you? What's your name? Where you from? Oh, what do you do? So it was for me getting out of that comfort zone of going to ask a person, because I realized that I was, because of what people had done to me, then I realized, oh, that I'm doing it to other people. So having to go to a meetup session, a business meetup session, and not asking anybody anything that we've been taught to ask beside their name. It was so interesting at first. And some people did get offended when they asked me, oh, where are you from? And I said, I'm from everywhere. I do identify as being from everywhere because I've been lucky enough to live around the world. And I know that assumption thing where people assume things about me. And that's your choice. And the reason why I stopped talking about countries in that context was because um, when I was younger, I used to say, oh, yes, I'm from this and this and this and this. And then it kind of got really long. And I was like, okay, I just talked about the last country. And then people would tell me stuff about that country or the countries before. And it was stuff that I hadn't experienced, or stuff I didn't know about, or stuff I didn't want to know about or be associated with. And all of a sudden, because I had said that country or that thing, they now started associating me with that. And I was like, no. So no, I don't. At the moment, I live in Europe, and it was obvious, evident from the conversation we were having, because I was talking about euros. So, as I said, it will come out naturally. And still, some people are like, no, 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 but you have to be from somewhere. Just tell me where you're from. And I'm like, look where we are. We're sitting where in a pub, in a bar, in a XYZ place. We're not at a border crossing. I do not have to produce a passport for us to have this conversation. You're not an immigration officer. You're not a customs officer. You're not a passport control. So why are we talking about nationalities and passports? You're already looking at me. There's already enough bias by what you can see in the skin suit. So what more do you need? Let's just have the
I don't think it's.
conversation, let it flow. And
I
I've just
think
found
what you're
it's
talking
helped me.
about is like not. I wouldn't. I think maybe we're not talking about like when we say like where are you from, like because we want to be like, oh, this person is going to be labeled this now in my mind. For me personally, it's because I want to know what shaped them, like what kind of because where you grew up kind of shapes kind of how you grow up, who you become. You know what I mean? So it kind of helps me to better understand somebody, maybe. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. And
Is that a bad thing
how no, remember, I don't really do good or bad, but
or
what I would
unhealthy thing,
love to
maybe?
what I would love to know though is how do you eliminate the bias that you yourself just spoke about a few minutes ago? How sure are you that you've eliminated that bias when you have asked the person those questions?
I wanted to know, Logan, who you meant when you said we, like when you were referring to Zille in particular. Who was the we?
Oh, because I was saying like, well, she was describing people that asked the question like, so like, who are you? Where are you from? And like these kinds of things. And I was saying like we the people that ask those kinds of questions. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah.
But Logan, so how do you know that you don't have that bias if you are still
Um,
asking those questions? How do you know that you show in your mind that you don't have the bias?
no, I definitely what we are like we're like robots. We're just copies of copies. We copy everything we see. We're trained how to act, how to speak. You know what I mean? We don't really think for ourselves so much. Like we say these things in certain situations because or this is what we're supposed to say apparently, and that's just what you do. You don't, I don't know, you don't really question it. You know what I mean? And but I like that you're stripping that kind of away and just saying I'm fucking this person, and I'm not really from anywhere. I'm of the world because I traveled all over the world, so I don't really have a place like maybe like wherever that you like grew up. You know what I mean? That's super cool, by the way. I wish I had that kind of. I grew up in California, so I've been here like all my life, except for as an adult traveling for a few years. But yeah,
Oh, well, thanks for saying that, Logan. For me, I believe that everybody is kind of where and when they're supposed to be, always, always, always. But and if you believe somewhere else attracts you and you can be more of yourself in that place, definitely get your butt over there. Get your butt over there and be the person that you think you're going to be in that person. But always remembering that you take yourself with you anyway. So yeah, and the reason why I stripped and I stopped asking people those questions was because of the bias that I would be having conversations with, the way I was treated. So being so when somebody does something that you don't prefer to you, or somebody hurts you in some way, and we don't have to go into the details. You can just look at my profile picture, and there's enough in the news to imagine what that could look like. But when when that happens, and you ask yourself, like, okay, so what is this? How am I going to react? How am I going to be? What type of person am I going to be? And you have a choice, and you can be forever angry. You can't always be angry. You can um, lash out, be hurtful, like hurt the person back. And I've been through all of that. I've been through all of this, and it just got to a point where it didn't work. And then I had to take a step back, and I realized, okay, what you put out is what you get back. And then that's when I started seeing that, hey, I also had my biases when people were talking, and I would assume a lot of things about people. And even just having somebody in front of me, that physical person in that skin suit, the way they speak, their name, their accent, all of this has already maybe created biases within me. So I'm already starting at a bias level. So let me just strip that back as much as I can. And for me, I stripped it back to just name. And anything else that comes up in the conversation will be great. And one of the things that really, really crystallized it for me was when we're at a business meetup, and somebody was asking, like, where are you from? And I was like, everywhere. Like, yeah, I get you everywhere, but where you really, really from? And I'm like, I'm really, really, really from everywhere. Like, no, come on, don't be like that. Just tell us where you're from, man. It's not a big question. It's not like I'm asking for your passwords or anything. And I said, no, that's how I identify, because I've lived around the world, and I identify like this. And I'm the first person you've met like this, but I tell you, there are actually millions of us. And after a few beats of very, very awkward silence, the other group, a lot of the other people in the group had already said who they were. This girl actually said, you know, it's so interesting you say that. I have a grandmother from Africa, but nobody would say that by looking at me. And I say I'm from the country that she had said she's from, just because it's easier. But in actual fact, I've been to this and this and this country. And when I saw that awakening, and I saw that effect, that this really uncomfortableness and me sticking to who I be created for somebody else, I was just like, hey, this is working for me. And I also, because I hold the beliefs that it's not necessarily a numbers game, and that I need a lot of people to follow or a lot of people to hear. it is what it needs to be. So it can be one people, it can be one person, it can be 10 people. It is whoever it needs to be, and that's all right. And being myself, I now trust that being my true self leads to the path of the things I want. So hey, it's working so far. Don't break it if it ain't broke. So
You're
yeah.
right. Like
Yeah,
always be yourself,
I wanted
no
to
matter
say
what.
something. I like to ask people like, what's their story? Like when I meet someone, I'll be like, hey, what's your story? Like that's just, and then I just let them tell me what they want me to know about them, I guess. Yeah, that's what I like to do.
That's an interesting way. Thanks for sharing, Ocean. That's
She's very
definitely.
smart. She's like you could tell she's been through like either like a lot of therapy or she's like studied a lot of therapy because she's very smart that way. You know what I mean? She's very empathic. She's I would have her as a therapist for sure.
Yeah, I do think I think we are all infinite intelligence, and for sure Ocean has nuggets, as a lot of people have shared as well, but definitely I've learned a lot from listening to you. So thanks for sharing, Ocean.
Zive, I
Yeah,
was going to tell you about the what you were saying about just being yourself, like no matter what, like I was sharing earlier about being homeless. Like I was super embarrassed and I felt kind of like pariah, like no one wanted to be around me, and like just being homeless is pretty like a lot of shame involved with that. You know what I mean? But at a certain point, I shed that. I stopped caring and started about that anyway. And I kind of started learning how to I guess stop being like what other people like wanted me to be into like a certain thing or whatever, and just kind of try to just be like whatever I am, and just go with that, whatever that means, just
well, and
follow
like
like
what even gives you a home? Like what classifies a home? Because like I know there's like I'm from like BC originally, and like there's islands where people like they have different versions of what a home would be to them, right? Like they don't have the same type of things that you would see in a city. So it's like what exactly is a home? Because like nature is my home. I love being in nature, but I still want like, a roof over my head for when it rains, right? But you know what I mean? I'm just saying, like, uh, you really have to break down, like, being like the saying you're homeless. It's like, I feel like if you're a person of the earth, you're never actually homeless because the earth is your home. That's all I'm trying to say.
you're so right. But in this situation, I was like 13, so I wasn't quite there yet. Um, I and it's in the city, it's a lot harder to like connect with nature. It's just like a concrete jungle. So what I mostly did was just sleep in my high school's baseball dugout. So when the sprinklers in the field would go off at like 5 in the morning, they would like wake me up to like get ready for school. So I guess that was my own. But yeah,
And if you don't mind me asking, Logan, so how did you interact, or who knew about that, or what happened? If you only share as much as you're willing to share, you don't have to share anything more than that. Thanks.
oh yeah, I don't care about it. It's cool. I'm not like embarrassed about it. Uh, like you're asking like who knew? Like my parents knew. I guess that's it. Maybe my friends knew.
And so I'm just wondering, like, the the practicalities of going to school and living in a baseball dugout. Like, what did that look like?
Um, okay, so I said my alarm clock was the sprinklers in the field, so that's kind of like what would wake me up. And then there's like a park behind the high school that has like a public bathroom. So like I would just go like maybe just like brush my teeth in there and like use the bathroom or whatever, and then I don't know, just gather my stuff and just go to school from there. That was pretty
And
much how that worked.
how did you change your clothes, or how did you shower and eat and stuff like that? If you don't mind me asking, sorry, I'm
No, I
just
don't care.
inquisitive of this.
So
Sprinklers
yeah,
were a shower.
yeah. Well, no, I didn't. The
Sorry, that's innocent.
there's a college that was like around the corner, and this college had free showers. So I would use the college showers like I don't know, every other day or whatever, because they weren't
And
open every day. So
where did you keep your clothes?
I would just stash them like in a bush or like wherever.
And then how did you clean them?
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of that going on. I don't have like a laundry, a washer dryer machine. I just did the best I could. Just wash it in the sink or whatever.
Why were your parents like not okay? Maybe that's like too much information. I just feel like as a parent, I would be like, give me your laundry. If you're not gonna come and live with me, then just like let me do your laundry. I don't know. That's
No, they
quite the
were assholes.
experience. But like, I don't know, look at Aladdin. Like you hear like I don't know, you watch the movie Aladdin and like Aladdin, he lives like in a city and he lives like in an abandoned building with a monkey and he loves his life. So I'm just saying, like obviously you had a pretty grim outlook. You didn't enjoy your experience, but maybe for someone else that wanted that type of freedom, like if they
You're misinterpreting me. Definitely. I said it earlier. You might not have heard, but I was maybe the most happiest I'd been maybe ever. Also, I shared the dugout eventually with this there was this guy who was like in a wheelchair who was also homeless and he only had like one leg. So like while I would go to school during the day, he would go to like the local post office and like just post up in his wheelchair with his missing leg and like try to get money off people, you know what I mean? Just like I'm a wounded vet or whatever. That was his thing. And like he had like a wife that was just like a crazy alcoholic and just like a nutcase but they were like hilarious like together and like we just had a lot of fun like just being free and like just doing whatever we wanted.
Yeah, Logan. Um, I'm homeless in California. Feels like homeless. I was homeless at 17 as well. I slept in a 93 Forest Green Camry coupe. I took showers and washed my ass at the beach, to answer your questions, Eli. And I washed my clothing at the gym. And homeless feels like homeless. And at first, it might feel like Aladdin. I might feel like Prince Ali Ababwa. But after a while, that shit feels like fucking homeless. It's
Yeah, you're
cops.
right, dude. You're right.
It's
It did
cops
get old.
knocking on your window, going, "Move your shit." It's not a game. Homeless is terrible when you're not 18 and you have no credit score and you have nothing. It's a terrible feeling. And Logan, I'm sorry you went through that, bro. Like, I know what a home feels like because I made one after. So I'm sorry you went through that at 13, bro. I went through that at 17 and it felt like hell. And I was San Diego, bro. I know that. I'm sorry you went through that, bro. Yeah,
I mean,
man.
it's cool. It's whatever. I mean, like we all got our own journeys, dude. And I think like in a weird way, like I needed it because I grew up I was saying earlier, like very like spoiled. Like I just took everything for granted and just thought like I was like owed shit. So like when like what happened was when I was 12, my parents got divorced and they wanted me to like pick like who I was gonna live with, and I was like, I'm not playing that game. Like I was just like destroyed by it really, and I wasn't gonna pick, so I just said fuck both of you, and that was that. They were gonna get divorced either way, so I was like fine, and so I was that was it. So that's kind of like what spurred it on. But when I was like 16, 17, and ended up getting like an apartment with like another dude in high school. So like it wasn't all bad, but those like 12 to like 16, like only like the first like year or two was like super awesome. After that, it got like you were saying, like real old.
It gets old super fucking fast, bro. Like, that's the same thing that happened with me. Like, if I went back into the conflicted household that I could have gone back to. My parents moved away from California to move to Virginia, and I couldn't go back to anywhere without moving back home. And, like, there's a bit of pride and there's a bit of like, I'm going to fucking do this type thing going on. Like, I don't know if you went through that as well, but there's a bit of this like, I'm gonna do this. It eventually worked out for me, so now no one can say shit to me at Christmas. But you know, at the it was it's terrible being homeless. It's terrible.
Yeah, no, I didn't do it out of a pride thing at all. It was just I kind of did it as like if you guys like get divorced, I'm just gonna leave. It was like a kind of like
You were
just call
distressed.
their bluff. Yeah, I was like,
Yeah, like I would say that I didn't do it out of a pride thing, but I stayed in that situation out of a pride thing. Like,
oh right,
like what Ocean was kind of saying, like, why don't you go take your clothes back? Like, fuck no. I've already been on the streets for 6 months. I'm not taking my clothes. I'm not going to go wash my clothes now. I'll fucking wash my clothes in the gutter before
right,
I go
yeah,
do that.
it was
You
pride.
know? So there's a bit of that, you know.
Well, I'd just like to say my auntie chose to live out of her truck for a long time. She just chose to not have a a like physical location. She had dogs, so they lived like in the back of her truck, and she'd like, yeah, it was just a choice she made for a while.
It's much easier in California, I think. I lived in Washington, north in the Puget Sound area for a bit. I wouldn't have done it up there. Like if I had to deal with real winters, I probably wouldn't have done that. But
Well,
I
I
don't.
have
California's a lot easier.
when I moved to northern Alberta, because I'm from BC, where like it's like barely any snow. But when I moved to northern Alberta, I asked that question. I was like what do the homeless people do during the winter time? Like like they like where do they go? And the lady I worked in a mall, and my manager's like, well, if you see a homeless person like outside like sleeping in the winter, you have to like call the police. And that like blew my mind. I'm like fuck, you wouldn't like be like, hello, are you okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. It just the city mentality kind of fucked with me.
Yeah, in California, like homeless people are just like, you know, public attractions. It's
It's an
just part of.
epidemic.
Yeah, it's just part of the thing. Like I was out there with him, and Logan was too. He had like he just said like it's just one of those things where like in Southern California, you just housing is so crazy here. You're like it's just ridiculous. I actually had a question for Zila. Zile, like speaking about identity, and I think that that's like I'm half black, half white, right? And like I'm sort of racially ambiguous. It's kind of hard for people to pin down what I look like in real life or whatever. And my pops was in the military, so we moved around a lot. That was one of the reasons I was in San Diego, but I've lived in Washington and Virginia and Hawaii and Chicago and a bunch of places. Not in other countries like you, but in a bunch of states. You know, the United States is big, and like when people ask me where I'm from, I don't really have that. I totally vibe with where you're coming from, but it seems like the answer that you give them almost robs people of the opportunity to strip away the bias themselves. And I'm wondering if you think about that at all. I totally respect like the approach, and I'm saying that as somebody who's, you know, biracial from a bunch of places, and like I get where you're coming from 100%, but I'm wondering if you feel like you're almost stripping away people of the opportunity to look like an asshole so that you don't even know. Like you kind of rob that, you know?
Um, well, that's definitely one way of putting it. I didn't think of that. But for me, I think I've played that game and answered that game enough times. And I know that there are people, for example, like my partner feels the same as me, and he kind of has the same story as me, but not to the extent as me, as well. And he also he gets rubbed the wrong way when people be asking him all those questions and stuff like that. But for me, I just feel like I've done it enough times and in so many different ways answering that question that, first of all, for those who don't know how to identify and who know they don't belong to just one thing, now then have an opportunity to hear something different and open up to that. And second, because I know that my kids are like that, will be like that. And also knowing that if I'm meeting somebody, I just want to get to the crux of whatever it is that we're getting into. So Maybe the crux of it will just be to share a joke and that's it. But and it's so funny the way you phrase that, that I'm robbing them for their chance to show that they're being jerks. And I think maybe that is my intention. Maybe it's my intention that I didn't realize, to show them that they can be more, but more in a loving way maybe. And then, because I believe that if you spread love, then more love is going to be there. And if I show them something different, then maybe they can then see something different, and they then now have something they have access to then make a choice to be different. But so far, it works wonders for me, and I love it. And I'm going to keep doing it. And I'm going to keep doing it until something more aligned with who I am being at that moment comes through. And it was something that I wanted to actually just interject there with. You guys both, you and Logan, were talking about your situations, and I don't know the background, and I'm not trying to take away from the situation, but what I found in my own life experience and what I've been taught is that we came for a reason in this whole universe as we understand it. We interjected ourselves in a very specific point in space time to experience very specific things that you can experience. And it's all right if you experience them and then you're like, well, this was fun, and now it's not fun. And then at that point where it is no longer fun and excitement, that becomes the most interesting thing for me. So, what do you do? Are you going to go back to feeling bad, use the word bad or sad or unhappy? Fair enough. It's valid. It's an emotion. Or you're going to look at it and be like, oh, so I'm feeling negative emotion. So that means I'm not in alignment. How do I get into alignment? And then you bounce back off and be in alignment. And then you're just constantly doing this bouncing thing, so you don't have to wallow in any negative emotion, not because you are avoiding it, but because you're navigating your life in such a way in the direction that you want to go, and you're navigating in such a way that you're always understanding that you're on track and moving in the direction that you want to go. And certain things are going to happen anyway, and you choose to see the positive side of those things so you can see the benefit of those things. Did I answer your question though?
No, you actually there. This is a conversation. Like I think you answered my question super well, and I actually wanted to say something um, in response because I have taken your position in the past. My in conversations with my father. My father's black, right, and he's from Chicago, and that's in the northern part of the United States. And after he joined the Marine Corps, he started to love the South. He started loving the American South. I used to joke on him, be like, "Bro, how do you want to go down there, bro? They're gonna lynch you, bro. Like they're not. They're like, what are you doing to keep your ass away from there? You know what I mean? That type of shit." And he'd be like, "You know what, son? You know why I love the South? Because currently he lives in Dallas, but he spent time in Gulfport, Mississippi, and all kinds of places in the American South. And he said, you know what I love about the South, um, Michael, Dan, shit, I just said my name. uh, you, uh, you know what you get when you're dealing with it. So you know who doesn't like you, and you know who does. So you get this immediate opportunity in the South where people in the American South where people want to set up those biases and they're very forward and they come very forward and you get it right away. And I think that that's sort of like what you're describing, where I used to be like, hey, man, just I don't want to see any of that. I don't want to see any of that kind of those biases that you're sort of describing or any of those like preconceived notions that you're describing. I'd rather keep this sort of conversation sterile on the front end and maybe get lively on the back end. On the front end, I'd like it to be sterile. And I'm using sterile not as a bad word, but like sort of like, let's just be two humans in a sterile environment. And then maybe something can come of it where my dad's like, I want the full picture and I want to see how ugly you can get so that we can move to the next part and that alleviates a lot of possible disappointment in the future. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And I think the thing that I take away from this is, do what works for you and do it to the best of your ability. And I think it's one of the things that we are beginning to realize now is that there is not just only one way, and there does not need to be only one way. And just because you do something different from the way I do it doesn't mean we then have to fight about it. We both can just be, and you boo, I do me, and where we meet, and we have fun in that where we meet at that crossing. And if we don't, we don't, but I'll still love you from whatever I'm doing. For me, I that's my commitment to my life experience in this
I
physical life
love that,
experience.
Zila, and I want to say that I usually I 9 times out of 10 take your position as well. I've just had conversations with other people in my family. Like 9 times out of 10, I take your position as well. Like that shit doesn't really matter. But I've actually had conversations very similar to this, and as in your position on a more microcosmic scale, and I take your position there. So I just kind of wanted to hear what you had to say about that.
Oh, thank you, thank you. And for me, it's just like being in the skin suit taught me so many things. And at some point, I was just like, no, I just refuse to be afraid. And I've done the fighting, being angry, hating people, and all these things. And it worked when it worked until it didn't. And then that's when those questions we were talking about, the question comes up, and then there's a seeking for more. And that's where I'm at this moment, this paradigm where I find it is just a whole lot easier to love everybody than to try and divide and figure out this and figure out that. If I just love everybody, oh, my life is just so much easier, and I'm all for ease and flow, just ease and flow and fun and happiness. I'm just done with suffering and hard work and all of these other things. I'm just like, no, I'm all for fun and excitement. And lots of people, I've been taught this by people who've done it. So I know it is a possibility, and now I'm doing it for myself. So yeah, I'm pretty good. But thanks anyway.
It's so much easier to be yourself than to try to be something you're not, you know?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And I think also that but someone was talking about maybe it's the fear of rejection. And if people reject you, that's all right. You have options. There are literally billions of us on this planet. There are literally billions of people. So if a few, I don't know, 100,000 million people reject you, you still have options. You will always have options. It's
Oh
part of the
yeah.
fun of this time-space reality.
I mean, we're all here, aren't we? We all found each other, so
Yeah, exactly, exactly. We all found each other in that space talking about UAPs and UFOs and contact and all of that. And like some people, and everybody's experience has been different. And for me, what I found super exciting, or maybe I'm coming late to the party and people stop talking about it, but what I find super exciting is the different experiences people have had that I never even imagined were possible. And I love hearing about that, like what you shared with us earlier, Logan, about the skeletons and stuff like that. I have never heard that before. Like that was a total first for me. So I'm always kind of like, oh, what else is out there? What else is out there? What are people experiencing? How are they experiencing it? Could it be this? Could it be that? Because I've had my extra dimensional and extraterrestrial contact, and I know what that is, but I'm curious as to what it looks like for other people. And if anybody is feeling like sharing, I would love that. And I see Lucia's in the building.
oh,
No
it's a safe
pressure.
space. Safe space, everyone.
Yeah, no pressure,
Still
Lucia.
there,
You
Logan?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, I mean, I think part of the reason, like I said, that was the first time I've ever talked about it because I've always waited for somebody else to share that story so that way like I didn't feel like it was just me like alone and like I was crazy or something, you know. But I don't know. At a certain point, I just gotta, just say fuck it, you know. So
but
whatever.
yeah, and you're a unique being, so you can have an experience that is uniquely yours. And that's another thing I think we weren't taught about, that it's all right for you to have a unique experience, that nobody sees and hears the things that you do because you are a unique being. And not to out you, but Screen Name was talking about a very interesting experience that he once had. And they didn't talk about it, their family, until much later. So I don't know if he wants to share as well. But I thought it was interesting. But anyway, anybody else who wants to share, totally open. And Winston, you had asked what Logan was saying. He had just said this is a safe space to share, so anybody can share what they want to share.
What's up, Lush?
Not much. It's
Um,
super early for me here, but also super late. I haven't gone to sleep yet. So like, cool story. I'm really glad I got to hear all that stuff you guys were talking about. Honestly, just really cool stuff. And Logan, Brandon Fugel just replied to your message.
Oh, no way.
You saw that, right? He like posted a picture of a little kid all jacked up on Mountain Dew.
Oh, I thought you meant you replied to my reply of that.
No, just that first one. But Zile, how you doing? I heard you call my name out, so I just wanted to jump in and say hi. But I was about to just sign out. I'm done for tonight, guys. Really good hanging out though.
Yeah, it's good to see you, man. I assumed you were
Nice.
sleeping.
For sure. Loving the conversation. I'll talk to you guys soon. Have a good night.
yeah, I'm on his side of the coast. It's almost 5.
Yeah. What time do you have like a normal bedtime?
No, I
Screen.
just have like a fall asleep time.
Screen.
Yeah.
Do you still play us on
Logan, I can't hear you, by the way. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can
Screen?
you not hear me? Oh, I had my mic pointing down. Can you hear me better now?
No, we could hear you, Logan, just fine. I think it might be a thing with Winston, because I could hear everybody, including you, Winston, perfectly. Oh, I think he's jumped out to jump back in.
Screen. Do you still play us when you're Ubering, bro?
You know it.
Do your passengers hear like what's going on?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like how I gauge on like what I could throw at them based on how they react to what y'all are saying.
I was one of the first couple times me and Screen were in the same lobby. I heard somebody get up and say, "Good night, have a good night," and close the door. And I said, he was like, "Yeah, that was just my Uber passengers." And I was like, "They heard all that?"
What were you guys talking about at the time? Do you
Bro, it
remember?
was like some ultra terrestrial shit, bro. It was some crazy shit. Like, I was just like, Screen was like, "Yeah, bro, I gotta drive. Like, they need a ride."
Yeah, it's like to me, from my perspective, it's like the most awesome job ever. Like I know that's like the most stoner thing, but like I literally just like do what I want to and then like chill with people, you know. But like it gives me the freedom to make my own schedule, and that's like the biggest thing to me.
What star rating did they give you?
I don't think I've ever had like under a 5-star rating.
That's amazing. I'd give you a 5-star for that.
Who do you drive for? Like Uber and Lyft and I
You
don't
guys
know.
got DD?
No, I just do Uber and I don't really like I've got it set up to where I don't like need a whole bunch of money and stuff, so like I don't even really have to work a lot either. So like it just depends on gas and stuff. Like when gas was high, it was like it wasn't that great, but like I try to like make sure I don't put too much miles on the car, you know.
I thought about doing Uber Eats dressed in nothing but a suit, so I don't really have to squander like the appearance there.
Wait, say that again, Winston?
I just had an idea to dress up as Agent 47 from Hitman and do like Uber Eats orders just to see what it feels like.
What do you mean?
Do
Like
Uber
how what
Eats?
feels like?
I don't know, to deliver food dressed like an assassin.
How would they know you
Are
were
you
an
gonna shave
assassin?
your head, Winston? Drop the top bald? Are you gonna drop the top super baldy?
No, I probably wouldn't go that far.
Would you just wear a head cap? Would you wear a shower cap? Like a.
Yeah, probably just one of them with a barcode on the back.
Yeah, that's probably how you got.
Yeah.
Please do, and then and share with us what happens.
You're
That
just
sounds
dropping off people's
interesting.
naan bread and fucking chutney, just with a fucking shower cap and a suit.
It was just kind of the working idea in progress. I don't know if I'll actually do it.
Oh, that was Winston that was saying that? Oh. I thought
Who
it
did you
was
think it was?
I thought it was Dan that was saying that.
Nah, bro. Like Screen, the original thing was Screen picks up people and drives them around in your spaces, Logan. And he picks
Oh no,
up.
I got that part. I just got confused with who was saying the Hitman part.
Oh yeah, then Winston wants to Uber Eats people with a full suit. You got to get like an airsoft gun or something to tuck it, just to.
They probably wouldn't want to eat their food though, thinking that it's poisoned.
No, that means it's been super protected. Do you understand?
Right.
This
You
is
had that like awesome red tie.
that means it's been handled
one
with
of
care,
them.
Winston.
I don't know. It'd work better for someone with alopecia because I've got too much hair for that.
Yeah, same. I'm a hairy dude.
There's definitely like a owl out here right now. It's pretty cool.
The owls aren't what you think they are.
So Zile, I kind of missed it, and I'll go back and listen. But in the quick and dirty, have you had like an experience in your time like where you lived? You ever?
Oh, you mean like extraterrestrial, extra dimensional?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I did share one earlier today. So I'm beginning to remember a lot that I had as a kid and into my teens. Um, and also, the rate at which you remember is the rate at which you remember anyway, but it also signifies when you're ready for more contact. And I have quite a lot in my dreamscape. And I am basically, for lack of a better word, quote unquote, training to be a first contact specialist, an open contact specialist. So I am raising my vibration so that I can physically meet beings who are of a higher vibration, a lighter vibration, and still be able to physically interact with them. So there are a few steps and there are a few tests that you can do for yourself. And I know for sure that I'm not ready for that just yet, but I'm getting there for sure. So
I'm
that's
not
kind of
trying to nail
my
you down. I'm not trying to nail you down, but you've got an accent like you might be from Zimbabwe or Southern Africa, and I'm feeling like I don't want to be like I'm talking to somebody from aerial school and I don't know it. Are you? You're not that.
No, I've lived all around the world, and what's really interesting about that is everybody picks up on their own accent. I have lived in Zimbabwe and I've lived in South Africa, and I'm currently living in Ireland at the moment. So everybody picks up on whatever it is they pick up on, and I'm okay with that.
But you're not an aerial school experience.
What you mean?
Hold
What?
on, Screen's pet wombat got out of its cage again.
Wait, for real? Is it a wombat?
No, I don't know. It's just Mike's playing all these noises.
Like I don't want to miss out on the fact that I'm possibly talking to an aerial school person. You didn't go to aerial school or something like that.
What is aerial
Logan's not
school?
in. Okay, all right. No, we're good. We're good.
Yeah. So
Logan's
I
not
guess I
answering my
didn't.
DMs, so This is an aerial school like experiencer, and okay, so that
Oh wait,
Oh, I'm sorry. Like I can't
You mean
tell.
in Zimbabwe?
yeah. That.
Oh, that school. No, no, no. No, I wasn't one of those kids. Let me think. I did have experiences in Zimbabwe. I did. I have some experiences in Zimbabwe
Did
for
you
sure.
hear about that when you lived out there? That school?
Um, no.
Okay, yeah.
No, I didn't hear about that experience until after, but it's not it's not surprising. Like, I mean, it's like we're sitting here talking about UFOs and UAPs and stuff like that, and we're just talking about them straight up. So whatever comes out of this conversation is not really going to be surprising. So I'm not really surprised that there was such an encounter, because I know that there are a whole lot more encounters and people just interact and react to them differently. But it was a very interesting. It came up in something I was listening to as well. That a person from that school was asking um, Bishar a question. I don't know if that's a bit of a interesting spot for you talking about Bishar, Logan. But anyway, so a person from that school was actually asking Bishar and explained that they were part of that experience, and the extraterrestrials came. I think it was in Zimbabwe in 1994. And then he said Bishar's answer to that was they are part of the hybridization agenda. However, theirs is slightly different to most, and more information will be given at a later stage. So I don't even know what that means, but more information is forthcoming. But most from this kind of timeline, and my understanding of it, is about a third of us are part of the hybridization agenda or hybridization
Wait,
process, as I understand it.
when did he say this? I want to hear that.
That would have been in a transmission, I think, in the last 2 months. I actually recorded it because I wanted to share it with a bedmaster, because we were in a space with him at one time, and he was really into that because he lives in South Africa.
Oh,
So
awesome. Share it
yeah,
with me.
yeah. I have I just recorded that short bit, so I can't really play it in this space now because it's copyrighted material. But I can share with you um privately.
I sent you my
And
email.
yeah, and then I'll try. I hope I made a note of which transmission it was. But yeah, and I
I
know
don't think there's
Logan.
a provision for copyright not to be played in spaces. I could be wrong about that
I have no idea, but
I
because
think you
I
there's
do
no
it
have.
royalty
anyway.
system in spaces yet.
But
Yeah, I think you
even
can
if
do whatever you want.
it isn't, it's, and this is part of me being who I be now. Um, Understanding that even if there isn't that law, but my
Oh,
understanding,
right. I see. I
respecting.
get you now.
Yeah, and I found that it also helps me feel better about it, because Daryl, the guy who channels Bashar, specifically talks about copyright, and it's been brought up in a few conversations that they've had. And as somebody who is now looking at the world differently and starting my own business again in a different light, I'm looking at it and being like, okay, so how am I going to do it? How do I interact with other people who have that kind of material? So that's kind of where it's coming from, Winston. So, yeah.
It's a beautiful thing.
I do think so, but so Logan, because we just actually started talking about Bashar, there's something I've been meaning to ask you or talk about with you specifically. That's if I've answered Dan's question anyway. But a while back we were talking, and we were in a space, and I shared something, and then people were like, no, 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 it has to be stuff that only comes from you. And then we were in another space, and then you said, if you had said that information and you had said the extraterrestrials told you and that it wasn't from a channeled entity, then it would have been accepted. And then we kind of bounced off and went off in a different direction, but it was in the back of my mind, and I was like, for me, I interact with information very differently, because I also understand that I am information and you are information. By our very beingness, we are information, and information does exist. So, whether it comes from a channeled being, or the sun, or my own thoughts, or the table, or Logan, or whoever, it's information, and then I just choose it. I look at it as neutral, and then I decide how I then interact with it. So I wanted to find out exactly maybe what your thing was with the channeled information, and why it seemed like, because when I mentioned it that day, it seemed like it was a really, really touchy subject in that space. People were like, no, 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 all over the place. So I was just kind of like, well, that happened, but maybe if you're open to sharing, I'm open to listening.
Oh, you mean just like why why I said that?
Yeah, kind
Because
of like
yeah,
people's interaction with channeling, and like and people were, yeah.
because it's oh yeah, it's pretty. I think it's not for me the way I see it anyway, and the way I think. other people probably see it too, is that like you hear Ganga talk, right? And he talks as if, he's speaking the gospel, right? And other people kind of say things like my opinion or this is what I believe or and everyone's just cool with all that. But like Ganga can say the most off the wall shit. But since like I think like everything he says is coming from aliens, which I guess is uh has reached a point where it's like enough people have deemed it like okay and like not controversial to believe in, then like it's okay. Like he can say that shit because aliens are cool now. But channeling hasn't reached that plateau yet. So it's still on the outer edges of the stigma, So if you're trying to say like the same shit as Ganga is saying, but or you were saying like, but I got it through channeling, people would be like, get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? So you can say the same things as you're saying now, but just say like I know you couldn't do this because it's not the truth, but hypothetically you just say I got it from aliens and people would be like, oh, okay, cool, you're really smart. It's amazing like what you contribute to the group instead of being like this person's like a little much, maybe, you know what I mean?
I'm not sure. Well, you've brought up a few different things. I've been told I'm a little much on several occasions, and I'm all right with that. If I'm a little much for you, I'm a little too much for you. What am I gonna do? I'm
No,
not
you
gonna.
actually, I'm just saying hypothetically. I don't
No,
think
no,
anyone
that's
said that
no.
about you.
Oh no, I've heard it before. I haven't heard it in a space, and even if I do, it's whatever. It's I've heard it before, but also my interaction with people is you can say anything you want to say to me. You can ask me anything you want to ask me, and then when you've done that, you've given me an opportunity to respond, and then I can too. And that specific space, I mean, Chupacabra was talking about, yeah, and now you've reminded me the context as well was that the way I was speaking about it is fact. Because for me, it is fact. In my life, it is fact. And it's not, the stories were not told to me or passed down to me in maybe either or. It was told as a fact of the reality that I'm experiencing. So I passed it on as a fact of the reality that I'm experiencing. And other people also have that opportunity. Now, I can say anything. Nobody has to, you don't have to listen to me. You don't have to take what I'm saying on board. You are never under any obligation. And then some people will be like, oh yeah, she's saying this to sell books, or she's saying this because she has this business or whatever. And maybe I am, but I have that integrity that I am saying it because I believe it to be true. But you are your own unique creative being. You do not have to believe what I believe to be true. And you do not, I believe need me to be different so you can be 100% of who you be. So that was kind of my confusion. And to add to it, because Chupacabra said something about his dad being from Tonga, and then they only have 14 alphabets and everything. But I took it to mean, and he's not here, so now he can't say it, but I really took it to mean like, oh, because my knowledge is, uh, we'll use the word indigenous. We all are indigenous, by the way, but because of that, because it has not, nobody has written a scientific paper about it, I cannot contribute that knowledge in the group to the way it was shared to me. Or now I have to conform to something else when I know it to be different. And like I said earlier, science will always come after experience in the way that we live at the moment. Maybe in quote unquote the future it'll be different, but in the way that we live right now, science will always come after experience. And because I know that, I don't have to wait for science to tell me something that I am living, that I know other people are living, and all of that. And also understanding the interaction that I jumped into this time space reality in a very specific place, and we have a very specific history, and I know how some of that knowledge was lost. And that knowledge, some of it, the knowledge was lost because people stopped sharing, people stopped talking about this lost knowledge, and people didn't, because it was a non-physical, the nature of the knowledge was non-physical, people didn't stand their ground, not fight, but stand their ground and share the knowledge to those who were willing to listen. So that's part of what that knowledge, how that knowledge was lost. So for me, I will never stop talking about the stuff that was, and if then it doesn't conform to the space, I'm happy to then go somewhere else. But I, coming and have lived this life, I will not be different so that other people can feel better about themselves. I will be who I be, and I will never ask you to be different so I can feel better about me. Be exactly who you be, and we'll meet where we meet or not where we don't, but I will always love you anyway. So I don't know. Yeah. So we went way off tangent, but the thing with channeling is I quoted a channeled person who speaks in English in the country that people are in. So my logical brain was like, oh, that may be great for people who want more information and go there. Because if I quoted some other people in a language you don't speak to, then it's kind of like, how do you even access that? You know? But yeah. And Kent, you have your hand up. We're just kind of free rolling, Kent. Go ahead and
Oh
you're
yeah,
welcome.
cool. I just didn't want to disturb the discussion. That's all. You know what I'm like. I tend to interrupt things, but I was just gonna, you know, when it's been one of the things I've been wrestling with when we're on all these spaces, and I was going to suggest to one of the spaces I was in this morning, try not to be a space controller, try to be a space facilitator, and there's a difference. You know, there's a difference between having an opinion and what I actually posted about it this morning. I call it discovery syndrome. And it's where when we're in such a new field, when we're looking at all this loosh and woo and all these bloody different acronyms, because it's such a broad spectrum of a phenomenon, and the way it sort of manifests itself to all the different people it does, everyone that gets a big insight or everyone that has a profound experience, and I don't mean any offense by it, but immediately becomes the expert on the subject. And it makes it hard to have the discourse where people can look at different ideas, look at different perceptions and the way we're understanding this thing, and be able to discuss it in the context of this is what I've experienced and this is what is enforced in my belief system. But what do other people think? And that's something that you don't hear that often. They don't sort of put it in, and I don't mean any offense by it. I don't mean to be a dick, but it's sort of the way they put it. I had a bit of a discussion with one of the guys this morning who I really like. I like his mind. He's a smart guy. And I said to him, I said, you've got some great skills that a lot of people could learn from. I said, but I feel like you're throwing them at me instead of trying to share them with me. And there's a difference. You know what I mean?
I'm not really sure if I'm following you, but for example, like I sometimes speak of my opinions and facts as if they're facts, and I will continue to do so where I feel appropriate because they are facts for me. But you're under no obligation to ever take it as a fact for you because you're your own
Just yeah,
unique being.
just sort of to respond to you though, love. I was not talking about you in particular. It was actually someone else in another space.
Oh,
What
no,
what I
no,
was
no. I
sort of
know
trying
for
to,
sure. I
yeah.
know for sure. Sorry, Kent. But I was just saying that's my perspective. But I didn't understand the way you were phrasing and the interaction because I wasn't in that space. I didn't understand the interaction of and the point that you were bringing across. Apologies and thanks.
No, like exactly what Kent was saying is sort of what Logan was saying in the same like like vein. Like there are people that sometimes enter these spaces, and when we're talking about UAP or the phenomena, or even some of the woo, there's folks that sort of talk at you and not with you, and it doesn't feel like a joint discussion. And both Logan, Kent, and Screen know that I can be kind of a C word or anything, but like when it comes to the phenomena, I never shout anybody down about their experience. That's one like line I'll draw. Like if we're talking about the UAP and the phenomena, I won't. I'll leave that as sacred ground. Like to be open to a conversation, as to not feel like I'm talking at people or being talked at. So I can some names have been named that aren't usually, and I feel like Kent is sort of alluding to certain names as well, but I'm not going to be the messy little bitch and say the names. But I think we kind of all know, like, just, there's people that is sort of talking from authority, and I've brought that up in other spaces, Kent. I don't know if you remember that, but like sometimes
Oh
people
yeah,
sometimes people speak with this phenomena and they speak from authority, and it's like, hey man, we're all just trying to figure this shit out. And it's like sometimes even people who speak with a level of confidence about this, it can feel, not you, Zile, in this particular, we're talking past you a little bit, but in this particular situation, like,
I don't think they would care, by the way, if you wanted to say their name because.
nah, Logan, I'm already combative enough. I don't need to say anybody's name, bro. You know me.
All right.
Like,
No, but
if
like
we
for
get
an
in this
example,
space,
oh
yeah.
sorry,
If we
oh
like there's just like a situation where it's like, hey, like if we're nobody can really speak from authority on this, let's just try our best to just like not don't be combative about the phenomena. We can be combative about other stuff. Let's not be combative or sort of speak from authority in particular situations in a combative way. It's okay to speak from authority, but like it gets a little weird sometimes when I'm like, hey, like I know that there is a flying spaghetti monster in my closet. It's like, well, let's discuss this a little bit, and you kind of get into this like situation where this sort of subject sort of is like a beacon for certain types of thinking, and sometimes people can become like very like authoritative in a way that's not healthy. I'm an asshole, by the way, Zila. In some spaces, I
oh
can be an asshole.
there's no shortage of them in spaces, mate. I'm definitely one as well. But I just wanted to make an admission to people so that people sort of, because I do seem to have a little bit of a voice in this community. So I sort of wanted to say, I don't make any pretension. I have an agenda. My agenda is I believe we need to be better towards each other. And I think personally that disclosure and learning more about this stuff is going to help us all get along better. So that is why sometimes I do get passionate and I get a bit pissed off, especially when we get these. I don't mind the guys that come in and they're opinionated because they're passionate. That doesn't bother me as much as the people who sort of come in and disingenuously, like it's like you, Dan. You come in and you speak with intelligence. You're very good at putting across what you've seen and what you believe. And I don't agree with everything everyone says either, but the thing I appreciate is when you can do that without sort of, and I say it myself, without being a dick. But some people, you see it, they just come in and they are intent from the second they enter a space on causing as much disruption as they can to get their point across. And that's sort of where I might sometimes get a bit dicky and passionate and want to help out too.
Um, I, I, I just actually want to jump in here because I think this is kind of where I don't quite understand certain things, and I lose something that everybody else seems to understand what's going on. But for example, this talking on authority, I don't actually, or talking like authority, I don't actually understand what that means because I'm the authority of my life. I'm the
No,
ultimate authority of my life, and everybody is the same for their lives. So why can I not speak
so
of
no,
the
no,
things?
Zila. Sorry,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
go ahead. Yeah.
this is an instance where you are not anything of what I'm talking about. Sometimes, like,
No, 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 no. It's sorry,
let's
Glenn, to
say
cut you off. Sorry to cut you off, and
Mhm.
because both you and Kent have brought it up, thinking that it's about me. No, somebody did say to me once in a space that I'm thinking from a point of authority, and I was like, yeah, from a point of authority of my life. So I don't
Oh,
understand this
okay.
authority thing,
What
Oh,
Zile's
and I
trying to
also
say,
sorry.
yeah, sorry.
No, no.
and
So what I'm saying is like, let's say I promote. Let's say like I had an experience and I'm a little bit unsure about what I've experienced, and I'm sort of trying to relay my interpretation of it, and I'm not as clear and I'm not as confident in what I'm trying to say. Somebody might come in and say, "Oh, it's exactly this. This is what it is. This is what you experienced. Anything else that you're thinking of is malarkey. Oh, don't listen to this person. I am the authority." Not what you personally feel, but like if somebody that isn't as um insightful or maybe doesn't have the full picture of what their own experience is, sometimes they come into these spaces and relay certain things about themselves and their experience because these experiences are fucking weird and profound and groundbreaking or ground shaking, and then somebody will come up and be like, this is exactly what that is. Like,
all right. Oh, sorry to cut you off, but just go with me for a bit. And I'm not trying to be funny. I'm really trying to get an understanding of this. So somebody comes in and they say that, and so what? It's their opinion. They're entitled to say whatever it is they want to say. Then it's my turn to decide what I want to decide about what they've
So,
said. No.
like, my opinion might be like, I don't really like spicy food. That's an opinion. But if I told you all spicy food is poison, all spicy food is poison, and we're like, well, I just kind of had this weird experience with spicy food. I just tried it, and I don't know if I like it. It kind of hurt me a little bit. But no, all spicy food is poison. All spicy food, no, that's different. Like, so what I'm trying to say is, like, let's say somebody had a sort of a brush up in a taste of something that is in a gray area, and there are gray areas and nuances, and then somebody comes up and says the taste you're tasting is exactly this, and everybody else in the space is saying, okay, hold on, wait a moment, consume what you've consumed and let the profundity hit you a little bit.
Yeah,
There are
Zil.
Okay. Sorry to cut you off, Kent. I just really want to get to understanding this, because for me it just sounds like if somebody came and said to me, spicy food is poison, and they said it again and again, I'd be like, all right, spicy food is poison for you, mate. Probably don't eat spicy food, but I would continue eating spicy food. So whatever they said wouldn't affect me because I'm my own conscious thinking being. So what if they said spicy food is is poison? And I
I
think maybe that's what I'm trying to get at.
maybe
And maybe
maybe
because
to
I
put it in
interact
a
with
Zilla,
yes, yes, go ahead.
maybe to put it in a different context. I think there's a difference between speaking with conviction to convince people that your experience was very profound, very visceral, and very real, and provided you with, endorsement of your belief system. That is one thing. There's a difference with speaking with conviction because you want to convince, or not you, but the person speaking wants to convince everyone that they have a fact that no one else has. It rubs people up the wrong way.
yeah
And I'm so glad. Sorry, Dan. I'm so glad you said that, Ken, because from what I'm hearing you guys say, I think that's how I'm understanding this. From my perspective, anybody can say anything and be the authority on anything, and that's all right. It doesn't have to affect my life because
You
I
know
know
who's
that
the
my
authority
job.
in here? It's William. William is the authority.
Great, but my being who I be, like you being an authority in your life and telling me whatever it is you think I should do. I
Yeah,
have
sister, sorry to
no
interrupt,
problem with
but
that.
Kent is the authority. A wiki bridge. Yeah, respect everybody. Much love. God bless.
Don't get me in trouble, William. I'm still waiting for you to sing for me, my friend.
Me too.
Pick a song.
yeah Zile, I completely agree with what you're saying. Like,
Ain't no sunshine when she's gone.
so, but sometimes you got to know, like, I guess what I would say is people sometimes are in vulnerable positions in these spaces when they're sort of coming up and relaying very vulnerable. They come to these spaces looking for community. They come to these spaces looking for guidance. They come to these spaces looking for
And
insight.
then they got to deal with people like me.
Or not like you, dude. You've been cool up to this point. You didn't, but like you get sometimes, like, you get people that, you get what I'm saying? When people are coming to these spaces in a position of vulnerability, insight, sometimes confused, and then you have one person coming up and saying, spicy foods is poison, for my little analogy that I threw out or whatever. And it's like, well, why does he get to say that to those people in this moment at this time? Like, that doesn't feel good to some people. Now, I'm
I
not saying,
think. Oh, sorry, Dan. Go ahead. Do you want to go ahead, or should I
yeah,
jump
yeah,
in?
yeah, and I
Okay,
think,
hold on.
Okay, so Dan, I think it's hitting the crux of what I think this is, and what it is the conditional living that we were taught, that we respond to conditions, and it's not living unconditionally. So the difference being, if somebody says this, then you react in this way. Somebody says this, you respond in this way. So that means that somebody can control you. So if I know that Dan's um button is spicy food, all I have to do is come into this
Is it
space and
Seal?
say, just a sec, William. All I have to do, I'll come to that. I just want to make this point across to Dan's thing. But all I have to come in do is come into this space and say, Dan, spicy food is poison. And then Dan is now going to get upset, and it's going to be a whole big thing. And what? Because I know how to push a button. But
Shooting up a school.
whereas we realize, whereas if we look at each other and say, and somebody in can come in and say spicy food is poison, and I'll hear them, I'll give them the space to say spicy food is poison, and once they have said that information and they've shared that information with them, I then have the opportunity to share my information, but I will not invalidate that spicy food is poison for them, because maybe the context is it actually is poison because they had it and they were allergic to XYZ and they died, or somebody in their family died, so now
I
spicy
think
food
that's been
is really poison for them.
What if it's spicy poison?
I don't want to get too caught up in the analogy, but Zile, I think that's part of the contention because you are right. Like, that's if it was a clean, cut and dry answer, like, hey, let's get this person out of here because they're just trolling, or this group of people out of here because they're just trolling, that would have been a handled problem already. The problem is you are right, and it's sort of like, how do you? Yeah, that's
Can
sort
I
of.
can I make a statement slash question?
Please do.
So why do people put up their hands like we're like at church or something? People just talk.
Because then people interrupt each other, and then you can't really talk that way.
I
Yeah,
think we should
William,
trust each
it's a
other more.
busy space, mate.
William is
And
like Leroy Jenkins.
yeah, I know he's so cool. Hey, can I just add something, Zilla, and for the panel to maybe discuss and maybe to get around the hands. My personal opinion is one of the reasons why the spaces with the folks that we've been having spaces with work is because we don't focus on people's opinions as such as the information. So we don't worry about if unless the person's being obstinate or particularly disingenuous, we focus on the information and trying to support the person to give us the best quality of information they can about their experience and their belief system. Like, Ocean was a brilliant example last night. We had a really international space, and she was very, very, very sensitive about trying to get the cultural context of the people's experience. And one of the guys who provided us with a real interesting insight into the spiritual side of the woo was a guy called his name was actually Amun Ra, but it wasn't the Egyptian interpretation of it. That just happened to be his name, and it had a different interpretation. And I think Ocean would agree that he provided us with a very interesting insight of how the African culture and his spiritualism affected the way he sees the whole phenomenon. So it was about the information, not the person, but the culture certainly provided a wonderful context.
Absolutely, Kent. And
God damn
you've
it, Kent!
actually
You
hit
always
the
say such good stuff.
you've hit the nail on the head on a very important thing. I have seen that, but I have also seen where somebody is sharing information. Case in point, so this is not hypothetical. When I shared information in a group and I said, "Oh, I got it from the channeled being called Bishar," and then all hell kind of broke loose, and this is kind of where this conversation started, because for me it's kind of my confusion, because so what if it came from Bishar, and so what if I talk about it from what others perceive to be authority? You are never under any obligation to take on any information anybody else is saying, and this is kind of where this has come from, Kent, my trying to understand what it is that
Okay, but
people.
here's a perfect example.
Go
So
ahead,
you
please.
use the name Vishar, which is a deity that is recognized within the belief system. So
No,
by
it's not. It's
using,
sorry.
okay, can I
Sorry, it's
finish
not.
something, please? Hang on,
Sorry,
hang on.
Kent. It's not a deity. It's a channeled being through somebody else. Apologies to cut you off.
Yep.
I just
Okay,
wanted us
no,
to
no.
talk about the
So the
same thing.
point I'm trying to
Sorry.
make is that by using that type of background authoritative figure, by saying it's a channeled authority, blah blah blah, it's sort of giving yourself an endorsement, and people sort of that's sort of the point of contention. That's where people start to have a bit of a problem with it, because if I said that I saw the lady, or if I saw the lady Fatima, instantly I am latching onto a phenomenon that's well known. It has a very strong belief system attached to it. So the minute I latch onto that, one of my experiences involves a female entity, but I don't like talking about it because I don't want that my experience associated with any of the others, because it never gave me that meaning. Do you see what I'm sort of saying?
Azila,
I think I think so,
there.
Kent. But sorry, William. Um, sorry, William. I
And
keep
one of
cutting
our
you off.
most unfavorite words is but, by the way.
Okay, I was about to say, but my understanding, I'm losing this, is because you're saying we just focus on the information, we don't focus on the person. But at the same time, you're saying so I read information. They say it was written by Fatima, whoever she is, and I say, oh, you're mentioning this. I read Fatima wrote XYZ, but then it becomes a problem. But if I say Logan
No, but
said
if I said
XYZ,
I
it's
was
not.
sitting next to Fatima on the park bench, it would become a problem. Yeah.
If
Why?
I said your
Why?
mom was fat, would you?
Well, yeah, you're getting naughty again, buddy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize.
So why would it be a problem if somebody said they was sitting on a bench with Fatima
So,
and she said
Dila,
that?
I
I
guess,
don't understand
yeah, no, I
why
get.
it's a problem.
So sometimes, like, there are delineations in the community, right? Like, some people are sort of hung up on like the nuts and bolts of the phenomena, and some people like to talk about other implications and sort of some certain other sectors of this. And one of the things that's kept this space sort of okay, not to say that what you did wasn't okay, but one of the things that's kept this space okay is like it's just straight up brass tacks. And then sometimes we have discussions, sometimes there's arguments, but then we kind of refocus them and recenter them back on brass tacks information that we all as a space have access to. We can all look them up. We can all view and see the information. So like that I think that is one of the things. Like, I've been in this space a bunch of times. I have a bunch of other interests, and I can tell you how they just devolve. Like, I'm into firearms and libertarianism, all kinds of other shit. Those spaces just devolve into straight up arguments. This space is super simple, such that we all have access to the information. I don't even know what these people are into or what they think about. We can just get back to the brass tacks information. That's not to say that, hey, I'm channeling this being, this entity, and they're giving me this information isn't welcome, but I can imagine how that might garner some kind of resistance or
Yeah,
even.
it affects the conversation. Could I respectfully suggest that there's so many people in the room? Could we maybe start getting some other opinions as well and sort of move around a bit?
Yeah, let's
Logan,
go
just a
ahead. I
suggestion.
already messaged them personally to tell them that they could speak up, as when they wanted to. But I think you guys have been at it so kind of intensely, they probably didn't feel like interrupting.
Yeah,
I think
sorry,
they're
mate. I
polite.
just thought it was a good time to get a bit more opinion, like from the project guy. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what I was
exactly.
kind of saying about the raising the hands thing. I think people should just. Never mind. I'm new. Pardon me.
Yeah, like I've been very opinionated about it, Kent. And apologies, the space was started and we weren't raising hands. It's because it's something that I am really trying to understand, because it's because I interact with information differently, and I seem to be interacting with information differently. And to go back to that example, if somebody says they were sitting on a bench with the lady Fatima and she said this to them, I wasn't on the bench. So what if they were sitting there? What am I going to say to them? I'm not going to say, no, you weren't, because I know I wasn't there, but that doesn't mean they were. I don't know what their experience was. And I think my point that I'm trying to get across, Kent, a few different points, is there's still this need. We've just put ourselves in a bigger box that we're like, oh, there is a phenomenon. But as long as the phenomenon goes on this line and this line and this line, it's okay. But if you
Hey,
go out of line and
can
it's
I
this type of
interject?
phenomenon, it becomes a very different thing. So my point being, anybody should always be able to say whatever it is that they want to say. And we should
Funk
ground
phenomena.
ourselves and love them back in order for us to then continue with the conversation. That's
I
what I
think
was
we all
trying to say.
agree. We all agree
Yeah,
on that here,
that's true.
everyone? Yeah.
Hey,
You
yeah,
know what? I don't agree.
All right. I just want to make sure that we still haven't gotten to these people that have been waiting to talk. So I just want to make sure they talk. Can you go ahead and talk, uh, people that were waiting to talk? Go
uh,
I
ahead.
love.
I couldn't get a word in edgewise, so I was trying to, but now I lost my train of thought. So
Hey, go, dude. It's your stage. Nobody interrupt this guy.
Okay,
I
we'll
don't
wait
know what
until you
to.
think of it.
Yeah, I don't know what to say now because they were gonna. I was gonna say something, and well, I know one thing I was gonna say is I feel it's anybody could say, in my opinion, anybody should be able to say what they want, but if it starts getting triggering, that's when they should be backing off. If they're not backing off and they're getting too triggering with their words and getting too like they don't want to shut up, that's when you got a problem. I think that's what you're talking about anyway. Is that correct?
Kind of. Not we're
It
not we're not
sucks
really
when
talking
people have to
about
hit
free
the
speech.
decks because the trigger.
Oh, by the way, William, the song is "There's No Sunshine When She's Gone." Can you go ahead and sing that for us now?
I don't, because everybody just wants to keep talking. I don't want to sing. It's going to take me a while to sing that song.
But you can just sing it in the background while we talk.
Ain't no
I
sunshine
don't know.
when she's
She's
gone.
gone. The
No
nighttime all
just
day long.
ran away.
Ain't no sunshine. Hold on a second.
Go ahead, Curdy. Let them sing while we you go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to touch base on that, giving energy away. Like, if you don't agree with what someone's saying, why observe it? And what I've learned now is I agree with people. I can't be bothered to argue. If I said to you what's 2 + 2 and you tell me it's 5, yes, fine, it's 5. I cannot be bothered to give my energy away anymore. So we've all got opinions. Some are right, some are wrong, but who are we to know? I just get on with it now. I just say the easy way out. Ignorance is bliss. Before I was very argumentative and I used to put my thought ahead, but what's the point? Just let people say what they want to say, and you're not touching my energy. I'm sorry.
No, because
Yeah.
they try to completely rewrite history.
You know,
So,
there's some people are
Hey,
Nazis,
on
right?
point.
good, well,
He
good for
is
you.
on.
But
Ew.
He
two
is on
plus
point.
two, 2 + 2
He is
never
on
equals
point.
5. There are basic truths that we should stick with. And when those become a disagreement, when you can't define what a woman is anymore, and we're just completely ignoring biology, no, I'm sorry. There are basic truths that we can agree that are fact.
No,
And
with that, 100%. But I've got to the point where it's just life is taking such a vast change, and kids are being brainwashed, and anything you say is racist, and anything you say is sexist. And it's like, what are you
I
talking
Kids are
know,
about?
being
sir, but
worse than brainwashed.
if you don't stand for something, you're gonna fall for everything. So stand your ground. And I
I'm
know
standing
it's
my ground in
easier to
my own
go
space
along
at
and
the
get
moment
along.
and trying to protect myself.
Well, it's easier. Yes, it's easier to
Protecting
go along
yourself.
and get
That
along.
you
Hey
said it, eh?
guys,
That's why
can
people get defensive, right?
Well,
Can I
yeah, it's
can
easy
I
to go along
recommend
and get along.
Antoine for the
Kent,
quote of the
Kent,
day?
what is going on right now?
I think we need to calm down, guys.
Nobody should
And
have to protect themselves against ideas.
no, but as long as we share them in ways that people can understand them, come on, William. But Antoine, I reckon she should get quote of the day. If you don't stand for something, you'll fall. That is a frigging classic. I love that. I thought it was
Oh yeah,
very cool.
it's a good old oldie.
Well, thank you, sir. And it's basic truth. And like I said, there are basic truth that we stick with that can't be subjected and told in a different way. I mean, we're
Well,
kind of
okay,
living in an age where they're rewriting history as we speak.
okay.
Up is down
We
and
are
down
doing
is
that
up.
right now.
Hey, but it depends on the group of people you're in. If you're in a group of people that are talking about, say, how to how to take care of kids, you don't bring political shit up in it in the first place because it's about you. You should stay on subject, and that's what I think he's really talking about. Is you get these people that come off subject and come in and say and bring stuff off subject, and it throws everything off, and then you're talking. You start going down the street you really don't want to, where it leads to that type of.
Can I ask you a question, brother?
Yes.
What do you consider political?
I consider political anything based on ideology, and that includes even my political views. My
So basically,
That's
everything you
life,
consider everything
sir.
political.
That's
hey,
life.
if I'm in a group talking about dating tips or whatever, or
Oh yeah,
relationship or whatever, I don't bring up abortion
yeah.
or
Dating tips
any
isn't
stuff like
political.
that because I
Anyone?
Hello.
Yeah, what I would say in the context of like this space, like I don't want to get. I speak in a lot of spaces that are political. One of the values of Logan Spaces, in my opinion, is that we just talk about fucking UAP and the phenomena and shit. We can get political all day, and one of the things that's sort of magical about the space is, you know, we're very open to different experiencers coming in, different people saying their opinions about what they experienced. And if they get shouted down about how what they experienced was fucking demons or whatever, and people have all this surety about it, and it's like, well, just pull yourself up by your bootstraps and think about it on your own. Like, what the fuck is the point of this space? You could just be by yourself. So what I'm gonna say is, like, yo, like, hey, how about we just talk about this like we're talking about fucking aliens and no one knows what the fuck we're talking about? Like, I think that that's probably best, in my opinion.
The uncharted territories. All right.
What is it? What do you guys think about funk?
What
Funk?
music?
Like funk phenomenons, funk music, just funk in general.
I didn't know funk was more than just music. I thought it was just a form of music, other than its stinky smell.
Yeah, funk is kind of like a culture phenomenon. So we have that. It is like music, funk culture. So, well, what's your definition of funk? I mean, pretty much funk is just kind of counterculture,
It's like
actually.
punk, but cool.
So, is this like a dreadlocks and kind of Bob Marley kind of thing, or
Are you
I don't know.
thinking
It's just
grunge?
it's a neat phenomenon, and I love it.
Hey, are you thinking maybe a later form of grunge?
Oh man,
Nirvana smells
it's-
like Teen Spirit kind of grunge? I don't know. I never really got into that, to be honest.
how could you not get into that?
Yeah, I
Nirvana,
was into it.
easily. Nirvana had maybe two songs that I liked in the whole thing, but I never bought their
What?
albums.
You got to give it
Yeah,
more listens, sister.
maybe. I
Well,
never really cared enough to buy the albums or anything because it just wasn't, it wasn't my cup of tea. I mean,
So,
grunge
what
metal.
kind of tea do you like?
I'm classic rock. I'm like 80s hair metal bands. I do like R&B. I do like hip hop. Grew up a lot of that in middle school.
You need
But
to learn about the funk, baby.
Brass Monkey, that funky monkey.
you
That's
sound,
that's
hey,
Beastie Boys were not funk though, too. So don't. I already know. But um, yeah, as far as music and stuff, as funk
Beastie Boys are
went,
funk.
yeah, Funkified. Who was that? Was that Outcast? No. Um.
Papa Rocka.
Hey, hey, so funkified. That was
I
the
think the
brat.
more, pardon me, sorry.
hey,
No.
William, you should go on the radio. You sound like a radio host.
I'm just an internet guy.
I know,
Yeah,
but
he
you
sounds
sound
like
like,
Stephen Wright, doesn't he?
yeah, he sounds like somebody that could do a radio, like DJ type thing.
Man, you should see how many jumping jacks I can do.
Hey, do a Wolfman Jack impersonation, William. Bet you can do it good.
A what impersonation?
Wolfman Jack. He's an old DJ from
Oh yeah,
China.
yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I can't remember how he sounds, but I remember that the name of the.
But
I know. I know. Like I can't recall how he sounds though.
you're really close to him. You got a
Oh,
voice
he was on
almost
Pulp
like
Fiction, right?
well, he was actually famous for quite a few years as like I think he did like them disco shows or something. You know, where they had people dancing at the thing. I think that's how he got his start.
I
Oh,
Was
Step
remember
Rabbit
some
Twins.
stuff. I remember people dancing.
You're like, come to the stage. We now got Betty LaRue and like that guy, right?
Let's see. I'll look him up a minute.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think Wolfman Jack was a radio host on Pulp Fiction.
He might have been in
Right,
that
it's
movie.
all about that radio voice, right? You either got the voice for radio or the looks for TV.
You
Some
also
people
need
have
to
both.
you also need to have a snack. Like somebody's got to make food.
I got the looks for radio. That's double whammy.
Yes, well played, sir. Exactly. The looks for radio. That's a good one.
Hang
Yeah,
on.
I'm too good looking for radio.
Hmm. Well, get out there and shine on, you crazy diamond.
Ah, that's sweet of you to say.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so I'm still waiting. Like, you know what? Actually, can you sing that song? I'd love to hear that one.
Hey, wait. This is. Let's see if this is the right one. Nope, that ain't the right one.
How the heck did this group?
That sounds like an
You guys
80s
are
commercial.
so nice.
Mm.
What type of music do you think they listen to on other planets? What does their music sound like? Ooh.
Oh, that's a cool question. Would you like me to asking me?
Oh, I'm just putting it out there to the whole group.
Hey,
Like,
hey, hey,
what
hey,
what does
take
music
a
or
minute.
what does it sound
Hey,
like in other places,
hey,
other
take a.
dimensions, planets, other
Hey,
They probably
civilizations?
listen to the Kinks.
Well, I'll just put it out there. Led Zeppelin is my all-time favorite.
hey, take a minute and listen a
My
minute.
dog's name is Zeppelin.
All right, let's take a second to listen to his thing he prepared.
I want you to hear what Wolfman Jack sounds like. I hope you can hear this. I got it. Wait. Hang on.
As we got closer, you could see it was a radio tower. And as we got closer, there was little lights around the buildings. There was two buildings. One I found out was a building that.
Now tell me that don't sound like William.
I just sound like a human person.
Can you play it again?
Yeah, I can. Whoops.
Housed the generator to supply the power to the radio station. The generator was big as a locomotive in a train, you know. And the other building was where the radio station was, the transmitter.
That actually sounds like Mark Levin.
Because it was so powerful.
And that, but that ain't when he's on the radio. That's during an interview. I can't find a radio thing of him, but a radio thing, man. But he sounds just like William.
Yeah,
I'm telling
he
you.
does sound like him, but I think because he's not on the radio, his voice maybe is not as deep,
I had a
but it does
radio
sound like
show.
him.
William could be a radio host for
Well,
sure.
I had a radio show with my little sister. We'd come home from school in Toronto, downtown, and in the city, and we'd play music out of our window for people going home from work.
Well, you know, William, you can become a radio DJ on here. You just have to start a space and call it Williams Wolfman Jack Hour or something, and then sit there and go on and DJ, make your little thing and DJ music on it, and people will come.
If you got, I have a group. It's called Soup Kitchen the musical Canadian rock opera. And if you guys want to join it, send me a message.
Yeah, you can put me on that list because then we can start trying to get you to DJ. I want to see that. I think you'd sound good.
I could do I do jumping jacks once in a while.
Announce a song. Think of a song and announce that song like you're on the radio.
Thank you for being so. Thank you for trying to encourage me, man. I appreciate it.
Well, that's if you didn't have what it took, I wouldn't. You have what it takes, I think.
Oh, I have what it takes.
Yeah, that voice, man. I'm telling you, you got to monetize it.
Yeah, don't talk about it. Be about it.
The whole monetization and me are not friends.
Well, even when you don't make money, you're monetizing. If you go like I said, and host a space and do a DJ hour, right? And DJ just music, songs and stuff. You can, you wouldn't. It wouldn't. it naturally monetize itself in the long run, but you'd become quite popular for it. You'd
The
get
whole
famous.
idea of making money has always pissed me off. Like my whole life, I sold drugs for most of my life, as most of my career, and it's been really hard to just quit selling drugs. It's easier to stop doing drugs for me than selling them. But I don't sell them anymore, and and I think it like ruined me for money. I don't like making money.
Well, you look at the concept the wrong way because when you're doing something you're passionate or that you're good at, you
I'm good
tend
at just
to,
being alive.
but you can't make it about the money. You got to make it about the passion. And I think that you could make it somewhere with your voice for real if you just put the passion in it. And it's not about the money; it's about the passion. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying, but yeah, even though I'm a white person, Canada, so money ain't. I don't really need like everything's provided.
That will ruin you. I have a friend that he is in a similar situation. He can't stop because it's just too easy to make money. And I
So
don't know
too
how you
easy.
stop.
You
I don't know.
invest, you just invest it and have kids and leave it to them. They'll spend it.
If I had children, I would give all my everything to them.
Yeah. So, anyways, let's change the topic anyway. Let's talk about circles of delusions. Who believes here in free will?
It's
Me, dude.
easy.
Free
Most
will.
definitely free will.
Why do you think that?
I like when you have to pay Will. But that's because of my name's Will, probably.
Well, I mean, it all goes back to Genesis, right? So we are actually fallen. We were always fallen creatures. We were never good. We are immoral by nature, and we have to
Very
fight
true.
against that every
But
day.
but I do agree with you. What I think you're getting at that free will is a sort of a delusion because if somebody can do something to influence you to do something, it's not free will.
It's your free will on what action you take after that person tries to influence you. Because trust me, I mean, I believe that all of us in this room have had to turn down, choices, offers, decisions.
Well,
That was ultimately your decision to make. And
but,
the most
but
important part of it, they always say hindsight is 2020. Yeah, we can always look back and see what we did and see how we could have done things differently, but
but
actually being able to like anticipate the future though too, like weigh your consequences out. What happens if I make this decision versus what happens if I make this decision? Free will is everlasting because we're
It's not the
always.
same for everyone. I'm a very privileged man.
What did Will
And
do?
so not everybody has the same ability to just be a
But you make your own
person like me.
choices regardless,
not
whatever it may be.
necessarily. Not necessarily. When the government
I grew up
taxes,
in the hood.
listen. When the
I'm poor as fuck, but I'm still privileged.
when the government taxes the hell out of you, that steers you into taking a different path than you would have if you would have been able to keep all your own money
Hell yes,
because you
friend.
got less.
I know,
That's
yes.
And
why
that's
I
what I'm
love
talking
you
about.
steer the government, and the government is the people.
Taxation
We
is
are the government.
theft.
But
Taxation
that's
is theft. It always
but,
was theft.
No, it's
but
not.
the thief.
Yes, it is.
Hey,
No, it's not.
even the thief can steer you in the wrong direction. Somebody steals something from you, now you're without it, and so either you have to spend
Hey,
more money to get it, or you have
hey, brother,
to
can
be
I?
mean.
Pardon me, brother. Uh, Taxation is not theft. Taxation is supporting like your the
Taxation is
people.
going into politicians'
What do you
pockets.
That,
I'm
hey,
sorry, do you
listen,
have
do you think they
accountability?
just take the
Do you
money.
have accountability? Because I'll tell you what,
I'm Canadian.
the city I'm living in has been paying taxes to get the roads fixed forever, and it never happens.
Which city?
So never mind which city.
Oh,
Just pick your
Hey,
city, USA. Pick your city,
hey,
I'm
USA.
Canadian. I'm not allowed in the United States.
hey,
Okay,
listen,
well, pick your city, Canada.
listen.
So you pay taxes, but ultimately,
You are
there's
both
no
right.
accountability where that money goes. You don't know
You
where
are
that
Yes,
money
both.
there
goes
Hey,
is.
you are both right.
unless you see
Hey,
visual
let me.
improvements, unless you see
Hey,
results.
listen.
You don't know where your
I
tax
see
dollars are going.
results.
Let me
And I'll
come
tell
in.
you what,
And this
Yeah, I know some people hate being muted, and I hate doing it, but someone has to do it, right? I'm the only one with the button, so I have to do it. Sorry. Yeah. But yeah, we're not going that direction. Let's stay on topic because I don't think anyone wants to like hear arguments or like it's just not great energy. You know what I mean? So yeah. Zile, what you have anything to talk about?
Yeah, I was actually thinking about what we were talking about before in terms of that. Um, I think it was Dan who brought up the aerial kids in Zimbabwe who had that UFO experience and stuff like that, that it's slightly different from other people's. But has anybody else had that type of experience, or what are people's experiences in general? Or kind of where would we like to see this UAP, UFO stuff going? Maybe that might be a great way to segue, a great topic to segue into. Or if anybody else has a great topic to segue into to do with UAP, consciousness, UFOs, or anything like that, please do speak up.
I wish I could talk about that stuff, but I think somebody will tell me to shut up.
This is a safe
I will
space.
say, I think we're reverse engineering. I believe, yes, there are alien crafts, and Congress just finally admitted that yeah, there's UFOs and their technology is out of this world. You can't really think that it's China or Russia, because if it was China or Russia, they would have our ass by now with some of this stuff that's been
Probably the
documented.
Eskimos.
Well, you got to watch them. They are sneaky. But yes, there's and that leads into the other conversation. Is it on this plane of existence, or time travelers have kind of been one of the arguments on that. H.G. Wells' The Time Machine. I read the book, I saw the movie. He goes back and forwards in time, so maybe those are actually highly advanced human crafts from the future.
He
I mean,
predicted the future better than almost any writer.
H.G. Wells. I'm talking about. I think you're talking about
20,000
1984,
Leagues Under the Seas.
and or yeah, George Orwell. So there was H.G. Wells,
Oh,
and then there was
Orwell's an idiot.
George Orwell.
Well, I'm an idiot too, so it takes one to
Well,
know one.
I'm ready for the technology.
and trust me, I think there's been downed craft, like Roswell. We all know that story, right? I think there are downed crafts,
Does
and
anybody actually know that story?
yeah, it was in the papers and stuff, and it was they tried to
A lot
write
of
it off as a
speculation, but does anybody know the
yeah
story?
a weather balloon, and then he had a newspaper article where it looked like he was holding like aluminum foil, but it was supposed to be metal from the crafts. I mean, there was probably a lot of
Yeah, the
propaganda, but
weird
there was
metal,
also
that
a
thin
lot of
metal.
yeah, well, there was also a lot of cover up with that too.
So it's a
And
speculation. Nobody can really verify.
well,
Um,
hell, I'll just put it this way: if we are the only living forms in the universe, then that's pretty fucking sad.
Do you guys know where Nellis Air Force Base is?
Yeah.
I called them multiple times and had conversations with them.
What would
and
they tell
what did
you?
they say?
Well, I read this book by Charles James Hall called Millennial Hospitality, and he's worked at a weather station out in one of the as a very huge area down there,
With the
and
tall whites?
I can go on and on.
Is that what you're talking about? The guy with the tall whites?
Alien stuff.
Well, I'll say this: Nikola Tesla, one of the greatest minds in history, and yet we never learned about him in school. He broke it down this way. He said, in terms of the universe, you just need to remember three things: energy, frequency, and vibration.
He died poor like a bum.
He didn't have to. Yeah, he made his choices.
He made it must have been rough for him. I don't know. He got his mind went a bit nuts, I think.
Yeah, but they're still seeking to this day, because supposedly he left like 56 cases behind, filled with his paperwork and stuff. He was kind of like a Leonardo da Vinci of that time period, and you still have people like actively searching out the missing works of Nikola Tesla, because he was the
Yeah,
one
is
that
there
he was the
actually
one.
evidence that he went crazy? Or do we just assume that because he didn't have a lot of money?
There's like, well, back then, I mean, but there's historical documents that show that. I mean, it's
I think
pretty understood.
the controversy was I think it was Pacific Bell, which was the phone company of the day in that time, and he actually had plans to build like these giant towers that would feed into the Earth's natural magnetic field and provide us all free energy. And of
Tesla
course,
coils.
yes. Well, yeah, something like that. Those towers that we're going to provide the world for free energy.
Yeah, but
And
we can do that ourselves and nobody does it.
He was a
nobody is
Canadian
going
guy.
to do it because it's companies. How else are you going to make money
Well,
if this asshole over
Nicole,
here is going to give everybody free energy? I mean, why buy
Nicole,
the cow if
Get
you
some
Oh,
copper
can also.
wire and make your Tesla coil. You can do it at
hey,
home.
apologies to
Nicole,
jump in. Because a lot of people, it's hard to follow the conversation. Logan, I don't know how you feel. Would it be okay to put hands up and get the conversation flowing, or
Yeah, go for it.
maybe if we go back to the hands up thing, because there are quite a few people in the
Isn't the
space.
conversation going okay?
hands up, don't shoot. No, I'm just kidding. I just
Well,
had to say,
I know for me it's very hard to follow, and maybe that's just me, but it's very hard to follow. And maybe there are some people who want to speak but don't know how to jump in.
I apologize, Anton.
I think that's fair. I know I find it personally like hard to jump in, so like I don't. And like that guy said earlier, like I even told him you can go ahead and jump in, and he said he couldn't. So I get that, I guess. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't have to be the hands up thing, but maybe just pauses in between so others may jump in and others may follow, if that's okay. I
Do
just
whatever
as
you want. It's all good.
That's
just
more than okay. Nobody should really monopolize the talking time. So
well, all I wanted to say is
I want
that
to monitor. Pardon.
all I want to say is Nikola Tesla said there was 2 billion volts going from pole to pole in the air that we could hit off in the ionosphere.
the Tesla towers.
Yeah, yeah. Well, what he was saying is you can pick up on that. That's what his system was, is picking up on that 2 billion volts that go between the poles, north and south, that travel through the ionosphere, and they were supposed to be tall enough to reach that, because you'd have to go very high, quite high.
Right.
Everything's free.
But
Yeah, look at
the
lightning, right? That's free. That's free high voltage energy just right up in the sky.
but the only error in his thinking was that thing would be vulnerable to thunderstorms, which would destroy it every time because you can't control the thunder and lightning because it's variable voltage and it's a lot of voltage. But to be able to control and buffer that would take more of a hassle than it would be worth in the end.
Lightning storms is where UFOs come and repower their systems, and very documented. There's a lot of proof behind this and they do it on top of the clouds, but in lightning storms because then they use the electricity.
It's free flowing energy.
They don't need lightning storms. If they sit up in the ionosphere in the right position, they can charge right out of our ionosphere because it's a charged force up there.
Well, they go around the lightning storms, so they must use it for something.
They go around volcanoes and stuff as well, and it fluctuates the energy when they show up.
Energy, frequency, vibration, baby.
They're probably by the lightning and thunderstorms because they're watching them. They're observing them for whatever reasons they want to observe them, but they don't need it since the ionosphere has enough voltage in it to you. If you could get a pole high enough, you could have free electricity. But
maybe they're just not as smart as you.
Well,
maybe those ones do need it.
It's more of the thing if they get a pole up there, right, to be able to do the Tesla thing. Now that we got airplanes, it wouldn't work because you'd have so many poles up in the air that an airplane couldn't fly. So they fly just above that or up within that ionosphere.
Poles that, pardon me,
if you took a pole that had two connections to it and stuck it in the ionosphere from the ground, it would produce you free electricity. But the thing is,
sounds like a pretty long pole.
I know, and you'd have to have air clearance for that. And that's the reason why it don't exist, because you need that in order to draw that power from the 2 billion volts that go across the earth.
Well, what if we had like a drone system set up that just pulled cables up into the air like a giant net?
The issue with that is air traffic. They have a problem with air traffic. They wouldn't allow it because of air traffic issues. Now, his broadcast electricity, if they got that active, they could put some little like drones up into the clouds, like satellites kind of, up by the ionosphere and broadcast it to the earth. But that technology, they shelved. They completely hid that technology. I can't find it, that system. I have an idea how it works. I thought about trying something, but they're already starting to use some of that technology right now with the wireless chargers. That is that technology, Tesla's over there electricity, but it's too young because
It's not as good though. Like they can barely, it's nothing compared to like what Tesla did. Tesla did light bulbs almost 2 miles, and that's doing like 6 foot.
Yeah. Well, to like simply summarize it, it's almost kind of like static electricity, right? I mean, you could take a blown up balloon and rub it against a surface, which causes friction.
That's exactly what it is.
And then the electricity comes out of that. So it's all a matter of how you can produce it and harness it.
See, here's the theory of it. Here's the theory of broadcast electricity. Broadcast electricity, because the electric field that hits your appliances and stuff is not in the wires, it's riding around the wires. Well, by converting that into a signal, you can broadcast it to another device and collect that signal, and they'll both be charged all the time because they got electricity going through them. Now, if you put a little drone like in the sky and satellited it to a point, you could take that electricity, broadcast it to the earth point, and convert it back into the type of electricity that flows across the wires in your house and have power.
It's easier ways to go about it.
But I think I figured out how to do it with an antenna, but I haven't experimented on it yet. I thought I contemplated it, but I got too many other projects because I've been working.
Yeah, there's stories of like old ham guys that they would take their antenna down and get like blasted away because they just take in so much energy.
Yep,
it is a lightning rod.
Hey, that's not static electricity. That's what you call electromagnetic field electricity. That's where the
Yeah.
electromagnetic field converts on the antenna. And when it converts, it becomes electricity. And it's all like it's in the air, and those antennas are high enough. And when they get broadcasts from signals that bounce off the ionosphere and go to that antenna, it charges that antenna with that electromagnetic field, and that's what the electric shock they're getting off. It's not static; it's actually electromagnetic field that's in it, because that's all electricity is. I've been
Hey,
studying.
brother, in one day the sun produces enough energy on the Earth to provide enough power for the whole planet for a year.
But that needs to be converted into the type of energy we
And
use. So,
that's the problem.
and the solar panels ain't efficient enough to do it efficient. We're
Well,
not to that point yet, but you
We're
can
just
make
not efficient. We can
We're
do
not efficient.
whatever needs to be done. We're just not efficient and it's not set up properly. We
It's
have
because
all the
people kill people
technology
like Tesla and
to
people,
go green
and
or
everybody wants to
whatever.
make money.
I mean, that aside, like all the conspiracy stuff aside, just with current technology, we could give everything to everybody. It's just not feasible.
so the
I can't
pro
have
you've been
sex with Cindy
talking
Crawford.
about,
She won't let me.
sorry,
uh,
the pro you've been talking about building something. Are you actually interested in building something? Have you done any work on building something? Are you going to
well,
expand on that?
I'm working on something called the Caduceus coil, and I tried it in 2004, and it messed with the ionosphere. It did what CERN is doing to Europe right now. It totally gave it my area that kind of a drought. And so I know a little bit about how magnetic fields work in the ionosphere. My issue is I got scared and I stopped it, but I've been trying to get back into it. But I've theorized that what's happening is when you get a magnetic wave high enough to where it's at quantum levels,
The
it
ionosphere.
it tends to affect the ionosphere because it's kind of blowing a bubble out of the ionosphere when it pushes on it. And then when you shut it off, it springs back. And that's where you get ozone holes and stuff in the system, is because of that little effect. And it was happening over where the HARP antennas were. They were having droughty
I
conditions.
have a harp field near where I live, and I found it in the in the forest, and like nobody even knew it was there.
Is your weather patterns kind of dry?
Well, I live in the only interior rainforest in North America. I live in the Kootenays, and it's gotten very dry because and oh man, I'm gonna get too into this, but yeah, it's getting
That
very.
that's
But
the
most of the
hard.
world is.
Hey, that's the fields causing like a weather effect in your atmosphere.
They
And
tried to make it wetter, but it didn't work. It just fucked. I think they
well,
people. Well, we try to. It's like we try to control things so much, and
well,
we should just let the Earth do what it needs to
well,
do.
I don't think HARP projects were originally intended to control weather. I think that they were telling the
It
truth
was
of what they were.
originally intended to do a bunch of stuff.
Well, what its original intention of HARP, and this is what I read on their official website, was to test blasting electromagnetic fields into the ionosphere to see what reactions they could get based on number calculations, meaning they shoot it up in the sky, and then these multiple fields of antennas, they shoot this wave up in the sky, and then they take a drone or something and
Microwave.
they read out what it does to the ionosphere. And what Alex Jones used to say is they were blowing atmosphere. In other words, they were actually literally blasting atmosphere off the earth when they were doing that.
Yeah,
But
they were trying to do a bunch of stuff. DARPA created it, and there's a bunch of but the basic kind of spiel they used was but
but you won't
they were they had a lot of stuff.
you won't
Yeah,
believe me.
how are those chemtrails working out,
You
by the
won't
way?
believe me. You won't believe me if I tell you what they were doing with HARP. The purpose of
What
God.
CERN.
he's talking about is true though. Like when CERN fires up, they just made upgrades, and when they fire up, they leave us vulnerable to solar flares in that area. And Tokamaks just had another breakthrough to improve to like 200% efficiency. So that's only going to get stronger and worse.
But you won't
They're
believe
literally
me
trying to
about.
find the God particle.
Hey, you won't believe me if I told you what HARP was about.
Hadron Collider. That oh man.
Yes.
But listen,
They're trying to
listen.
find the God particle, and
No, I'm
that
gonna tell you
will
what.
reach up
Well,
in time and
I'm
I would
gonna
save
want to
tell
us.
you
find it
what.
too, but I
No, I know what they're doing. I figured it out.
okay.
You won't believe me if I tell you. I know
Well,
what HARP
bro,
was about.
do share your opinion of what they're doing. Do let us know.
Yeah, I know what HARP was about. I know what the CERN is about. I know what the one in
Absolutely.
Texas
So
is.
share with us, please,
Okay,
Mr. Ted.
here
We'll listen.
here's what the goal is, and this is what I believe the major goal is. They're trying to do one of two things with CERN, but the original goal of HARP was to open a gateway. That's what their intention was trying to do,
Start.
and I don't know if they ever succeeded or failed, but I know CERN is about either, I don't know exactly, but they're either trying to find a gateway so they can leave this planet by 2029, or they're trying to build a shield on the Earth to prevent us from getting hit by a major object.
I heard that
And
they're just
why
doing it to piss you
2029,
off.
Pro?
Say
I'm
It's
that
sorry to
again.
working.
speak over you, William. Oh, the Pro, why 2029?
Because April or December of 2028, we will have a new star in the sky, but it's not a star, it's an asteroid. And during about 2020, 2013, they were claiming this asteroid was going to come around once and miss us. And then
It's
when it
called
came around the
Apophis.
second,
That's
you know,
you're getting a little carried away by.
anyway,
Apophis is
listen,
the
but,
god of darkness and destruction.
but listen, they said the second time originally they said it was going to be a direct hit on us, but they changed that. They said it's going to hit us. It's going to come between our Earth and the Moon, so we're either going to get hit either way if
You
that's
keep
true.
saying they. Who's they?
The government, the system,
Robles.
they're saying it's going to come the closest that we've ever seen one in our history since humans have been on Earth. It's going to be between the Earth and the Moon, but that means it will be a skip hit, meaning when it comes
When
through,
do
it's
you
going to
think
be a little,
humans were on Earth?
huh?
It's going to be closer than that. It's going to be between our own satellites and us.
Yes, it's going to hit us. But they know that. That's why in 3 months, I think now, they're going to go push this asteroid out in space, send some rocket things at it, try to push it out of the way so they can test to see if they can push it. If they
You're
can't push
protected.
it,
You'll be okay.
hey, listen, if they can't push this away, then they'll have, and I think the gate, that's what the gate project is. And it ain't only one CERN. There's one in Texas that they claim they weren't building
Hey,
that
hey,
I
my
think
brother,
is.
it's okay. It's okay.
But what I'm saying is there's one in Texas. I forgot what it's called. And I think they built it and took it on private funding or something because they
Oh,
unfunded it. And then they claimed it was shell, but the tunnels and everything supposedly
there's
still
lots of them.
there. So I think they're trying to build a gate. That's what my
The
real,
European one is like scares people, but there's a bunch of them.
Like a
They've been going a long
Stargate?
time.
yeah, like a
Yeah.
Stargate. It takes
Why
four.
would they need one so big?
Probably to try to propel the entire Earth through it. I'm wondering because it takes four.
I
It
heard they
takes.
did it to piss this guy off.
Hey,
No, I think CERN. I think their main objective is they're trying to discover new atoms and new particles.
They're trying to find out what gives everything its mass, because up until this point, nobody knows what actually makes things weigh stuff.
They're trying to find the God particle. And for anybody that's interested, I would go ahead and research that and look that up. because the God
That's
particle would probably be an end to our world. They
hey,
are literally tearing into time and space.
Can I give you a secret?
I don't know.
It's
Can you?
it's actually called the will particle.
Um, the will particle, the God particle.
hey, I
I,
think
you
the
know what I
real
call it? I
hey,
call it the forbidden fruit.
hey, I think it's called the
That's what I
Hilti
call it.
effect. I think that it's called the Hilti effect they want. But that ain't what the real thing. What they're really after is some type of gateway. I'm pretty sure of it. I'm pretty sure these
They're
people are
after
scared
many
about.
different things.
Hey, these
Yeah.
people are pretty scared about 2029 coming around. I know it. That's why they ain't mentioning it because
Dude,
they
don't be
know if they
scared,
told.
man.
Hey,
They're trying to mimic what we do consciously.
if they told the truth about Apophis, I think it would scare the shit out of everybody.
It's
So
all
thanks, the
good.
pro, for
Don't be
sharing.
scared. Don't know. Have no fear.
Thanks for sharing,
Apophis
guys.
is in
Is it okay
Stargate
at this
too.
sorry, is it okay at this point to just ask if anybody who's listening in wants to chime in? It's a bit hard to chime in with the way the conversation is going. So maybe there are
Sorry,
people who
sister.
do want to chime in. No, it's nothing to apologize about. It's just maybe giving pauses in between to get other people to get a word in. But if anybody wants to chime in, please speak up and sorry, please request to speak, and get you um we will get you the ability to speak. And then if I may ask pretty please, is it okay if we just one person actually finishes their thought and sentences, and then the next person chimes in so that somebody else in the group can get in, because the back and forth is kind of hard for anybody else besides you guys to get a word in.
So, how close do y'all think Stargate is to the truth?
I like
Uh,
it.
about 80%.
What, the show or the movie?
The real
Both,
life
I guess.
technology.
The movie was great, but season one, SG1 was really, they went like Atlantis and then they had like a couple spin-off series, but SG1 was really good. The one with MacGyver in it. Um, the movie was excellent. Kurt Russell and James Spader.
Spader.
Well, I believe.
Well, I don't think he ever really did anything after that.
I wish I want to like him.
He was good in Stargate.
I believe they're hiding a Stargate, but they didn't find it. They built it.
In Toronto, he was in his and in these pornos they showed at night on TV that were like I can't remember what they're called, but they were like anyway.
Oh, jeez.
You mean
Spader
you
and
mean
photos. How did we get off the rails here?
you mean cable?
Stargate.
You mean cable TV pornos?
Blue something, I can't remember what it was called. Stargates.
No, like I said, SG1 was good. It was MacGyver, and then it was still O'Neill and Carter, and then James Spader didn't come back. Kurt Russell didn't come back. They had two different actors for that role. But
I kind of
S
meant like how much y'all thought, like we really do that in actuality, like our government.
Yeah.
yeah, a lot.
Hey, the Sri Yantra that you know what the Sri Yantra is? It's a group of images that the Indians uh that they have that they put out, and they said it came from their mother goddess, which makes me believe back then their mother goddess was some sort of alien that gave them maps. Because I looked at the Sri Yantras and I looked at them, compared them with that technology I was working on, and figured basically what that technology is for that I discovered and I want to experiment with is part of a it make quantum, I guess you'd call them quantum fluctuations, that if you fire them in a certain point, four of them, like on the Sri Yantras, you will find that those are maps. Those Sri Yantras are.
Can't believe how the aliens like zip around and make me feel like an idiot. Well, like screw off, guys. Not you guys, but the aliens. I'm like, I'm like, come on, man.
No, yeah, I get it. And yeah, I think planet Earth would be nothing more than like a gas station to them. And they would Griswold it. They would be rolling past planet Earth and they'd be
It's
like,
totally
windows up,
tourist destination.
windows up, lock it, lock it.
I actually think, and there's a lot of and there's books, military officials, and it's been documented by governments that they just come here to see the sights.
We're the Tijuana of the galaxy.
Well, no, not only that, but if you guys believe in like the Anunnaki, did anybody here watch that movie, The Fourth Kind? It had it had Mila Jovanovic in it, but it was actually pretty much kind of like a documentary that told about Elizabeth Tyler in Anchorage, Alaska. Or no, it wasn't Anchorage, but it was Alaska, and it was pretty much she was a psychologist, and it was actually half movie, half documentary because she put her own tapes out there where she would put her patients into hypnosis.
A lot of abductors in Anchorage, and that was very scary stuff to watch, and I don't recommend anyone doing it.
Yeah, but the whole point was they get into like the Sumerian scrolls. Sumerian, I believe, is the oldest language in the world, and it told of gods, so to speak. So that leads me on to like ancient aliens. Anybody watch that on the History Channel, or even von Daniken's book Chariots of the
Henrik
Gods?
von Daniken's, yeah, that's
Yeah, Chariots of the
the
Gods.
starter of the TV show.
Yeah.
Oh, look who's here. It's Raider. What's up, Raider?
How's it going? Welcome.
My
Why
dog.
are the aliens so ugly? It's probably why they would come here and bang our fucking ladies because they're fucking nerds.
Yeah, mythology spoke of that, like Zeus
What's
and
it?
Hercules
Genesis
and
chapter 1 of the Bible, the Nephilim.
the Nephilim, and a lot of people believe that's why there was a great flood to
I don't
wash them
believe that.
away.
I think it's hot cat lady. I don't know where she's from, but this like hot
Freaking
cat
aliens.
lady.
She's one of my
She like
girlfriends.
banged this dude in Brazil, and she like banged this other guy named Ronnie Johnson. I was in a space with him like a week
Ronnie
ago.
Dawson.
Yeah, I know
Yeah,
him.
he banged the shit out of this cat lady, and like she gave him like this 14-inch like mech dildo or like artificial dick.
18, bro. Bigger. 18.
Yeah, it was
Oh,
18 inches.
damn! Like,
Are
yo,
you an alien, man? Stop stealing my girlfriends.
Did she give birth to a Nephilim?
probably.
Oh, I mean, yeah, what's the over under on that? I mean, I'd put a Bitcoin on that any day.
Oh,
I mean,
Raider, I
you
meant
get
to
it.
ask you earlier. Did you see that plane crash?
Yeah, it actually landed in a field. The dude lived. Can you believe that?
I couldn't stick around because I was just getting bored of seeing him circle.
Hey,
Fuck.
it's interesting how I was telling y'all a story about the plane crash, which was about 10 miles from where this happened just the other week, and now this happens. Do you think that the timing's strange or what?
Dude, it's like close to where the other plane crash happened.
Yeah, the portal. Yeah, absolutely. Fuck yeah, real close. I think he was trying to get there, but he ran out of
That was a
gas.
mind blow just there.
Sorry to jump in right there. Maybe you guys can take a step back and just for the group, let us know which plane crash you're talking about and when it was and what happened. So everybody else is up to speed with the conversation. Thanks.
Well, I don't like being bossed around.
Oh, apologies. It's not.
She just wants to be informed.
I'm not
No,
trying to
it's
call
kind
you out.
of
Apologies that if it
that's
came
kind of up
across
to
as
Raider.
sorry if it came across as bossing you around. It's just
It's all good, sister.
there are a lot of other people in the space and they don't have the ability to actually speak, or they might not even have the confidence to speak up, and they want to follow the conversation. I, for one, don't know what what plane crash you're talking about, so it would be even hard for me to contribute, even though
Why
I'm the
would you
speaker.
want to know?
Now, don't interrupt her, William. Go ahead, please.
Sorry.
So, Raider, apologies once again. I wasn't trying to boss you around. I was trying to keep the space flowing for everybody, even the listeners who don't speak. So, you don't have to share that, but it just makes it easier for everybody to follow in, even if they're not chiming in. That's how I meant it. Thanks.
No, that's more than fair. That's more than, and then with the plane stuff yesterday got me a little amped up. So I apologize if I came in a little bit hot. Scream knows what I'm talking about. Screen knows what I'm talking about, Logan. And but effectively, I told this story about 2 weeks ago. There was when I was little in Northeast Mississippi. There was a military aircraft. This was probably 25 years ago now. There was a large military aircraft which had been, as I can call it, retrofitted with some type of beacon technology. I'm not sure, but it crashed very near to my home, within probably half a mile from my home or 3/4 of a mile, and long story short, the first responders, including my neighbor, who went to check on the crash the next day, had no
You guys
recollection
ate
of
them,
the.
didn't you?
Okay, I'm not going to do this with you, William. If you're going to fucking do the same shit you do in every space.
Sorry, I don't.
No. You're not fucking sorry, mate. And
I
I'm not.
actually am sorry. I apologize.
So, it's they had no recollection of the event the next day, and I went across the road, and there was this little, I guess, dirt drive leading up to this large field, and I found a gateway, like a portal, where the plane should have crashed. There was no plane, there was no wreckage, but the plane went somewhere. I heard it crash, but there was no wreckage. But however, when I suppose got up there, I did find a hexagonal portal, it was a hexagon surrounded by other distorted hexagons, and I told a story about that. But this occurred in Pontotoc County, Mississippi, about 25 years ago. And yesterday, a gentleman hijacked an aircraft and flew it around for 6 hours and made national news in Tupelo, Mississippi. This was probably, I say 10, probably 15 miles from where the other thing happened. It's coincidental that I told that story a week or two ago, and I've had 2 or 3 odd things happen, and now this, I find it bizarre.
Are you said you actually seen that gateway or portal?
Absolutely, I interacted with it.
Can you draw a picture of it and message it to me?
Certainly.
Because I'm curious. Because see, if you look in the nest, I put something called the Sri Yantra, and I want to see if it looks close to that, because I believe that Sri Yantra I put in the nest is a form of a gateway map, and that other part that I put in the nest is the coil that's capable of doing that.
I heard he was trying to crash in a Walmart.
That's what he said. That's what he said, but he ended up landing in a field. He didn't.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like, it's such a weird story. I heard it on the news and on the radio.
Yeah.
That's because Walmart has guns in it.
So that's a cool. I didn't know that side of it though. Thank you for telling me.
Yeah, thanks for explaining that. I didn't know that part.
The reason he couldn't get to Walmart is because there's guns on the top of it. Like they shoot down planes if they get too close.
It seemed ridiculous, but like, anyways, yeah, because
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, I knew there must have been more to it.
Jet fuel can't burn through those Walmart daily deals.
They claim that there's a military base under all the Walmarts that go to Walmart to Walmart.
Do you know in where I live in Nelson, British Columbia, that there's American soldiers that have? There's a guy here who cried one night after he got really high on LSD, and told me a story that he thought that he was gonna he's felt. Anyways, he said that there's tunnels that go all through the mountains, all along the west coast.
Yeah, and they go under the Walmart.
There are tunnels that
how else are you gonna get the good deals, huh?
go everywhere.
My house is located on an old dump, like miles. like probably maybe 100, 200 feet below was an old dump, supposedly, from what I understand.
They used to train. There was three, but there's this guy who was put in prison, and he was given polygraphs and all this other stuff that he was cloned apparently, and he had many of his clones were trained to be soldiers under these tunnels, and one of them was in Nelson, where I live.
Well, we have gypsum tunnels under, and you can get into them from some basements because where I live, the old gypsum mines they turn into like storing papers for the city and stuff. And somebody was telling me they were in a house nearby mine, like probably half a mile
Gypsum
away.
doesn't need to be mined. It's on top of the earth.
Is it
Well,
active in that area?
I don't know if it still is active here, but it used to be. We used to be one of the biggest gypsum providers on the East Coast where I live.
When I was active, I kind of meant like phenomena, like any plasma lights or alien related stuff.
I use a lot
No,
of gypsum for growing mushrooms.
but the tunnels, I guess you can get to from the downstairs of some houses because somebody was telling me when they were a kid, they were in this house that you could go down into them tunnels. And supposedly they're gypsum mines. I looked it up, and that's what it said that the gypsum mines, the city government uses them to store like old papers wherever, stuff they want to never lose.
I think anywhere you find like natural minerals in high concentration, like mines and excavation points, you're gonna find a lot of energy in one form or another.
Many mines where I live.
Well,
And
most
it's
of
almost
the
like a magnet too. It's almost like a magnet too. It actually draws.
and
Uh,
most of the high magnetic points are on Earth grid lines.
mhm.
Where you get a lot of activity. That's on the Earth grid lines. Where
The
they
ley lines.
intersect.
Oh, I was just on one a couple of weeks ago. There's one that goes right over Catalina Island, right off the coast of California here by LA.
Did you see
Schmoll
ghosts?
Island.
It's
Yeah, it's
weird.
probably the 33rd.
It
I
goes
live on the
right in the
33rd on the
middle of
other
the
coast.
island.
Is there
Is
a
it?
lot of haunted houses where that grid line is? Because that Detroit's on a grid line, and that's why they're so hot for the ghosts.
I don't know of any ghosts. There's not a lot of haunted houses that I know of. There's not really any cars, so you're like everything is walking distance, and you have to drive like a golf cart around.
Schmoll
Well,
Island, golf cart town.
well,
We have mad haunted stuff over here.
in, in grid line areas, if you get one of those off Amazon, those little magnetic field things, they go off just in the air to at least a 78 natural magnetization.
You know what? I think like if you want to like get like real crazy, there's this like evidence of like alien life that visited here like a long time ago, like this like Australasian tektite rock that's like was spread out over like this
Don't
like
tell anyone.
vast distance, and yeah, it's like probably the only evidence we got that an alien intelligence has been here, but like no one really talks about it for some reason. You guys know about it?
I can't believe you just
But
told everybody that.
there's been plenty of pictographs. I mean, actually, ancient aliens. There's a lot of evidence going back to our ancestors that it's pretty convincing
Hey,
that
stop
they had
spilling
If
the
you
alien
like
ancestral
ancient
beans.
intelligence.
aliens, do some research into what they talk about. They barely scratch the surface. Like that show is kind of like, but do the research on what they mention.
Yeah, I read Eric von Daniken's Chariot of Gods. And the
Yeah, but not
interesting thing,
even him. He kind of like stole that story. That's what I don't really like about him.
well, the interesting thing about him is the way he wrote. He never put anything like definitive. If you look through his book, he's got more question marks in it, you know, than anything else, than statements. He just posed the questions,
Yeah, he did
and
make a question.
and
He did do it like that. That's a good way to say it.
yeah,
It's a
he
good
just
point.
posed the question and let you decide.
Yeah, I just kind of, as far as meant like the Anunnaki, like you can
So
look
people
up
try to
like
diss
how
him
they
and
come
say,
about and
"Oh,"
their
but he
lore.
just asked questions.
Well, you know, some of the UFO tails that you see up in the sky that look like maybe UFOs that glow, not the ones that you actually can see a ship, but most of them that you see dancing lights, they're actually tails from black holes. From
There's
a
all
hit,
sorts of stuff.
it's from a hit in the core, and then the core shoots out orbs in the sky, and they appear to dance, but they're not UFOs. They're definite signs of somebody's trying to play with time, because that's what a quantum singularity does. Is it creates a front which you could see, and then the tail, and that's what I'm thinking that CERN is doing too.
Singularity.
Yeah, quantum
Yeah, but see, well,
singularity.
you said singularity. We're like in an alignment right now where we keep lining up with the planets. Like we just passed one that was like one of the biggest ones we'll ever go through. It was like a 5 planet alignment. So it's like that has a lot to do with that stuff as well.
Well, but I think that a lot of the glowing orbs that people see though are mostly because when they turn on CERN a week, and I think it's time dependent because when they turn on CERN, I had a friend of mine on just about like a week or two before. He was telling me he was seeing glowing orbs just a week or two before that CERN got turned on this time, and I have verified my theory of these things travel backwards in
You know
time.
that the government of that where the Hadron Collider is in CERN, that they wanted to get figure out why they gave them all this money to do this in Switzerland, I think it goes through 2 countries actually, right? And they they had to explain why they were given all this government money, and what and nothing happened. Like
No,
they
they
could
basically said fuck off.
no, what they did, there's a 700-page document that was released explaining what happened. And what these scientists said, that nature was traveling back in time, God, some people might want to refer to it as, and preventing it from working. And they blamed it on God for not working.
Well, I think they're trying to go back through time.
Do you have a link, maybe, William, to that thing so that we can
Google it.
follow
It's
it up?
very easy to find out. Explanation behind the Hadron Collider CERN not working.
Hang on.
Absolutely. No, the only reason I ask for your specific link as opposed to just Googling it is that we are reading off the same information and we can kind of have a conversation
Well, I
around
just
it.
don't remember the link, so that's why I'm asking you to
All
Google it.
right.
Pardon me.
No, that's all right. That's all right. It's just in a space with a lot of people just trying to kind of get the conversation so that people can actually follow and also chime in and jump in. And anybody else who wants to contribute, feel free to do so. You're welcome to come up as a speaker. Thanks.
Open floor. What are we talking about next?
We're talking about the ancient civilizations of the past. There's this guy named I don't remember what his name is, so it doesn't really matter. But he's from Italy, so he was interviewed by Whitley Strieber a few months ago. I don't know if you'll be able to understand it because he has like a strong Italian accent, but he wrote this book called The Empires of Atlantis, and he like details like what happened to Atlantis, what they did after they fled Atlantis, and how they affected our world, and how we see their ripple effects today in various cultures and stuff like that.
I heard somebody else talk about that book.
That sounds
Great.
exciting. And what were your main takeaway points from that, Logan?
Oh man, there's so many. I'll think about it for a minute.
No worries.
It's a big book. It's like
It's
650 pages.
it says a lot of stuff.
I'll put it in the top. Hold on. I'll be back.
Alrighty, take it.
I just
Hey,
smoked a.
I put about CERN the
Oh,
CERN page up there, and it does say something about why CERN was funded. It's in there somewhere.
what do we Zyle? What do we? I just smoked a half a spliff. This is zoning me out here.
Smoke some ganja, my brother.
Yeah, what do we got going?
It's Zile. It's pronounced Zile. No, we're just talking
Zile, I
about
apologize.
Zile. Oh no, don't worry about it. We're just talking about ancient civilizations. And speaking of which, somebody has stepped up. Ancient goddess, feel free to speak. Welcome, welcome. If you want to have a chat, or whenever you're ready, you can just chime in. But Logan is actually just looking for the link to put on about a specific book that he read about Atlantis, and somebody who was
Oh shit!
interviewed. Sorry, I think somebody's mic is hot there.
Yeah, we have a rotary phone activating.
So it was just Logan is looking for the information of the documentary that he actually listened to about the ancient Atlantis civilizations, and I would love to speak more about that and hear more about that. And if anybody wants to chime in, that's great, because Atlantis, I think, is one of the and the pro was actually talking about it, and I was trying to jump in at that time, but everybody was talking. Um, just there was a prediction I heard about the coming, you called it an asteroid in 2028, 2029, but something similar happened at the destruction of Atlantis. So now that we're coming back to that again, and to look at it as a symbol of a new beginning rather than a symbol of destruction. So that's great. I don't know if Logan has found that, but anybody else who wants to chime
Not
in?
yet. It's not really
Or
important. I was just gonna share
I heard it was
a
called
link
an
to the book.
asteroid.
yeah, so yeah, if you does anybody want to talk anything? I couldn't hear, sorry, there were a few people.
I'm an Atlantis fiend.
You're an Atlantis being screen.
No, like I'm an Atlantis addict. I love everything Atlantis.
Me too. Me too. Did you guys, when you were kids, and there were all these stories about Atlantis, did you ever get the feeling that it was actually true and there was something to do with Atlantis?
I believe everything is true that I can't prove is not real.
Well, yeah, I think it actually branched off, and there's kind of like evidence of this. The Rh negative people, the Rh negative bloodline, is something that scientists are still trying to explain. And I'm AB negative, so I looked it up and I researched it, and it's very rare. And that was either like an offshoot of maybe even Atlantis, or just some um, other ancient civilization that got eradicated. I think some of the people fled, and I think you can learn a lot through bloodlines.
The Japanese have policy in most of their business where you have to put your blood type on the thing because they've done massive studies that are and they've around how people interact with each other based on their bloodlines. And yeah, that's a very rare one.
Well, they say you gain certain characteristics from your bloodlines, like Rh negative, and it's kind of like a simple thing, really, because the only difference between Rh negative blood and positive blood is the negative lacks a certain protein coating on each blood cell. And some studies sway and say that that's healthy, that's health benefit wise. Some studies sway and say that it's not. I know I had to get a ROGAM shot when I got pregnant with my son, because another crazy thing about Rh native blood is it actually looks at your pregnancy and your fetus as like an alien body, and your body will actually attack your fetus.
Crazy, yo, oh my god, that explains something.
No, it does. I mean, look it up. Rh negative women have to get what's called a ROGAM shot to pretty much trick my antibodies from attacking my son, my fetus.
You got that
And
alien nerd blood.
pretty
I,
much, I guess.
I was
Maybe that's just a strong sign I wasn't supposed to reproduce. I don't
A lot of
know,
geeky aliens. That's my.
hey, hey,
but
I was
there's something with the Rh negative blood for real.
I
I'm
was
O, yeah, that Japanese scientists have done a lot of research on it. I highly recommend looking it up.
I was a
You have
RH
your hand up
negative.
there. Apologies, Raiders had his hand up for a bit. Did you want to jump in and then the pro maybe next?
I can tell you AB positive people are cheating whores. I went 0 for 2 with AB positive.
Well, that's something.
Most of those people are cheaters. But I think the other gentleman had his hand up.
He's entitled to his
The pro.
opinion. It's a hot take. So be it.
I was a RH negative baby, and my mom had to get a Rogam shot. And according to her, I had to get a blood transfusion, but my dad says that's a lie. But anyway, they say the RH negative is the blood of the Iflam. Iflam. That's what they say. That's just rumor.
I call it nerd blood.
The what?
The Nephilim,
Nephilim, yeah.
the
Better
ones
word.
that you find in the Bible, those are the ones you're talking about, pro, right?
Yep. That's what they say. That's the blood of them.
Anunnaki and Nephilim are the same.
Basically, they're saying
No,
you're
they're
half
not the
God
same,
blood.
William. They're not the same.
Everything's the same, but except for the nerds.
Well, I'm a proud nerd here, so I'm just saying, yeah, there is something to that, and like I said, characteristics within the blood too. It was a very small population, and I think it goes all the way back to like Basque, or Spain. But point is, there was a very small population. It's a very rare blood type. Um, Universal donors, but we can't take positive blood. So I have Red Cross emailing me every other weekend, being like, "Hey, can you come in and donate blood, please?" Um,
Did it pay
but
you?
no, they don't pay me. I think they pay for plasma, and I'm not going there. Every once in a while, the blood van will show up at my work, my company, and I'll go down there and help out. But the last time they totally screwed up my arm too, and they couldn't hit the vein, and it was just horrible, and I had a disgusting bruise after that. So
How old are you? Pardon me.
I'm not too fond of donating blood.
Oh, come on, William. Don't ask that.
No,
And
I'm asking her
also,
because they often will want rare blood from young people.
Okay, well, let's just say they email me a lot
my girlfriend used to
asking me
pay her
to
bills doing that.
come in.
Hey, have you checked to see if it's the vampires emailing you?
The ancient has her hand up. Ancient goddess, you
Quite
want to go?
possibly. I'll tell you.
So ancient goddess has her hand up. Ancient goddess, do you want to go ahead, please? Thanks.
Oh, I was sitting here trying to think of, not think, but feel into the space and see who's ready for what, and, check where everybody's vibes and see if you guys are even ready for me.
Oh, let's hear what you got. Maybe we're there, maybe we're not. Let's see how it goes. Maybe for the next bit, if it's okay with everybody, let's maybe use the putting our hand up thing. I'll promise I'll keep an eye on the screen and I'll call you up as soon as I can, just to give a rotation to the people who are speaking. Thanks for your understanding. Go ahead, ancient goddess.
So I just recorded my 4th podcast episode on this very topic: ancient civilizations, ancient structures, ancient beings, and it got fucking deleted. Like, as soon as I recorded it, it got deleted. And now here we are in this space and we're talking about the same fucking thing, right? I'm like, what is going on? So,
do share what got deleted. I think we're ready for it.
the thing that I have had to fully realize is that none of us are truly fucking even human. We've got this extremely beautiful, special galactic codes within our DNA that is individually unique to everyone's soul.
Yeah,
Individually unique intelligence specifically for you.
absolutely. We were speaking about that actually earlier in the space, just the
So
uniqueness.
listen, this is what I wrote last night that I recorded
Thank
and it
you.
got deleted, but here was just a part of it. The ancient beings and structures of this planet far outdate politics. Like, politics do not even know what the fuck is going on in our world. And then I wrote, what?
Sorry to interrupt. I forgot to put my hand up.
And then I wrote, the natural divine laws of the land have not changed, nor will they ever. Ever. The natural divine laws of the universe cannot be rewritten. So these ancient structures, we've all built them.
Consciousness changes laws.
What? Since we're all like these galactic cosmic children of the creator, these structures and buildings, we know all about them. They aren't foreign to us. We've been here before. We've all been here before. Every single one of us. This isn't our first trip. It's to the Milky Way. It's definitely not our first trip in the cosmos. And as far as Atlantis goes, if you can remember Atlantis, then that's your specific, your individual, unique consciousness that can remember that you were part of it. It's a state of being. So I'm not going to continue to go on because it's what I wrote was so extensive, but I don't think any of us are human beings. I think everything that was ever controlled and every thought process and whatever, it was all just a delusion.
So, if we're not human beings, what do you think we are then?
I have this theory because I've met so many different beings myself. Of course, I've met my higher self, and I've met a bunch of other beings all over the world that have also had their awakening and they've remembered themselves. They're from systems in all over the universe, dimensions from everywhere. And we all had to come here. We all had to incarnate here willfully.
Are you saying you met transdimensional beings?
You mean multidimensional beings? Yes. Interdimensional beings? Absolutely. I
They're in
am
the
one.
very room with you. They're in the very room with you, and you just don't see them.
Exactly. See,
But
she
it's
knows.
like ley line. Well, it's like ley lines. We were discussing ley lines earlier, and that there is that energy that some people are better at tapping into than other people, and it's always spiritual warfare. Well, put it to you this way: science and our little fallible human minds have conceived that there's at least 7 different dimensions, and we happen to reside in the third dimension. So, I mean, there is
Where did
that.
you find that out?
Well, Earth was actually placed in
Scientific journals
Earth
said.
was actually placed in the fourth
I'm
dimension
I'm
in
asking
2012.
specifically because I'd like to know about that.
So let me just throw in here quickly that Earth was actually placed in the fourth dimension in 2012 because that is the year that the light was victorious. That there was a great war between light and dark, and the light won in 2012.
Thanks for sharing that, ancient. And does anybody else have a perspective on the dimensions? And Antoinette, you were saying something. Go ahead, please.
Oh, well, just it was a scientific journal. I couldn't tell you exactly which one, William, but it was speculation. And that also ties into CERN and how they're trying to find the God particle, and they're trying to pretty much split time and space, or be able to travel it. And it explains so many different things. And we come back to Nikola Tesla, energy, frequency, vibration. Everything can pretty much be explained that way. Even encounters with what we call either angels or demons or ghosts, whatever kind of like paranormal encounter that you have, it's just there's so many different scenarios to try to go and figure that out. Interdimensionally, yeah, I believe in that wholeheartedly. I believe I'm actually sitting alone on my bed right now, and there's probably like 12, 13 other beings in here with me right now. I can't see
They're
them.
probably a bunch of perverts.
Yeah, probably.
It fucking feels that way a lot. It feels like that often. It's
Well,
annoying.
how you have the feeling that somebody's watching you sometimes, and maybe sometimes you get goosebumps or your hair
Somebody's
stands up.
watching me.
Exactly.
I've
They
seen white light in the forest walk next to me, and when I hadn't had no flashlight, and try to freak me out, and I was like, "Fuck off, you fucking nerds!"
right.
Wait,
Well, yeah.
did you say that you had a light walk with you in the forest?
Yep.
Wow, man. I
Energy
love hearing
orbs.
those stories.
Well, they're energy orbs and they're everywhere. Um, yeah, you pick up on them.
The
Sometimes you
light
see
wasn't
them.
walking; it
Sometimes
was
you
floating
don't.
around like a nerd.
It was probably a ball of energy. You see those in graveyards a lot. Or if you want to talk about the paranormal and the hauntings, some hauntings you have that are just kind of like a skipping record. You have like a person walking through a doorway, in their time and space,
It
and it
just seems so
somehow clicks.
inappropriate for them to do that, knowing that it'd be scary. Maybe they just knew that I wouldn't be scared, but how could they know how I'd feel about it?
Well, there's a difference between those kind of hauntings and then intelligent hauntings. Intelligent hauntings are the ones that can actually interact with you. Like for
Didn't interact with me, but I saw it.
well, for some little part, they're in our dimension at the time, but they're mostly out of it. Those, a lot of times as it's explained as demons. Um, and that goes through all throughout mythology. I mean, you had Loki, you had Pan in Greek mythology. You always had your tricksters and your
I am coyote.
malevolent energies.
My best friend's named Mukhail.
They fuck with you pretty much. They're
I
here to
love fucking
test
with people
you.
though, so I appreciate it.
Well, yeah. Well, when you can do it interdimensionally, then I'll be
But with love.
impressed.
I feel like I guess but like if they did somebody else, like it'd be so scary for like most people, and I'm like, why would you do that?
Well, look, I want to say something that just came to me, if I can, really quickly. Part of the episode I recorded last night said this: somehow, some way, somewhere, goddesses got trapped in fantasy and art. Like they're mystical creatures, when in reality, I am here. I'm not in your dreams. Huh. I mean, I am, but I'm in the physical at the same time. So we're not just trapped. You can't just trap our energy in fucking art and fantasy and pretend like we don't exist. Like
No,
we're literally on the planet already. We're not out there all the time anymore. We're here. We might have been there. Like I wrote last night about the war I was in. I've already seen the freaking battles, the galactic battles I've had, the victories I've won, and came back. Like we're live and in living color right now. And all of this chaos that's going on, it just feels like something that's being cleansed. It feels like something that is energies, lower, freaking restrictive lies. Most of it is lies, man. You know how many lies I freaking swim through? There's so much lies out there to the truth of our existence and the truth of who we truly all are. It's time that we all wake up to that and remember that because it's important.
And so, ancient goddess, what are we, and what are we truly from your perspective? Please share. Thanks.
You are me, and I
Mm,
am you.
I love that. I call it the one as the all, and the all are the one, but it sounds around the same lines.
Of course. But you see, the way my energy works, my energy wants to reflect back to the consciousness what the consciousness is projecting to me to reflect. So, in a sense, my free will does not exist because it's so aligned and it's so pure. It would only want to give back what the collective consciousness is asking it to give back to it. That's how energy works. We're all mirrors of one another. I activate you, you activate me. We're all these beautiful light energetics ourselves, like these orbs that are flying around us. They're a part of us. We can see them and perceive them because we are light. I didn't even know that I was light until I had an awakening. And then I was like, wow, it's like the lights came on. And I was like, okay, somebody somewhere tell me what the fuck I'm supposed to be doing with this, because this kind of power is extremely, 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 extremely. It Scientists don't know what I am. Huh. I have to tell them. I have to remind them.
Oh, thanks so much for sharing, ancient goddess. Um, you've said quite a lot of really interesting things there. And maybe to backtrack just a bit, if nobody wants to chime in, feel free to put up your hand if you want to chime in, or to step up and be a speaker, welcoming a new speaker there. But ancient goddess, you've said two things which I would maybe love if you shared more on, if you're open to that. But it was the first, that one, we are not human, and if we're not human, what exactly are we? How would you say what we are? And the
I have
second
found
being,
within the connections that I've been making the last 3 years, I have found Pleiadians, Arcturians, Lyrans, Reptilians, Orions, Syrians. I have found many other beings from other places within the cosmos. That's how I came up with that theory. If I was to sit with you long enough, one on one, I might potentially be able to tap into that. But the reason I don't really tap in on one, I typically work with people that have already done the work. They already know themselves. It makes the experience so much easier. When I step into turbulence and I have to like work to clean all that out for you, I get tired. Just being
no,
honest.
no, that's all right. But I get you've pointed out other civilizations. But the thing that I'm really, really wanting to understand from what you've said is, if we're not human, what are we? Are you saying we're not human
Multidimensional.
in context? Yes, we are multidimensional, but we can be multidimensional and human at the same time, no?
Well, I mean, if you want to stay in the mental constructs of what you were taught, sure.
So are you saying we're not human in the context of the mental construct, but not us as the
Even
unique beings
physically.
that?
Yeah, our consciousness is beyond, our consciousness is profoundly more intelligent than any doctor or medical professional or scientist or psychologist. They don't know anything. They don't know anything. They're literally programmed to try to attack the souls on the planet. I can see it. And
Okay,
to
but
accuse, they're literally accusing souls of having mental health problems, being schizophrenic, denying their multidimensional selves, trying to force that into the general population. It's one of my topics for one of my episodes. It's really in depth. It's really in depth. The amount of psychological warfare that has taken place in this world, it's very
no,
intense.
thanks for sharing. I think my perspective, and I don't know what your perspective or anybody else's perspective on this is, I don't think any of those people are necessarily doing it. I think I'll use the word maliciously.
You don't
It's
think
that they
that?
don't. No, I have not met people who are doing it maliciously. Things have been done to me, what we would classify as things I don't prefer, or really horrible things by somebody else. But I don't see myself as a victim in that situation, because I know what I am. I'm a non-physical being having a physical experience. But when we got down to it, and when I actually interacted with these humans, I'll call them humans for ease of conversation, who had done these things to me, what I found, and what I found with my interactions, is that they didn't do it intentionally to be malicious. They were doing the best that they could with what they had. And once you actually create a space or an avenue for you to understand, for you to be able to show them what it is they have done to you, from my perspective, a lot of them do understand to a point. They might not understand as much as you do, but they would understand to a point to realize that what they did actually did cause harm. So that's why I say I have not met any malicious beings or anything like that, because I don't even know what that looks like anymore, because we all come from the light, as you've said. There is only all there is. And there's that contrast to help us have experiences, but it is, at the end of the day, all there is anyway. So that's just my take on it. Anybody else there? Anybody else in their 2 cents on that?
I mean, do you want me to reply?
Oh, absolutely. You are included in the anybody else. Apologies
Okay.
if I didn't mean to say you weren't. Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, I can understand the contrast and understand what you just spoke of. But the fact that we've all incarnated here in these super advanced suits, that's what I'll call them. Super advanced suits. This physical suit that I have right now, it's like super intelligent. It does the most intelligent things that I don't meet too many people that have done what it can do. Let me just put it to you like that. So, like I said, there was a war, a huge fucking war. And that I know that I was a part of it. And I also know that I won. And so, this light that you speak of was in a war with the darkness. This is just the truth. And we won in 2012. Right now, currently on the planet, there are many divine natural laws that are being violated against all the people. Not just me, but every child, every woman, and every man. Violating divine universal code of ethics and morals and virtues. And they knew that their intent was to harm these beings that were here controlling this reality. They knew what their intentions, they knew what their intentions were. And, you know, all of us that are of the light, we had to come here. I know we say free will, but all the records I've read, all of the records I've read, we all chose before coming here to come here. And if you are on the planet right now and you are of the light, then we have work to do. We truly do. The darkness has been defeated. We have to start working together.
Thank you for sharing that. And it sounds like it's something that's really close to your heart. And I've had my own experiences in interdimensional things, and conflicts and things like that. You said, I think, something very interesting and germane, that from your perspective, there was that conflict and then we won. So now, if we take it from then, we have won. So we'll just take it at that, right? So we won. So what now? So how do we now move forward and
Okay.
bring the things that we've won, so that we may benefit from this quote unquote winning?
Okay. So what some of us have done, because we know the laws of the universe are free will. You have to be given a free will to choose in order for it to be pure. You can't strip the free will away from someone. That's just not how it works. So we came together and we created a new system that would correct all of the problems on Earth. And it's basically, in the most simplest of terms, a sovereign, non-secret society. Because the secrecy of the societies, the sneaky shit they did, and the hidden tricky shit that they're always trying to pull, like controlling the media and telling you something's happening in the world that isn't even fucking happening. Like, they're lying. They're just blatantly making up storylines and affecting the consciousness with fear and propaganda and like all of these weird things. Like, this reality is so unintelligent to me. But the path forward is to unite in that powerful sovereignty of our individual beingness, and to take back our intrinsic value, our personal individual energy, and free that. Once we free the individual energy of each being on earth, every soul on earth, there's nothing. That's the only way we can do it. Because if you go to the ether, the astral, whatever you want to call it, the higher realms, nobody's charging me a fucking thing to be there. I'm fully free. My source energy is totally free. So why would it be enslaved in the physical?
Thank you so much for sharing, Ancient Goddess.
That makes sense, right?
Oh, I'm totally following. I know we were having this conversation before. I know I'm a non-physical being having a physical experience, and I know I came here willingly, and I know I jumped into this time-space reality for the purposes of being the best version of me in this time-space reality, and there is no other like me, and there never will be. And this is just all of us. The only difference is some people know it and they don't. So I'm totally on board with
Well,
you.
I'm so grateful to be in the presence of another self-aware goddess.
Thank you. But for me, it's just it's very interesting when people know this and their then perspective on it. And that was what I wanted to maybe hear and bring and share with the group. And you've done a great job of sharing your perspective on it. And I see that Carl Extra has their hands up. They've had their hand up for a while. Feel free to jump in, Carl.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's very interesting. But do you think you might be getting several different tiers of social control confused or mixed up with higher dimensional beings? Like, it sounds to me like you're making a kind of a modern fable out of old scriptures. So I putting two and two together, it sounds like you might be coming up with five by adding various layers together to make a kind of super conspiracy. I just think humans are too disparate to be that overarching. Although I will say there are overarching interests, pan global. But yeah, I don't want to criticize anything you said because there's a lot of kind of truth in it. But I'm just worried that you're putting a few things together that are sort of might be kind of related, but it's not like one overarching huge conspiracy. I just think the world's just too chaotic for that. The universe is too chaotic for that. The universe is too multi-dimensional for that. I keep going back to we're living in a fractal universe. We are, and the fractal goes always in every direction, even directions we don't even comprehend. And that's all I got to say.
Well, Carl, thank you so much for sharing. And if you don't mind, can you maybe share your perspective on what's going on, or maybe if you'd like, touch on what ancient wisdom touched on, or not, ancient goddess, sorry, or just just share with us your perspective of what's going on and how we are moving forward, or what you would like to see happening in this time-space reality. Thanks, Carl.
All right. Okay. Right. First of all, there's no time space. Right. So no, just joking. I don't. I'm right. Okay. So time space. That's the first question. Where are we? Okay. Physical. Okay. So some of me thinks that I might be a physical being going into a non-physical realm when I'm kind of astral projecting. But yeah, I don't know. I'm the last few weeks has been changed my perspective. I used to be a lot more nuts and bolts, although I was heavily into meditation and Reiki and touched on all sorts of things. I never really had any kind of proof that what I was seeing or what I was experiencing was kind of anything but my imagination. But that has changed. A few years ago, that changed. So, but my perspective on it. Right. Right. Okay. So, so I think we all know that there was a catastrophic event 12,500 years ago, roughly. And I think most people kind of know that there was a culture here that was advanced, if not highly advanced, at around about that time. And it kind of ties in with I'm going to have to try and find this. There was a program, a statistician was on a program talking about the size of aliens on different worlds and how large you would be, and how so he worked out that the larger the planet, the smaller the being, and the smaller the planet, the larger the being. And I'm going to have to find I'm going to have to try and find this guy. It was compelling. It was a compelling argument. He's the maths guy, and he seems to have he convinced me that it's sort of counterintuitive that a larger planet wouldn't that be more space for larger beings? No, it means smaller, because there'd be more of you. So the more of you, the smaller you'd be. So it was kind of counterintuitive. But I'm kind of going around a little bit of it's very difficult to try. There's quite a few threads to put together here. Right. Okay. So where was I've lost my train of thought. Right.
No,
Right. Okay.
no,
So
you're doing great, and I think it's
am I?
important to the fact that you are, because ancient goddess did speak about quite a lot of things. So you're trying to touch it. So maybe if we focus it, so
Yeah.
what would your perspective? So ancient goddess spoke about a war which was won around 2012, and you've spoken about time space. So and she's spoken about the different things. So you said there is no control. We're not that organized for there to be that kind of control. So what do you think is happening, and what would you also like to see happening? What direction would you like to see us move in?
All right. Okay. So, so if we take the Fermi paradox and apply that to what we see.
Sorry, maybe if you want to bring us up to speed with what the Fermi paradox is real quick, just so everybody can follow your conversation. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. The Fermi paradox. Basically, there should be a certain number of alien civilizations with that we should be able to see from our own technology. We should be able to see something in the universe. So yeah, the Fermi paradox takes how many suns, how many planets, how many are in the Goldilocks zone, blah blah blah, and comes out with something like 100,000 civilizations, or something. But it is, I don't know quite what the number is, but it comes out to like where if the galaxy is teeming with life, where is it? Why can't we see anything? And that's kind of amusing because obviously we're and it brings on to another thing that well, there's a load of people here that have seen space, or everything, haven't they? They've seen orbs, spirits, spaceships, you name it. We've seen it, and it is not human. Okay, so we could say that there's something that isn't human right in front of our noses, and yet when we apply our instruments to it, no one could actually come up with a definitive reading, and that is just some kind of mental pretzel to try and warp your head around. That you've got kind of over half the planet arguing that that there isn't anything, and people that experience things trying to justify that well, maybe it is a top secret military project, and maybe some of it is, but some of it is definitely not. Okay, so so that's what I'm worried about. So that's what I say about ancient, trying to put maybe trying to pull tiers of the real world, where there are organizations that are motivated by power, wealth, just control, fear, maybe. And they see these things and think, oh, well, if we can grab hold of that technology, we'll be the biggest monkey in the room with the biggest stick, and be able to beat our fellow man with it. So, we can then colonize the whole universe with our monkey seed. So, yeah. And I'm sure there is. I'm sure it is. So, but here's what I say about the Fermi paradox. Okay, so the scientists, the best brains on the planet, are looking out there with all the tech, all the telescopes, and cannot see any life at all anywhere. Okay, so going back to this scientist that was saying about the planet with the smaller aliens on a bigger world, I think it was he was saying that, okay, so if you take the calculation that the universe is X amount of billion years old, and our star is what, 4 billion, 5 billion years old, maybe something like that. So the galaxy we're in is kind of maybe what, I don't know, I'm just guessing, is it what, 6-8 billion? Can I just I'm going to give a wrong figure. Let's say it's 10 billion years old. No, let's say it's 6 billion. So there's 2 billion years there of development. Yeah, it doesn't really matter what number, because we are talking billions of years. So what he's saying that in that time scale, a technical advanced civilization could send out DNA or their own craft to colonize the galaxy in that time, and it wouldn't take like 1 billion or 2 billion years. It's something like 3 million years, 5 million years. You could do the galaxy. Yeah. So if that's the case, why isn't that? Why can't we see that? Why isn't there some super civilization, overarching civilization controlling the whole galaxy? Why can't we see that?
Please
Why do
let
you
us
assume you
talk.
would be able to see
Apparently,
it?
I've been you've been sorry beating around the bush of that. I really want to know why we can't see it. Please share.
Right. Okay. So I'm just getting to literally my next. Right. Okay. So why can't we see it? So you kind of drill down to the conclusion that it has been some overarching civilization has colonized the galaxy, and this planet has been colonized, except we are the tribes people, and the war is to keep us safe from the other technologically advanced civilizations trying to colonize our planet, which makes it a little bit ironic that we're trying to send rockets to colonize other planets, because it probably means that every civilization wants to permeate through the galaxy. So the first people, or the first extraterrestrials that kind of must have created some kind of overarching civilization to say, no, these are nature reserves and every planet has their own right to their own form of existence. And that's what I think. I think we're in it.
Oh, thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. That's an interesting perspective. Logan, you were going to say something and I spoke over you there. Apologies.
Oh, no worries. I was just chiming in because he said the thing about why can't we see them? I was just saying, like, I don't know, like, why do we assume that we could? That's all.
Oh, thanks. For me, I'm just thinking, I think we can actually see them, but
Yeah, no, that's what that's the funny thing. That is kind of the mental pretzel that most of us here have seen something, so we know that they are here. So if they are here and other people are saying they aren't, then that means that they don't want to be like seen. So that kind of leads you to the thought that, well, they are here then. So that means the galaxy must be permeated, because I can't really see any other conclusion to it.
I can share my own thought, maybe that could maybe shed some light on different thinking about it. So I think when we see them, it's on purpose, right? It's not an accident. I think it's I think they have their own kind of like government, like we do, like we're just like you said, the local tribes people, and they they get as low as they need to, but they don't get too close because they don't want us to. They don't want to get in trouble, they don't want us to attack them or whatever. So they keep their distance, but they're doing whatever it is they're doing. We can't tell because it's probably some high alien shit. But they're like, all right, we finished. Let's get out of here. But I mean, they know we're here. They've probably here before us.
Sorry, Logan. Just one last thing. I think that also we're talking about this from our own time. I can say this time perspective. It's in our own little world where we go through it. We live 100 years and we die or less. Yeah. So if you go back 200 million years, when the planet was like full of dinosaurs and they were here. So us saying, oh, why are they here? It's like, no, they've been here watching us develop for 200 million years. So it's like, must be quite sort of amusing to them. This is the perspective we're imprinting on us from our time perspective. But, we weren't here 200 million years ago. And by
if we were,
well, we'd be up in the stars, wouldn't we?
Yeah, humanoids have visited that look exactly like us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which kind of then kind of when we like fast forward to 12,500 years ago, and it's like, oh, I got a feeling that there was some extraterrestrial that crashed or tried to colonize, or something happened. I mean, if you read the Book of Enoch, something happened there. Something happened. So
a lot of things happened that we just don't know anything really. We know scrap.
I know we've got a collective amnesia. We're trying to piece things together, but maybe it's not important to do that. Maybe we're just analyzing the past for I don't know, for some peace of mind. Maybe we just say, right, okay, we are where we are. We got lucky. We dodged a bullet, and we should just get on with it. Which is pretty much what ancients saying, I think.
Yeah, we come full circle. You can go ahead if you have your hand raised.
Well, Carl, I just want to say thank you, brother, for um, the conversation and your perspectives, because I'm always learning and growing from each individual experience. Um, I wanted to share some of my experiences with you guys with ETs, if that's okay. Where did she go? I didn't even get her name. But
Seeley.
these ships, I have interactions with them. There's this one that I take a picture of, and it follows me around. Like, I'm not even kidding. I deal with ships all the time. Great freaking big ones. And I it's my own understanding that the more open you are, the more open they are with you, because they are a part of our consciousness. They are a part of us. Like, these ships that I work with, they're a part of my consciousness and, my higher self. And that's why I'm here. It isn't because, it's not because, you know, there's no, what is that word? Maliciousness? Is that the word? That's one word.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's none of that. The only reason I would come here is because there was an energetic imbalance within the cosmos, and somebody was freaking suffering. I didn't have to be here. I'm telling you right now, I did not need this incarnation. My lifetimes were done. I was just chilling, just enjoying my freedom, and I was asked if I would come here, and I said yes.
Asked by whom? Asked by whom, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, it was a huge team, a huge team of light that came together and said, "There's a problem, and we're all here. Every single one of us are here. We all came back." It's like this huge team of powerful light beings. We all gathered together and said, "How are we going to do this?" And we figured it all out. And in this time space continuum we're in right now, this was everybody's destined timeline to be on. Like, all the other ones, I don't even know where they are. We're right here in the power of creation of everything that we are. I'm so grateful that Carl spoke up, man, because when I speak to other beings that have maybe doubts and they say, "Well, prove it." I'm like, "Well, I mean, I am the proof. I'm sitting here talking to you, being honest with you and transparent and not hiding from you." You know what I mean? I wouldn't
Yeah.
want to hide from you. That's not serving you. And the reason I'm here is to serve humanity. So hiding's not going to work.
That's a very interesting perspective. Thanks for sharing, Ancient Goddess. The thing I'd be curious about was, you said there were beings of light that then said there's a problem. So from our non-physical perspective, do we view these things as problems?
Of course
So,
not. But you understand what I mean.
oh, please clarify for the group if you don't mind.
So
Thanks.
anytime that I just wrote this down, hold on, I'll find it in my notes because I actually wrote about it.
How synchronous of you.
Huh. Come on.
And while Ancient Goddess is finding her notes, just to welcome the new people in the space, you're very, very welcome. This is a safe space to share whatever you would like. You can just step up to the mic by requesting to speak, and we'll allow you to speak. And if you are wanting to speak, just raise your hand, and we are keeping an eye on the screen, so we'll bring you up as quickly as possible. But feel
Okay.
free to speak and be who you be. So go ahead, Ancient Goddess.
So this is how it came out. Being the light is much different from just reading about it. To experience creation in all things is the goal. We honor the divine sacred ways of the universe and all life. In reality, nothing could be created that couldn't be instantly corrected. That's what came out. So you're right, there's never a problem. Nothing can be created that cannot be instantly corrected.
And thanks for clarifying that, ancient goddess, because that was that was some clarification that I wanted, and I think um, because we are all coming from different backgrounds, it may be helpful for then us to speak in the modern way and what you have learned, so that others can then, who are jumping in now or jumping in whenever their divine timing, know
I really
what we're
appreciate
talking
it.
about. Oh, you're welcome, Logan. You're welcome. Anybody else wanting to add to that? Logan, your mic is hot. You want to add to that?
Oh, what, my mic wasn't hot, was it? Okay. No, I was just enjoying listening.
I know what you're saying. I'm really enjoying listening and people coming together with different perspectives and letting them just be the perspectives that they be. But I think, in spaces like this where a lot of us would either have experienced or be curious about experiencing or not remember the experiences we've had with extra dimensional, extraterrestrial, alien beings, whatever you want to call them, I think it's great that we can get together and just talk about it in whatever way we feel comfortable to talk and share about it and know that
I,
all
um,
truths are true.
I was gonna say I love these like smaller, like more personal chats versus like the ones that are like really big and just a ton of cross talking, and you know what I mean. Like I love these personally like a lot more.
I totally, totally agree with you. Kind of like where we are, where it's one person talking at a time and we get a chance to actually hear everything the person is saying. And then people get to ask questions and interject and share their perspective of what has been spoken about. I totally love those as well. So,
I
anybody
think
else?
I think the most beautiful part of this space is that you guys are open-minded and open-hearted, and that it hasn't been challenging for me to speak. Because when I walk into a space with closed minds and closed hearts, it'll kind of go sideways. And you guys are fully open. You, whatever your name is, is that how I say
Zile,
that?
Zile.
Zile.
Yes.
I'm just honored. You're an incredible, and yes,
She is a
incredible.
goddess, a goddess.
Yes, totally.
Thank you so, so much. But you can only see that because it is within you. You can only see what is within you. So thank you and thank you again.
Oh, by the way, even though I was been doing like Reiki and astral projecting and kind of meditation for on and off really for 15 years. Well, yeah, let's say over 10. It was only the last 2 years that I had something show up outside my front window. So that was kind of confirmation that there is something. And now whether it's high tech, you see, this is where I kind of you kind of step from nuts and bolts tech into the spirit and the woo, and then there's kind of like, well, right, okay, so if I astral project out with my biological body and my consciousness, which is, I think, biological, okay, some of that consciousness might be at a fundamental level held at some kind of lower quantum level or dimension. But most of that consciousness, or I say most, but some of that consciousness is held in this third dimension biologically. So that has manifested across the planet and called up an entity to come visiting right in front of my window. So that was 2 years ago. So that's really kind of confirmed that somehow biologically I can transmit metaphysically to someone possibly extraterrestrial at whatever distance. The distance is irrelevant. The kind of time is irrelevant. Because like literally you're in a I can't even describe it. It's how do you describe something that's undescribable? So there we are. Yeah, that's but from a physical 3-dimensional perspective as a body, that I can manifest my thoughts and transmit across the globe for something to turn up outside my house. That's kind of proof, isn't it, that there is something metaphysical, that we are capable of transmission.
Carl, that's amazing. And I think maybe a lot of people in the group are jonesing to know what you saw. And if you're open to sharing, we would love to know.
Yes, that's why my hand is up.
Oh yeah. Oh well. Yeah. I've told this story before, but obviously, yeah, I don't want to tell the story too many times without repeating myself. But I don't mind.
Carl,
But
apologies to jump over you. I've never heard
yeah.
the story, and it looks like Ancient Goddess hasn't heard the story. So take your time, because we love to hear about these types of things. So go ahead, please. Let us know.
I apologize to Sam, Screener, and Logan that have probably heard this story about 5 times. So,
More the merrier.
all right, okay, all right. Okay, so I astral. Well, actually, astral will correct me here, but I apologize in advance that I'll use the term astral project, but he seems to think it was more.
It's just a segue. Apologies for jumping over again. Why are you apologizing for using the term astral projection?
But well, because of the way that I didn't particularly leave my body. So he thinks it's more of a clairvoyance kind of a. But anyway, I'm splitting hairs, but I just to say that I'm using the term astral projection in a loose term because I've got no real way of ever describing it, because it's kind of a clairvoyance C5 astral projection, and it crosses all the boundaries as well as remote viewing. So I kind of was. But anyway, hopefully at some point we'll figure out what I did is something. But anyway, I'll call it astral projection. So as I astral project into the anomaly at Skinwalker Ranch. Call it crazy to do that, but I know. So I was really worried about obviously the legends of the Skinwalker, which are like 8 foot tall, snarling kind of metaphysical wolves with glaring red eyes that come and take you in the night. So I was a little bit nervous about doing that, but ultimately my reason for doing that is because I saw those idiots at Skinwalker Ranch firing rockets into the anomaly. So, you know, well, you don't know, but basically at Skinwalker Ranch, there's an anomaly up in about maybe half a mile up in the sky that's invisible, that has a force field around it. And the so-called science experimenters decide that the best thing to do is to fire test rockets at it. Now, I don't know about you, but if I was a highly advanced civilization that has spent the last several thousand years on the planet and are using some very serious high tech to use as a waypoint for interdimensional travel for our crafts, where the last thing we'd want is a bunch of idiot monkeys firing rockets at it. So, yeah. So I got a bit upset. So I went in there to apologize to the anomaly, and I did so with respect as well, because I know that you do not want to mess with the skinwalkers. Yeah. So lots of humble, lots of apologies, and that was that. And so a couple of weeks later, I'm just sat at my desk, my front window, and a nice plain day, you know. It was it was in lockdown. There was no traffic around. There was no air traffic, and this mylar kind of like party weather balloon kind of floats down out of the sky across my line of sight, and then stops kind of just before my window. We're talking about what 300 yards, if that, up in the sky. So it's not far away. And it slows down, and I thought, well, that's weird. And I think, well, that's kind of weird that it's kind of come down and like stopped and sort of slowed down there. And then it splits into two translucent tripods with LEDs that I can describe on each end of each arm. And the two tripods were about, 10 foot apart. And they stayed. I ran outside and was looking at it for, I don't know how long it was, about 10, 20 seconds. And they were kind of like just flashing around one at a time in clockwise direction. And bright lights, I've got to say, very bright. And then it kind of just like, that magnetic kind of floating on a magnetic kind of, you know what I mean? You can kind of tell that magnetic float. It kind of like went off up the hill, and then it kind of like jumped. It kind of like a magnetic jump up about 30 foot, and then just up over the rise as like being navigated, being piloted. No, it wasn't a drone. Although it might have been from the extraterrestrial point of view, but it certainly didn't make any sound. It was and translucent as well, so it was very difficult for me to see the tripods. It's like the arms were translucent, and kind of the middle I couldn't make out, even though I knew it was there. It kind of wasn't, and it's really difficult. But the funny thing about that also was that it was really hard to remember it for a couple of weeks after. They kind of put some fuzzy logic on me. They did some very, very intricate mind stuff. They did. Yeah, they did. They definitely did, because afterwards I wasn't scared of skinwalkers either. So they did some real precision stuff. I just know they did. So and that's it. That's kind of proof that something happened. So there we go.
Oh, wow, Carl, thanks for sharing. And what makes you think they did it, and maybe who are they?
Right, yeah. So right, okay. So yeah. So it was either the beings behind the tech at Skinwalker, or they've given that assignment to someone over this side of the planet to come and visit me. But there's no way that it wasn't to do with a Skinwalker. I just know that. And also the thing that I wasn't scared of Skinwalker after that was like one of the main things. It's like, I think the Skinwalkers are the patrol, either craft or intelligence, that makes sure people stay away from the area. I think that. I might be wrong, but I've had no evil or malicious. It was all positive, you know. That's the thing. It was really positive. I mean, I was considering, you know, the stories out of Skinwalker have been pretty horrific for people, and I'm thinking, well, that's not my experience. That's not the way it went down at all. So there you go.
Oh, thank you for sharing, Carl. That's very interesting. I don't know what you would think about this, but my understanding about any of this is that nothing is so much done to you as there is an agreement. So, from a non physical point of view. So, for example, this space right now, from our non-physical selves, we had an agreement to interact. And how you know you had an agreement to interact is we are in the same room interacting with everybody. And it's also part of the organizing principle. How do 8 billion people actually interact and not interact and move around in what we in our buy-in of the time-space reality? So in order for us to interact, however, the mechanism that is used is that I need to recreate you, a version of you in my own image. And then you need to then recreate a version of me in your own image. And then we interact and we exchange whatever that interaction is. But remembering that it's not just a linear time perspective, we're actually shifting through billions of parallel realities per second at the rate of Planck time, roughly the rate of Planck time. So you did say something like they've done something to you, and I'm not saying they did or they didn't do, but what I, from my own knowledge, research, and my own experiences, our memories are linked to what we are then willing and able to accept and believe and remember. So some beings I've interacted with, they use our memory as a point. When you start remembering things, then it's for them like a barometer that then says, oh, you're ready for then more contact, depending on what it is that you remember. But part of the reason why a lot of people don't have full memories or whatever, it is because specifically to help you just basically get on with your life. And if it is relevant to you, you then can access that memory and integrate it into your beingness. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. No, actually, yes, that's a bit I missed out. That's exactly how I've kind of analysed it. That because I've been able to, because I had another experience about 30 years ago with another alien craft, which is a completely different story. But I've kind of been searching nuts and bolts ever since because of the information that craft gave me physically seeing it. I've gone off on the very much like a lot like all these YouTuber influencer UAP type guys are very much in the physical, looking at like physical evidence. So that's where I was going, which led me down the path to the Younger Dryas, 12,500 years, greater civilization, trying to look for kind of physical evidence of extraterrestrial extraterrestrial architecture or some sort of evidence. But yes, when that craft, the one 2 years ago, has left, that was yes, what you just said. It gave me like that changed me from nuts and bolts physical to metaphysical, because it kind of confirmed that holy shit, I've just done something pretty reckless and crazy, really, metaphysically, but also it's like, right, yeah, we're going to show ourselves, we're going to do a little bit of whatever. I am sure that they did something, but it did give me the tools to unlock a lot of knowledge and confirm a lot of things that people have said and written about. So in that sense, and it's kind of moved me along the path, and it's got me away from the nuts and bolts physical into it would make sense, wouldn't it, that at a quantum level, and if quantum entanglement exists, and they're basically saying that the universe doesn't make sense unless it's at least 4, 5, maybe even 6 dimensions, the kind of maths work better at 5 dimensions. So you know, even I mean, I'm not a mathematician, but I've just listened to, you know, Donald Hoffman, basically, you know, top guy, basically saying at a fundamental level, time and space and quantum isn't fundamental. There's something beyond that, and it's literally the only thing beyond that is consciousness that we understand at the moment. And when you got someone like Donald Hoffman saying that, it's like, right, okay. So, you know, and who's the other guy? Who's the other guy? Is it Siskind? Leonard Siskind, is it? Suskind? Leonard Suskind. Is it Leonard Him. That's a mind blower. Listen to him. He's there, and he's in his 70s now. I think he's one of the grandfathers of quantum theory and string theory. No, he's not a string theorist, is he? No, he doesn't like string theory. I think he's just a quantum theory. But he is saying that, you know, that he can't think in 4 dimensions or 5 dimensions. Well, he just can't envisage it. But he knows that the maths is there, that there's something forcing mathematicians, literally forcing them to look, and it's like they're almost at the edge of kind of realizing that there's something in it. I think there's I can't remember I'm going off subject a little bit. I am sorry about this. Am I going too off subject here?
No worries, no worries.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
It's pronounced Zile.
Zile, sorry.
Zile. No worries, no worries.
You,
But
you
just
did say earlier as well. Sorry.
That's okay. Don't even worry about it. But, you were talking about your experience. You said some 30 years ago, maybe. Can you maybe speak about what that experience was, what it looked like, where you were,
Yeah.
what you were eating, what you had for breakfast, lunch, and dinner that day? I'm kidding.
Yeah.
But is as much detail as possible, please. Thank you.
Well, I don't know about lunch or dinner, to be honest. Sorry, Logan and Screener. I'm going to do. Right. Okay. So, it's me and my friend. I think we were about. We were probably 18, 19, I think. So, we just decide to head off down to the beach, which is about 10 miles out of town. It was about 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11. And so we head off down to the beach, and he stupidly gets his car stuck in a sand dune. So we're digging his. So we're there for, I know, we're there digging his bloody car out of the sand. And he's down collecting driftwood because we're putting it under the wheel, and I'm kind of digging out underneath. And he grabs me and goes, "Oh, Carl, look up in the sky." And there's a sort of semi-cloudy sky. So I look up in the sky, and there's we're at the beach. It's an inlet. What do you call it? Like an estuary. Sorry, and it's. The measurement to the other side is about 10 to 11 miles, okay? And we can see clearly over to the other side, and the town and the port over the other side of the estuary. So it is 10, 11 miles. Surprising how far you can see, but it is about 10, 11 miles. Very clear to see across there, but there were clouds in the sky. So he says, look up in the sky. So there's this kind of glowing from a cloud. I said, oh, that's the moon. He goes, no, look. So we carry on looking, and then the cloud moves out of the way, and there you go. Right in front of us is this huge metallic sphere with large hexagons, like maybe about, I'd say, let's say about 10 or 15 of these large hexagons, as like they're glowing either blue. They either are off blue or red. Okay, they're kind of, when they pulsate and glow, this craft then kind of just moves off in that kind of magnetical kind of impulse way, and just accelerates up. and then it kind of slows down a bit, and then impulses again, and then it does it about 3 times, and each time it's getting faster and faster up into space. But yeah, this thing was imagine a small football or a base. Imagine a baseball stadium, and the thing being able to just about fit into it. So it was pretty big. We are estimating that it was at about 3. Well, it was either 3 to 5 miles out. So it was halfway between like the one side of the estuary and the other side, but it could have been a bit closer, but it certainly wasn't further. And yeah, elevation probably about 45 degrees up. So you've got your head tilted a little bit, but not too much. But yeah, that was that. So I hadn't seen anything else. So then we saw that go, and obviously we need to get this car out of here quick. So we carried on digging out the car and managed to get the car out pretty quick, and off we went back to town. So yeah, that was it.
Oh, that's interesting. Thank you so much for sharing, Carl. Ancient Goddess, you have your hand up. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I just want to like bring into everyone's memory about the pyramids and the ancient structures that are on the planet. And there are pyramidal structures even in the ocean. And these structures, because our higher consciousness is here, look, I have in my notes, I literally asked my higher self, where the fuck have you been? Like, why did you only come here now? And I don't quite understand the working mechanics of it all. I just have to move one day at a time, doing what my heart tells me to do. It's like some things are still left a mystery to me, but the ancient structures are not. I'm working in them constantly. I don't know exactly how they got. Some of them were not even turned on, is what I found in my meditations. And so I have integrated that I am one of the builders of these ancient structures. I assisted in the creation of them and how they operate. And I can remember the interdimensional portals where they're at on Earth, and the things that were going on, the stargates that are truly here, truly here, and how some of these portals I found in my meditations, they were like backed up with gunk. Like, I can't explain it. You'd have to have seen it. I just want everyone to focus on the ancient structures, the pyramidal structures that are all over the planet. Each one of our souls, we know those structures. And if you can tap into them, then you can really start accessing more of yourself. And that's what I wanted to share.
Thank you so much for sharing. And I actually thought you were going to say something with what Carl had said. And maybe somebody in the group knows about hexagonal. Anybody know beings who travel in hexagonal structures? Please do share. I haven't heard of any beings as of yet who travel in hexagonal structures.
No,
Although, yes,
Zille, it wasn't. No, it was a sphere with hexagons as like the, I wouldn't say exhaust, but they were kind of the exhaust. I would call it exhaust ports of the craft, but they were all over. I reckon it must have been about evenly spaced, about 20 hexagons over the craft. They weren't joined, they were separate, and in between there was a kind of mechanical, almost looks like pipe work, but it was kind of mechanical. Yeah, what I thought, what my initial thinking is that was either a probe from a fairly advanced technological world that has sent this probe out to probe us, not us, but just to take research on Earth, because it's sort of more logical that would be the case. I don't think it was piloted, although it might have been, but I don't think they were super advanced, and I don't think they were based. I just don't think they were based in on Earth. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, thanks for sharing and thanks for that clarification. I think I've heard of circular probes for sure. And like you said, they were coming in. Usually, probes from other dimensions or other civilizations, it's versions of yourself. From my own experience and my research is that it's versions of yourself, because it's easier to find yourself obviously than anybody else, but also other reasons. But it's versions of yourself that then come in and basically check in with you and check in with what's happening and all of that. So maybe as time goes on, you might start remembering more around it, or maybe that was it and that's as much as it needed to be. But thanks so much for sharing that. And Ancient Goddess was talking about pyramids. Logan before were talking about ancient civilizations and pyramids and stuff. And I was reading, or was I watching something that said there are more than 1,000, no, there are actually thousands of pyramids around the planet. Thousands and
Yeah,
thousands
and
of pyramids.
these structures were built because at the time very powerful beings stood their ground. I'm not even kidding around. The memories I've accessed, like, they exist because beings such as myself, we came here and we said, no, the world's supposed to work a certain way. That's what I'm remembering. That's what they're awakening me to. That's what they're like fully opening me up to. And somehow, some way, that shit got fucked up. And I'm still working through that emotionally. I don't know what happened. To this very day, I do not understand how the consciousness fell in the way that it has. I didn't mean to break down. Fuck.
Oh, it's all right. It's all right. This is something that's very, very close to a lot of us. I may, if that's okay, I can share maybe what might help you. Just my knowing of that is just some interactions, memories, or whatever I had. Definitely, there was a making of a choice, not from non-physical, more physical, as to the type and version of Earth that I would want to be a part of. And it speaks to what you were talking about earlier. And I chose to not live in secrecy and to say no to secrets. So I know that's the version of Earth that I am moving towards. And it may also help to know that in this time space reality and this beingness, you jumped in exactly where you needed to be when you needed to be. And I use the very strong word all you have to do is have fun and follow your excitement, because then that allows the guiding principle of all that is to then help you navigate this and to find your answers. It will support you, it'll help you understand what is happening. You will find your answers in that way, as opposed to the programmed way that we have, that if you are interested in this, then you must do that. If you want to do this, then you must do that. So just maybe being lighter and letting it flow, and your answers might come from places that you least expect it. For me, I also, there's always that question, like, what happened to our planet? And I have asked it many times, but seeing as everything is here and now, what can I do in the now is kind of where I focus, and helps me channel that energy, like whenever I feel that negativity. And also for me, a very, very important thing is the beings that I am in communion with, the community that I'm part of, my family, this unconditional love, this structure, this being of unconditional love guides me. So I know I cannot go quote unquote wrong, for lack of a better word. You never get it wrong. It's never done. So you never get it wrong. But it helps ground me. And whenever I just feel like, wow, there's way too much, I always just go back to basics, that I exist and I'm an unconditional being. I'm made of love. I exist. Everything is here and now. The one is the all. The all are the one. And what I put out is then what I will get back in. And sticking to these four, but then also understanding that the fifth principle then is that everything is changing. Everything changes except these four things. So that always comes back and just grounds me. And I'm just like, you know what, this will work out well. And my understanding of what is happening in this time space, as we spoke about the parallel realities per second, is that we've split off. And Ancient Goddess, you spoke of 2012. So the best analogy that I've heard that may help you is in around 2012, a picture like trains leaving a train station and they're all moving parallel to each other. And as they are moving, they are starting off real slow and pretty close together. So you can get on one, go to another, explore, get on another, get on this one, kind of go back and forth, whatever. But as time moves forward from a linear perspective, it gets harder to jump trains and to actually even find trains which are far from your reality. And as time goes, these trains only get faster and further apart. So, in essence, it's important that you choose your train, your destination, and you keep moving in that direction so that you end up at where? The destination that you want. Be on your train. They have a right to be on their own train, and that it's okay. So now, as we were moving through these different realities, 2020 happened, and that was a very interesting thing for me because my teachings, what I've learned is that imagination comes from a parallel reality, because everything is in a parallel reality that you then experience and you bring down into this reality through the filter of your belief systems. So I was out very early days of 2020, that adventure we had, whatever you want to call it. So, and it was like really one of the first few days, nothing had been set up where I'm at. And I was walking into the grocery store, and in the grocery store, it happened to be in the basement. It just gets better and better. So I'm going in the basement, and it's a nice cloudy day, and there's trash all over, and there's this announcement on the intercom, and almost word for word, it is exactly what I had watched in dystopian films. So I'm like, okay, put on my headphones, go about my grocery shop, and even the store itself, because above ground is kind of the department store. So they said, no, only essentials. So there was no, you couldn't access clothing or whatever. They had it taped off, just like makeshift, whatever they could do. So as I was making my way down to the basement, there's all this stuff that kind of looks out of place from what we're used to. I got my stuff, got above the street, and it's a gray cloud, no one on the street, trash everywhere. And it was exactly to the everything, the feel of it, to what I had watched in dystopian movies. And what that taught me, and what I know from and my understanding of reality, is that there was a version of Earth that was absolutely decimated by what happened. But then I looked around and I was like, okay, so what am I able to perceive? We were not decimated by what had happened. Instead, for us, it was a chance to change direction. But I know without a shadow of a doubt what other reality in all of existence there is, because through those movies, we were able to perceive another reality, an interpretation of another reality. And I knew that I then was being given a choice as to which direction I want to go. And I have made that choice. So I no longer freak out, because what's happening now is glass walls. And the great best analogy I've heard is glass walls. Everything is behind a glass wall, if you'd imagine. So you can see it, but you can't interact with it unless you then choose to interact with it, which means you're on the other side of the glass wall. And ancient goddess, what you've been speaking to now is then, as beings, the reason why we can still see things which are not compatible to the reality we've chosen. One of the reasons, many reasons, but one of the reasons, and the reason that I love, is we are giving others a chance to see us, and then they can now see there is different that they can choose, and then have the ability to choose different. But if we then get caught up in all this and we're not clear, then now we are on the other side of the glass wall, and we may not be able to assist those who are helping, and then we may now navigate into a reality that we don't prefer. And so for me, that's why also I'm pretty light about whatever happens, and I don't need to convince anybody of anything. Nobody needs to listen to what I have to say. Anything that we need to do is what we spoke about earlier: is eat, sleep, drink, dream, excrete, and that's it. Everything else becomes optional. And I also know that it is not my job to convince anybody of anything. It's you, that's your subconscious and unconscious mind. That's their job. I don't need to convince anybody of anything. So for me, I'm just chilled at this moment. I've chosen my path. I'm surrounded by beings of light. I may not know exactly where I'm going, but I know enough to know that I'll end up where I need to be when I need to be. And heck, the worst case scenario is that I die, but geez, that's not a surprise living in our third density reality. Like, anybody surprised that anybody dies? No, the third density, that's kind of what happens. At fourth density, it changes. So um, I just introduced a topic that might confuse people, but so we're living in a fourth dimensional, third density reality moving into fourth density. So what I mean by that is a fourth dimensional, 3 of space and 1 of time. And then densities is, for example, what some people would say is macro physics, and moving into microphysics or quantum physics. Maybe quantum, sorry, not microphysics, but quantum physics would be a better term. And we can see it around us. For example, most of us would probably be on smartphones, smartphone devices, and whatever. There wouldn't really be anything attached to that, but we can communicate with each other outside of the planet. So we're still straddling that third, fourth density, and then we can choose how we enter into fourth density. Are we still going to be carrying this linear history that we have of fighting and busy doing all sorts of things over resources? Or are we finally going to be like, you know what? I am worthy of having everything that I would like, and everybody else too, and just get on with it. So that's kind of where I'm at. And I hope that helps you and anybody else who is listening. So I've been speaking for a while, so I'll just take a pause there and welcome the new beings into the space. You're very, very welcome in the space. It is a safe space. Feel free to share as you wish. Step up to the mic if you want to say anything. And if you're at the mic, feel free to put up your hand and we'll call you to speak. But yeah, that was my 2 cents. Anybody want to say anything? Or
I just want to say quickly, thank you for being so confident. And I'd like to just give a disclaimer. I am fully aware of the emotional alchemy that I play a part in within the human collective. And clearing those emotions out of myself clears them out of others. So anytime I seem over emotional or whatever, it's not always mine. I just play in those energies because somebody has to. You know, you start throwing away the emotional alchemy of the world, and you've lost the war. Just pretending like there isn't collective emotion and there's not an emotional body. That's not the way it works for me. So yeah, that's just my disclaimer. That's just
no?
my disclaimer.
Oh, thanks for sharing. But I think
I'm actually gonna hop off and go do some journaling and try
do
to
you have time
re-record
for a quick?
my. Go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry. Do you have time for a quick question before you go?
Okay.
You had said we had won the war, or you had won the war in 2012. So if the war is over, no? So what are we like? Isn't it time now to just rebuild?
it is most definitely time to rebuild and to expand and to liberate the consciousness of each individual soul on earth and free that energy throughout the universe. What has happened is we've created a ripple in time. We created a ripple in time. And if anybody doesn't practice it, I'm going to make a suggestion. I call all of my power back to me from every dimension of time and space into this now. I deny access to any nefarious agendas within my beingness, my consciousness in all dimensions of time and space. My energy can only be used for good. And that's going to be my mantra this morning. And yes, we have to rebuild. And that's already started. And when you said earlier that the only thing we have to do is blah, 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 blah. And that just did not resonate with me. I've been pushed to the brink of, where my free will no longer exists, divinely forced to do things that step out of the fear narrative, step out of the social constructs that the world tries to cram you in, and to continue to stand out the very best that I can. So that's what I'm going to do. And people can either choose willingly to listen to me or not. It's really up to them. I'm bringing forth the truth, I'm bringing forth the information, and I'm standing in my goddess power for the world. And the choice is up to them.
Thank you so much for sharing your perspective, and all truths are true. Thank you so much. Enjoy your journaling, and you're always free to pop back in if you so wish, and to free your knowledge. We always create safe spaces for everybody to be who they be. Thank you.
Love and light, everyone. Much gratitude.
Thanks to her. So, anybody else want to share? Screen, you've been quiet for a minute. Logan and the Pro, I think we're the only ones who are speakers. So feel free to step up and be a
I
speaker.
don't mind. I don't mind sharing some whatever. If I'm just hanging out, enjoying the show. You guys are both like just so full of like well, just like new information. That's easy to
Thank you.
listen to.
But there was something I was actually meaning to speak to you about. We kind of touched on it earlier today, and you were talking about channeling, and you asked people what they think of Bashar. So how did that go, and where are you at with that? And just to bring everybody up to speed,
I didn't ask that.
Bashar is an entity from a civilization called the Esasani, and he is channeled by a guy called Daryl Anker in the US. So I think maybe the context of it was kind of like, for me, channeling is not a big deal because I believe that we are channeling our physical selves from non-physical perspective in the very least. So we're always channeling, and there are different forms of it. So me, it's not something that really phases me, and it's something that just exists in a lot of different cultures. But anyway, Logan, sorry to put you on the spot, but I was just super curious. Where are you at with your research into Bashar, and what was the feedback that you got?
I don't remember what you're talking about though, 'cause I didn't ask anybody about Bashar.
There was a tweet that you said, what do you think of Bashar
okay.
and channeling? Yeah.
That was a while ago. That was a tweet though. I thought you were talking about a space that we were doing today.
No, sorry. I wasn't clear. No, I meant that tweet because, well, I haven't been on Spaces much. This is probably the first space in a minute I've been on since I started doing Spaces. But yeah, if you're willing to share what came out of it, or what's your interaction now, are you listening to the information?
Oh right, yeah. I mean, well, you saw it, right? I didn't get anything new out of it that I don't think. I mean, you saw like all of it really. I didn't do any more research into Bashar really yet.
If you don't mind me asking,
to Exo Academia.
And why were you looking into it, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, just because we had been talking about it, and he's a very um like that guy that we were talking to is very kind of like into like metaphysical things, right? Like he's not much of a like a nuts and bolts kind of guy. He's more like into the woo, I guess you could say, of life, like the invisible forces and whatnot. And so I figured he'd be like the perfect person to ask, and that's why I asked him about it. So I need to figure out how to find that tweet. I want to see what he said.
Yeah. And
It shouldn't be too hard.
I think for me, it's just going back to that conversation we had a bit earlier, where everybody, like the thing that I still can't understand up to now about the authority and where information comes from, because I kind of feel like maybe it's a contradiction the way I'm understanding it. But for me, information is just information, and everybody gives information, and after they've given their information, because we are information ourselves even, so when people have given that information, then I'm just like, oh, okay, thanks for sharing. And then now I choose whatever resonates with me. I keep what I don't. I happily let be what it needs to be. I don't need to invalidate that or convince anybody of anything. So it's all good. I was just really curious about that. And maybe anybody else who wants to talk about channeling or
I
what they
shared it at
see.
the top. I found it. It's if you look at the top
Thank
right
you.
there, you can go directly to what we were talking about there. But beyond that, I didn't do anything more. So, but I found like him and I think it was Linda Katera both kind of said like uh they believe in it, right? Like they believe it's true and whatnot and all that kind of stuff. It's genuine.
Yeah, I think for
And
me, oh, go
I
ahead.
believe it
Sorry.
too.
Mhm. Yeah, for me, so are you going to listen to more Bishar information?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. A lot of people have been recommending it. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. There's just like there's just so much to like, you know, look into.
If
I'm just
if I
backed up on a lot of things. I'm like, God, I got to try to prioritize from like the things that I guess are most important to me, maybe. I don't know. It's hard.
maybe try the fun factor, just prioritize and do the thing which is the most fun in this moment, and then just go with that without having to maybe think too much about what else is there, and just be like, okay, this sounds like fun, and then look into that. But also, I mention it, and the reason I wanted to mention it is because you mentioned ancient civilizations, and he did a transmission, and I thought of you actually. Was it this? I think it was last month or the month before. I think it was last month. They did a transmission on Atlantis. So that's bishar.org if anybody's interested. BASHAR.org. But they did one on ancient civilizations, and they shared quite a bit of Atlantis. So that was really, really interesting. And I actually wanted to hear and compare and contrast what he had said with what Carl was saying earlier about somebody else who wrote a book on Atlantis, and just hear the similarities or the differences of what's been said. But I don't know if anybody remembers the name of the book that Carl mentioned earlier about somebody or the other about the Atlantis thing, because I'd really love to look into that and see what they came up with.
I don't remember him saying a book. Carl?
Yeah, Carl. He had said somebody was interviewing somebody with a very thick accent, who had with a very thick Italian accent, and you might not be able to
That
hear.
was me, silly. I said that.
Oh. Logan slash Carl. Apologies. Sorry. I
No,
thought
that's
it
cool.
was Carl. But oh
No,
yes.
I shared it. It's at the top.
Oh, perfect.
Marco
Perfect.
Vigato, The Empires of Atlantis. Can you see
Oh,
it at the top there?
thank you. I will look into that when I get a minute.
You're gonna need
But
a few of them. That's a really long book.
And does he say where he got the information? Is it his own higher being, channel being, physical nuts and bolts
Yeah, it's
research?
based on like actual like boots on the ground, like scientific paper researches, all that kind of stuff. Nothing to do with like like channeling or anything like that, like receiving messages or something.
Mhm.
Just like scientific studies.
That's very interesting. And also, you might be interested to know that a lot of scientists actually ask Bishar specifically, since we're talking about that. I know for a fact a few scientists have asked them for questions when they get stuck on stuff. But to the best of my knowledge, none of them have ever credited saying, hey, I went and I asked this extraterrestrial being that's being channeled by somebody else with this information and they helped me get unstuck on this problem. But they are doing it anyway. And they then get to write their papers. And I think now, in the age of openness, and as ancient goddess was talking about, in the age of openness and being more of who we be, maybe it may be of assistance for others to help when somebody has written a scientific paper. I'm not putting any pressure on anybody, but like if somebody has written a scientific paper to then be like, oh, by the way, I did ask such and such a being for information and they helped me get unstuck on this thing. So, yeah, just my 2 cents on that. Anyway, I don't know if anybody else has anything to add or wants to add to the space. I've been talking for a while, so feel free to jump in whenever anybody's ready, or we can move on to the next topic. Anybody want to suggest a topic or anything like that?
Shit, I just realized I was talking with the mute button on. Damn it.
Go ahead, Logan.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's you've been talking like a lot, and I feel like I hope you don't feel like you have to like if you want to take a break, just like say so. I'll just like start talking about something, if you want to. But
Oh,
I was gonna say you
no,
can go ahead and
but
start
before you
talking
move on,
about this Atlantis book.
yeah.
Like the dude, he says that the book just like is like all his like research and about the Atlantean civilization and how like it didn't vanish in a terrible day and night like Plato was saying, but it survived like well into like the historical period and like throughout time it just remained like loyal to like its like sacred tenets of I guess you'd call it science that it like created or like displayed,
Yeah.
like the influence of Atlanteans where like we still feel it today, like just like rippling out. Like you can see like the pattern throughout like the history of like sacred sites of like power, um, like established like thousands of years ago by people with like who knows some peculiar mission that just seems to connect all of them. Like what were they trying to do? These like survivors, like I don't know, but that's what his book's about. Like he goes into like describing like the mystery about it, like what it could possibly be about. Um,
Oh yeah. Oh, that absolutely sounds fascinating. For me, I've always felt a huge connection to Atlantis and learning more about it. And as I said earlier, for me, it was always a reality. Like, when I was a kid, people were like, oh, it's just this mythical city or whatever. But inside, it just felt like, no, it's just a city that we haven't found. So it's very interesting that it's coming up to now. And now that we're talking about it, 'cause somebody was talking about that asteroid. I don't know if it has
Apophis.
appeared in. Sorry?
It's called Apophis.
Yes, that is on its way. And some in that transmission with Bashar, he said something very interesting. And I kind of jumped online and I was searching comet on the way to Earth, and nothing really came up. But when Atlantis, the third destruction of Atlantis, according to that, to what Bashar was saying, was a comet that then signified that Atlantis would be destroyed and came in, and others left. So those who knew what it signified actually got onto ships and left and sailed to different parts of the world. But for me, what I found super interesting was he said that when we see that comet now, it should be more of a sign of awakening rather than fear. So I was a bit confused now, but after today's space, I kind of understand the context of what that is. So seeing a light in the sky, yay, something new is going to happen. And so what we're at, the timeline is 2028, 2029 before it gets here. Kind of works with the timeline of other people have been saying different things, like from 2012, like our progression into roundabout 2050, when we'll have full and open contact between us and other dimensional beings, other extraterrestrial, extra dimensional alien beings, spirits, nature spirits, all sorts of things, like all other beings that also inhabit the earth that we may not have contact with directly, or not all of us have contact with. So around about 2050 will be when it's all fully opens up. So between then and now, it's all going to be incrementally opening up and people awakening. And I think, with the way disclosure is going, with the renaming of UAPs, with certain governments also saying, oh yeah, actually that did happen, when we already know it happened because we saw it, but it's just them saying it as well. It's just, I think, in line with that openness and awakening that we're going through, that and we're going towards. Did you have your mic muted again, Logan? So I think Logan may be having problems with his mic. But anyway, welcome to all the new people in the space. Feel free to speak up. This is a safe space. You can express yourself in any way that you want. Skater God, if you want, you can go ahead. Anybody else who wants can go ahead. Or if there's a topic that anybody is interested in speaking about, or anything you want to share, or your consciousness awakening, UAPs, UFOs, whatever, it's just chill and talking.
Hey, what's up, y'all? I wanted to add something about the city. Wait, like, or just the place of Atlantis in general, right? Like the last thing I like up to tonight, the last thing that I like even looked up anything about Atlantis was oh wait, no, I actually just found it. It was or that was like 2 years ago, I would say. There's this one guy on YouTube that, like, I guess in a sense physically found Atlantis, like on Google Maps though, right? I th- like, I guess I'm still convinced now that he ended up finding Atlantis on Google Maps over in Africa, like, especially with the way it looks from, like, apparently how that guy Plato talked about it. Yeah, it kind of matched the description. Like, I think it was like it was kind of like just a land, right? That was like, I don't even know. Like, I'm gonna say like it was just like rounded up like in a circle of just like one place. Like, say that it's a city, right? And then go ahead.
No, sorry. I was going to say, was it the one, it was concentric circles that could have been filled with water in North
Uh,
Africa?
yeah. I I think that sounds more about right. Like the way that it looked on Google Maps is, it was like like one like center, let's say like area, right? That was just like enclosed in a circle, right? Like in this one spot in Africa. Um, and then it was like just rings of like, like bigger circles like encompassing the next one, like big enough to see on Google Maps, just like basically like one circled area, right? And then just like the next rings of circles all around it, like just full on like straight circle. Yeah, and it told like the way this guy explained it too on YouTube. It he kind of showed on the Google Maps that like how it said or how it was said to be destroyed supposedly. That yeah, there was like a strait that broke, like I guess part of the like one of the outer rings of the circles, right? Like broke through, and like the sea, I forgot which sea it was that's around that area, like broke through and just like flooded the place. And yeah, it's still there, like kind of really big to see on Google Maps, I would say.
I will have a look at it at some point, but I think we may have watched the same documentary. But including the information that I've gathered, I think that actually sounds like it may have been a colony of Atlantis that was then rebuilt the same as Atlantis would have been. So those who saw that comet and were like, oh, means it's time to go, and would have set off, would then have established colonies around the world. Um, I think it's in Europe, North America, North Africa, and in up to the Caribbean, if I'm remembering correctly. So it might actually be that. And I actually, that documentary I watched a while ago, but I found it very fascinating. And I wasn't sure if that was Atlantis or not, but I was like, well, this is actually some really compelling stuff, because I think they'd also found some tools and stuff like that. But I've never actually looked for it on Google Maps. I wonder if you Google um, Atlantis in Africa, if it'll come up with something. But I think I might turn on my computer and see that. But anyway.
Oh yeah, that's actually I can believe that too. Like, if it even might be like a rebuilt colony of Atlantis, like in maybe instead of the actual city. Yeah, I was like, that sounds good too. What's it called? On YouTube though, I don't know if you can type in Atlantis on Google Maps to find it. The guy on YouTube is Roger something. He has a YouTube channel called Mud Fossil Universities, and I guess he has like a bunch of videos like on that, like outside of like other topics. Yeah, I was like, I think I can believe that. Yeah, it probably might be like a rebuilt colony or something. For sure it's there though. Like, it's like really, I don't know. I guess just real, right? Like just like there's this one area like enclosed in a circle, and then it's just like just rings like around the next ring, like after that circle. Yeah. I guess he explains it kind of good. Like, I don't know. It's definitely something to I guess something to like acknowledge, right? Like that it might be a rebuilt colony or whatever he says.
Yeah, I was actually, as you were talking, um, I am looking at some images on Google. I see the concentric circles. Let me use another.
Oh snap! You found it?
Well, I just searched Atlantis, Africa, and something came up.
All right.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. The Eye of the Sahara, as
Yeah.
many.
Oh, yeah. That's it. It's like that. Yeah, that main center point. It's like also blue. I guess I would say. Yeah.
I don't know if it's blue, but sorry, just one sec. But for me, what actually I found super interesting, because I watched that not on YouTube, but I watched it on Gaia. You know, the platform on Gaia. And actually, now that we're talking, maybe it's the same guy who actually set it up, but I don't remember his name. I don't remember his name, but who knows? It's actually a very for me Atlantis was always kind of that thing which was I knew was real for whatever reason. I don't know why I thought it was, but it was very interesting. The last transmission from Bashar saying that the people of Atlantis left a lot of messages and left a lot of encoding for those who were interested. So that might be what's happening anyway. Yeah. Thanks for sharing, Skater God. Anybody else have anything to share or any topic that you guys want to discuss or any of your extraterrestrial extra fun activities that you've been up to lately? Feel free to go ahead. There's a lot of dead space. Anybody?
Uh,
Anybody?
I was like,
Go
I
ahead.
was, I was, oh, sorry. What's it called? I was like, I can let somebody else talk. Like, I just, I did want to add that about Atlantis. Like, kind of just like the last thing that I, uh, heard about it or saw about it, right? What's it called? I don't want to like, just like, throw in any topics right now to like throw the conversation another way. You know, I can let someone else talk. Right now it's just
Oh
I
no,
can
you
more
go
so
ahead.
like,
No,
oh,
you
go
go
ahead.
ahead because it doesn't seem like anybody else wants to talk. So feel free to go ahead.
All right. Yeah, I was like, for the most part, I can just kind of like answer questions or like add on to like any other topics. Like even since I came in, like everything that y'all talked about, it was just yeah, it's all like it definitely has something else to like bring forward about. I guess yeah, I was like anything you want to talk about. Oh yeah, I'm all up for it.
Well, something that I've been totally jonesing to talk about is Sasquatch. Has anybody had any interactions with them, or what do you think they are, or anything like that? I don't know if that's a popular topic or if it's totally going off topic, but feel free to change topic if anything. But I would just love to hear people's big take on Sasquatch or Bigfoot.
Mm, I guess I kind of sort of believe like probably the main thing everyone else does. Like if there is one that's real, um then I would say that yeah, it's I guess some creature that's like probably big, like I don't know, like 7 or 6 feet. Oh, wait, no, 7 or 8 feet, or probably bigger than that, right? Some kind of like, yeah, I still don't know what to describe. I guess I know it's hairy. I don't know. If anything, it might be some sort of, I'm gonna say Homo sapien kind of like creature, right? Or probably just a whole nother um breed of another creature, if anything.
Yeah, I think they're Homo erectus. So my understanding of them was that back when the Anunnaki came to Earth, um, they needed it, like Earth was a bit too much for them, and that it was too different from their own planet, and they'd come to get some gold to mine gold to help re-energize their dying sun to save their civilization. So they couldn't actually. It was just too much for them. So being kind of the group that was sent here, they were kind of a bit naughty, and they used the resources which they had, which was genetics, and they combined their own genes and the genes of the Sasquatch and made us a version of a Homo sapien. And then we were kind of the workforce that was used to mine the gold for them. But then they weren't being malicious about it. They were just, I guess, being naughty, for lack of a better word. But then when home base found out, it was like, what have you done? And it was a whole big thing. And others were kind of like, okay, we are so desperate. We do need it. We understand what you did. And others were like, oh my gosh, you guys have created a whole new civilization and now we have to take responsibility. So they came and they taught us to the point where they thought we were mature enough then to make our own decisions, and then they left us to our own devices. So that's why we kind of have that cross between, and we kind of look like them, like we don't have hair. Well, for the most part, like we don't have hair that the Sasquatch has all around, but we kind of like have the smoother skin, and the differences in the way we look came out through migrating to different parts of the planet and having different genes then come up, different traits, because the Anunnaki, they themselves had different traits. So those different traits come up when we go to different points or different types of climates on our planet. And that's why we look so different, but our actual genetics aren't that much like our genes don't have that much variation. But well, relatively, depending on who you ask and what and in what context. But what I find really interesting was because the Sasquatch then evolved naturally, they have the ability to travel through different dimensions and create bubble realities between dimensions. And so, in the context of Atlantis, so what I heard was then they created a bubble reality that when they knew of that impending comet and they weathered it out, and once that had happened they kind of emerged again and did their thing. So they don't really like to interact with us just because of the way we are. Like the way we are, we build and interact with nature very differently from them, because we didn't really, from my perspective at least, build with nature in mind. Our buildings do not kind of blend in with the environment and enrich the environment, but instead we kind of have to level out whole fields and destroy trees and all this sort of thing to kind of get our habitats and our structures and our power and our energy and all of these things. So they kind of stay away from us in that context, but they are very open, so people can interact with them if they're doing anything that's high energy, high openness, um, like anything like that really elevates your energy, and you go out and you do it in nature, you may interact with them. And some people, some humans, have interacted with them, found them, and because there were stories of people being abducted, and it's not that they were abducted, it's that those humans chose to go with them, and then others chose not to come back to our reality but to coexist with the Sasquatch. And so maybe that's where the some missing people are, and others were brought back and they remember the stories because they chose to come back. So it wasn't like anybody was abducted, but they were choosing to experience a different form of life that we share the planet with. But that's my 2 cents anyway. I don't know if anybody wants to add to that.
Yeah, how do you think the RH factor in our blood ties into that theory or thought. Like, we're the only creatures besides the macaw that have this Rh factor blood, and so I found that super interesting because they're an old world monkey, which means there's so many other evolutionary turns that we took where we didn't develop that until now. Like, I don't understand Rh factor and how we developed that.
I don't know specifically about that, but I think RH factor for me, I'm just trying to remember something I was listening to recently about it. I think that might be related to the Atlanteans. I think that might be related to the Atlanteans. So, in which case, that means by that theory, possibly the Sasquatch don't have an Rh factor. But I think it's a remnant of the Atlanteans because they had a different ones. But I'm not 100% sure on that. One day I'm going to find out and then I will share. But it's definitely an interesting thing. But also, what I think is interesting is that not all of us on this planet at this moment are Homo sapien, even if we look alike. Like, some people are the descendants of the Maya, um, the Mayab, they were called before. And they know this. Like, if you find anybody who's the descendant of that, they know that they're descendants from the Mayab, who came from the stars. And some chose to remain. And those who chose to remain, there wasn't a full structure left. So, like, imagine a civilization, and then there aren't enough engineers or scientists or teachers or whatever who remain behind. So then some of the information then gets lost, and then all sorts of things go awry. But yeah, but they're not the only ones. There are a few other ones, but the other ones I'm yet to confirm them. But that's the only one that I know for sure is not Homo sapien. They're something, I don't know what.
Well, what I found super crazy, because I was looking into different mythologies and beliefs, and like when you break it down to like mythologies, they all pretty much have the same kind of narrative. You know what I mean? Like the same general story. If you just look at it in a different, like, metaphorical, or like, depending on where they lived, maybe you had to use different representations just so that way, like, the people that, whoever was, the storytellers could make sense of the story. They had to use things that were in their environment, right? And so it's like mythologies are all the same story. It's just told differently due to like environment, right?
Oh yeah, I absolutely agree with you. And that's like, from mythology to cultural understandings to religion to science. For me, at this point, I can kind of see a convergence. Like, people are people are all actually starting to see the similarities. And as you said something that I think is really important, that it has to be related to what you know for it to make sense, because then otherwise it's just whatever, random. But I think it has to always be related to what you then know. And because we kind of knew things from different perspectives and different things, and as we were going and evolving, we weren't really mature enough to understand this. So people fought over it as opposed to opening up to different perspectives, maybe. I don't know. That's just my take on it.
Well, yeah, like, I don't know, I like Norse mythology, like that's kind of the flavor that I've been following. But like, really, like, you can compare Norse mythology to other mythologies, and they have a lot of similarities. They, like, a lot of parallels there, where it's like these stories were told in totally different parts of the world, you know like hundreds of years ago, and yet they're so similar. You know what I'm saying? It's just yeah, just noticing similarities, I guess.
Yeah, I totally know exactly what you're saying. And for me, I find those similarities super fascinating. And what I find interesting. I think it was probably best the way I have seen it best what's the word, described or kind of brought into focus to see the shall we use the word ridiculousness of it. It is what it is. I'm not ridiculing anything anyone believes, but there's an episode of Star Trek, the original series, and they are two beings who come from a culture and they are fighting. And it's very interesting because the first time I watched it, I didn't pick it up. And so, the crew of the Enterprise are kind of interacting with them, learning more, and kind of figuring out what it is they're fighting about. And I couldn't really figure out what it was. But what it was is they are monochrome individuals, and the one has a white side that is on the right and a black side that is on the left. And the other one has it the other way around. And they just couldn't get over that. They actually literally destroyed their planet because of that difference. And it was also in another Star Trek Enterprise, where they were busy fighting, and it was all this sort of thing. And you're like, but what is it that they're actually fighting for? That they've become these really like entrenched in their own beliefs and calling the other side heretics and stuff. And it was that one side was saying their planet was created in 8 days, and another saying their planet was created in 9 days. So it was all of that. And same thing, when they went over to the planet, they had totally destroyed themselves over that. So for me, I kind of look at it as a reminder to how others might see some of the things that we choose to fight over. That, yeah.
Well, and too, like, in Norse mythology, Ragnarok happens. There's big flood, and then there's two beings that come out of a log or tree, depending on which poem and interpretation you choose to read. But yeah, there's two people left over after Ragnarok, and they go on to repopulate the world. And I feel like mythologies are kind of like the telling of a cycle. And like the cycle has an ending, and then it shows the beginning of the new cycle is at the ending. And so then it's like I think that's like, I'm not saying that like Balder is Jesus, but what I'm saying is that like I feel like mythologies were like they were like season one, and then like more new religion is like season two. It's like it's all the same show. We're on to the next season. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just a continuation of like literally stories that have been passed down. That's all it is.
Yeah, I totally love that analogy, and I think I would agree with that. I do agree with that. And what I found really super, super interesting is how everybody is relating what they know now more openly and just discussing it, like you're talking about the Norse gods. And I've actually met quite a few people who are really into that and really learning about it and have shared some really important information. And for me, I think that's a great organizing principle, in that if this is what you're attracted to, I always say, if that's what you're attracted to, go for it. Go for it, because there is something in that for you. It may not be there for somebody else or myself, but it's definitely there for you.
Well, really, like I just I'm a spiritual person, so I like to believe that like there's room for all beliefs in this world, like as long as they're not.
Hello? Is it my connection or is it Ocean's connection that dropped out?
I think she cut off. Yeah.
Okay.
Her connection.
Okay, I didn't want to say anything for a while, because I know the one time I thought it was the other person's connection and it was my connection. But Ocean, whenever you're ready, We missed the last bit of whatever you're saying, so feel free to pop back in. Like to welcome the new people and the new speakers. Feel free to share whatever it is you'd like to share today. Thanks.
Yeah, I was like, I didn't want to change the conversation up to when she cut out, right? I just wanted to add real quick, um, like with all about the civilizations, right? Like, uh, oh yeah, I just want to say that for each civilization that came up in each of its different parts of the world, right, with its history up to now, right? I just want to say that like for each civilization, um, like for each one specifically, right? Like there was something that uh that was being done like specifically to each one. Even though that like I guess maybe some of them are like have a lot of similarities, right? Just for the most part, there was something that happened in each one, right? Like in its history up to now. So yeah, I just want to say that there's a like in all of the differences, each civilization has like kind of a different aspect of what they were accomplishing for the most part, you know?
Yeah, I think I would definitely agree with you. And for me, one of the things that grounds me is understanding the experiential nature of reality in relation to the actual structure of existence. And then just realizing I could have popped in to any time space reality in this planet and beyond in any other dimension, and I chose this specific time space with this linear history that we have, because we could have jumped in it with and have had a different type of linear history. We could have had a history of exploration. We could have had a history where Atlantis wasn't destroyed, for example, because we're talking about that. Or we could have had a history where even if Atlantis was destroyed, the explorers in the last 3 to 500 years, when they did that exploration, it wasn't out of fear, and they interacted with the civilizations or the different peoples that they met in an attitude of adventure and openness and welcoming each other. And so we would have had a different linear past, so probably filled with a lot less fighting and all sorts of things. I mean, even if you look, depending on how far back you go, like 2000 years, there was people were fighting about something or the other. So for me, I've kind of gotten to the point where I'm like, I'm no longer interested in interacting with any version of Earth where we still have to fight to get anything done, for whatever reason. I think we have enough of a linear history that tells us what happens when we fight. So it might be a great time to now start building a linear history for our descendants to see what it's like when we cooperate and love each other unconditionally. That's just me, though. So, yeah, anybody else want to add to that? Feel free to speak up. Don't worry, this is a safe space. All is well here. You can always speak your mind, you can always change the topic. We're just here kicking it, sharing about our experiences on UFOs, UAPs, and consciousness, things like that.
I want to say that like I'm all for that of like how you said creating a like overall better lineage, right? For all that, I'm definitely all for it. Like regardless what everyone's trying to accomplish, yeah, it'll definitely pretty much just like sort itself out, and yeah, it's definitely gonna go good for everyone that's like really trying to keep the good vibes in it. You know.
Yeah, I'm totally like, for me, at this point in my life, with the way the things that I've learned and the things that I'm practicing and putting into practice, I feel so exhilarated. I feel so happy and sure and happy and excited. And it's nothing like, it doesn't play out the way I thought it would play out. But then again, our physical mind, it's not equipped to know such things. But just it's playing out the way it plays out. And the funny thing is, I'm fully supported. Like, my needs are met and I live in abundance. So I'm just like, yeah, I'm gonna keep going for this. And like, for me, like right now, my highest excitement, my highest passion right now is like talking about all of this kind of stuff, actually getting knowledge from other people, hearing different perspectives, what you've experienced, what you've shared, what you think, how you interact with this information, where you see us going, and maybe even in an energy, in a spirit of enlightenment and fun, using whatever word you're comfortable with, because people, different words mean different things for people, but I just mean like fun, chilled, happy, moving towards place where all of us thrive. And I use that very strong word, all who choose thrive. And for me, that's kind of like the basic of where I'm going. That's my basic. I'm no longer interested. I think Ancient Goddess was talking about this, but I'm no longer interested in any version of Earth that's just still has to do those things of the past. Nope, I made my decision, and so I'm here, and this is part of it. I love, like Logan was saying, oh, you don't have to talk if you don't feel like it. And I can talk all day about UFOs and spirits and UAPs and whatnot all day, because this is one of my biggest passions, and it's also helping me understand different perspectives on it. So when I go back into my community, I can share what I've learned from these different perspectives and grow, and my community can then grow as well. So just as I'm sharing what I've learned from my community with this new community, and so on. So I hope others do benefit and others do grow from that. Yeah, feel free, anybody who wants to step up and speak. Geez, I wonder if I'm the only person left in this space. uh,
Yeah, I was like, I'm wondering if Screen is probably awake right now.
okay.
Yeah.
Hey, there's, I think Hayden is there. So you are there and I am here. So definitely three people awake in the space. I think that's about, yeah, that's about all you need to actually get a space going. Somebody else, so you're not the only one talking. So Hayden, if you
Yeah.
want to step up and speak, feel free. If not, it's all right. You don't have to if you don't want to. But Skater God, you were saying something.
I'm sorry. Then
Oh snap. Y'all heard that, right?
I think Logan is still awake. I think he wanted to say something.
oh, no, I was just asking if you missed
Logan, we can't hear you.
it. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
No, I was asking if I missed anything.
Oh, you missed the meaning of life, man. We totally covered that section and we're not going back. We done. We all found the answer we were looking for. It's time to go now. I'm kidding.
The ship's leaving.
Yeah, the ship done left, but it's all right. You can always catch the next one. No, we were just talking about Sasquatch. We talked about Sasquatch and a bit more about Atlantis, Anunnaki, and Norse gods. And Ocean was going to share more, but she got kicked out. So hopefully she'll get back in when her connection fires up again. But yeah. Was there anything you wanted to speak about, Logan?
Oh, not. Um, uh, let's see. Today's Saturday, right? Saturday. So
Yeah.
No. What about NASA? NASA? No, not really. I don't know.
I don't know. I just tend to personally stay away from NASA, not because I have anything particularly against them, but I don't know if we're doing the same thing because they are looking for microbes. They're going out and building really expensive equipment to look for microbes, and by the time they actually launch that equipment, it's already out of date. Whereas we have consciousness that we can send out into the universe and the galaxy, like others who were here before, and get back actual sentient beings who then come back and communicate with us. So I just kind of, for that reason, I'm just kind of like, I don't know if we're doing the same thing, and I'll just let them be what they need to be. But they're no longer for me a when I was younger, it was the big thing because they were like the kind of the organization that does the outer space kind of thing. But like now, just kind of like, hey, for me, the big thing is actually interacting with these beings, physically being able to interact with these beings. And there are different tests and things like that that you can do to check where you are, what level of your ability to interact. And I know I've done it a few times, so I know I'm not quite there yet, and I'm getting better. But my thing is just kind of imagine just going to civilizations that have have always had abundance. They don't even have a history of strife or suffering or disease or I don't even know what, or they did have it, but it was so long ago that nobody actually remembers, and it's kind of like more like a myth or a legend or whatever. And just like, well, what do they even look like? Imagine interacting with a being that doesn't have two hands and two legs and one head, and oh my gosh, just like, oh, I like, oh my gosh, like imagine beings that don't live on planets, or beings that don't need craft to travel from planet to planet, or beings that don't have solid forms. I mean, oh man, I could go on all day. So,
Okay.
yeah. But anyway, because for me, that's kind of where I'm at. But at the moment, so yeah, compared to the number of beings that I know are out there, I've only interacted with a fraction, and it's been great. And I'm looking forward to interacting with more.
Have you met any reptiles?
Not that I remember, no. Well, I don't even know, but you see,
What's the
the
weirdest
I
one that you know of?
you talk like reptilians,
No, just like the weirdest whatever.
the weirdest extraterrestrials. Well,
Mm-hmm.
weird is always relative, but
To you.
to me, well, once you've met them, they don't seem so weird, no? They just kind
I
of
don't know.
seem normal. But I think in so because I talked about a physical one earlier, so maybe now to switch it up a bit, talking about dreamscape ones, my favorite ones. There was this one where I was dreaming, and I was dreaming about some guys I'd gone to school with when we were kids, and they have grown up and had kids together. But then we were in class, kind of like in school. But then there was this being, kind of like a large being, um, two hands, two legs, one head, but it didn't look human. Kind of, I don't know, wouldn't be able to pass for human, but like had a round face with these huge lips and this huge smile. But also remembering that some of these things could be projections of our physical mind interpreting something it has doesn't have a basis to interpret. But anyway, there was this huge, big figure, and were they in the dreamscape and kind of patting me on the back, like in a very hearty way, like so happy to see me. So I don't even know what civilization that one is from. And another, not in dreamscape, but in astral form, was oh yes, I heard of this place, and I was so super excited. And this is kind of when I learned what astral projection was, and this is why I'm a huge fan of that following your excitement thing. So for a very long time, I wanted to actually astral project, and I had been going to some people who teach meditation. And in one of the sessions, somebody pointed me out to somebody who can astral project, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, can you teach me how to do that?" And the person was very lukewarm and like, "But where do you want to go?" I was like, "Anyway, I just want to explore." And they were kind of like, "Oh, everything you need is right here." And I don't know, they just didn't feel like they were up for teaching anybody to astral project. So I was like, okay, fine. I'm not going to force anybody to do anything. Went on the YouTube, listened to all sorts of astral projection meditations and all of that. So I may have gone somewhere, but I just don't remember. But for me, it was just kind of like, well, this isn't working. And time went on. I didn't really think about it. But then I was listening to something, and this brought to my awareness something very exciting in a parallel reality Earth. And I was like, oh my freaking word. I love that. I would love to do this. So it wasn't even that there was a meditation to go with it. And I was so excited that there was such a thing in a parallel reality Earth that I started every night. Nobody said anything to me but myself. I was just like, oh my gosh, every night, switched off all the lights, started meditating as I was going to bed. So it was my going to bed meditation. You close your eyes and you imagine that you're going somewhere. And I did it maybe like 3-4 nights in a row, and it was so much fun. And about the fourth night, I was listening, and so listening and follow the instructions, and I traveled to this place. And then I kind of was focusing, and I was like, I see some beings there. Like, you could see like different shapes and different shades and stuff. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then I opened my eyes and I was in my room. So I was like, oh, well, this is happening. And I closed my eyes again and I went back to that place, but there were fewer beings than before. And for me, it kind of felt like it was a combination of they kind of gave me space to come back, and some who were kind of like, oh, that was close, but oh, she's not coming back. But then I did. And they were beings standing next to me that were very familiar. They were very, very familiar, and we had a very close connection. And then there were others standing kind of in front of me, all sorts. And then there was another that looked like a blob, kind of like a little blob with tentacles on it. And it came right up to my face. And I wanted to jerk my head back, because I was like, what's happening? But then I was like, no, there's nothing to be afraid of here. And it kind of straight onto my face, and then it left. And the impression that I got was it was just like, oh, human, this being from Earth. So I confirmed with like some being that I sometimes have conversation with, and it turned out that it was a being from another reality, and they are usually round in their own environment, but when they go to gravity environments, they can shoot out like different tentacles to different sizes, and they lose their round shape and become more blobbish when they're in this environment. So that's one of the cool ones, because that was, for me, that was like, yay, so I can do that. I can astral project. And it was only when I was actually talking to another being about this that I actually realized that that is actual astral projection. So all this time I'd been trying to astral project, but there was no juice in it for me. There was nothing really making, like, nobody had to, those 4 nights after I discovered this place, nobody had to say, Zile, you need to meditate tonight. I couldn't wait until bedtime to be like, oh my gosh, I'm going to meditate as I go to bed. So yeah, anyways, that's my 2 cents on that.
I think we can all agree that was pretty exciting.
Well, I think so. I'm super excited when I think of that. And that's kind of why I am, because like what they have said, the different beings have said, is you don't change the earth that you're on. You shift to a version of earth that is more aligned with who you prefer to be, where these things can happen. And you do that by raising your awareness, your vibrational awareness, your consciousness. So basically, my, shall we call it job, for lack of a better word, my job right now is just to raise my vibrational awareness. And what's the easiest way of doing that? Have just doing things that you love, following your excitement. And that's something I can do. So yeah, I'm pretty. I'm in a very very happy place right now. I think I was in a very happy place for a very long time now since I understood like all of this and what I am and all of that. It's made it very very easy to be happy and just to be. But like this kind of stuff, oh man, oh, this is like so super exciting. That's why I'm always so super excited to hear about others' experiences and what they've interacted with and what the beings look like, what they said. Are they physical beings? Are they from this dimension? Are they from this plane of existence? Do they eat? Do they sleep? All those things. Do they wear clothes? All those things. But anyways, and I don't know if you want to share, Logan, any other experiences that you may have shared, or anybody else in the group who has had experiences like in your dream and astral projection in physical reality.
I I've actually had like a bunch of experiences, I would say. Well, actually, for the most part, just in dreams and in physical reality, right? I well, I also, just to throw that out, I just want to say now that every dream that everyone has had, right? Like from what everyone remembers of what happened in that dream. Um, I want to say that the main thing right now, like to acknowledge, um, is that your dreams are definitely in a different setting now than any of the previous dreams you've had before. Um, yeah. So it's like, and like for those things that like people talk about, like, that they've revisited a dream or like gone back to the same place from like from one night, then waking up, right, and then like going back to sleep to go back to where they were in that dream, right? Yeah, it's just that's just how like basically like how the spiritual reality was, just at that point in time for when it happened. So it's like, oh wait, yeah, I just want to say that dream that what you would experience like now at this moment if you were dreaming, right, is it would definitely be different from any of your past dreams so far. So yeah, I just wanted to throw that out real quick.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. I think for me, in terms of dreams, like and showing your awakening, there's an experience. Unless somebody else wants to go, nobody wants to go next. So, but there was a dream where there are these beings who I really need to go and find their names, but um, when you talk to them and when you interact with them, it's like a great conversation. Everything is fine. Like it's just a conversation. But when you turn around, then you forget that you even had that interaction. So I know I've had dreams about them and with them, possibly met them in physical reality. I don't know, because there are a lot of gaps that I have. Well, I wouldn't say a lot, but there are gaps that I have about certain things. It could have been them, it could have been anything, could have been things I'm not ready to integrate yet. Who knows? But anyway, so in one of the dreams, I had a few dreams with them, and then the one time, and I think it's always by a tree, like leaning against a tree, and whatever, we had the conversation, whatever it was, and I turned to go, and then I was like, hey, wait a minute, I know what you're doing. And I turned around and I started talking to him. So for me, that was like, yes, next level. I'm actually now, even if it's just in dreamscape, able to communicate with them without forgetting the memory, because I'm more of on their level. So I found that like super, 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 super exciting and interesting. And I, just speaking of dreams, I also have a kind of a dream that's maybe more of a nightmare, that has happened a few times, and every time it's a nightmare, straight up nightmare. And every time it happens, I kind of react and respond in the same way. And before I understood what dreams were, the significance of it, I was just like, okay, nightmare, um, move in the direction that you prefer. But now that I do understand that, it's like, okay, so next time I have that dream, this is what I'm going to do. And so since I made that decision, I think I've had that dream maybe once or twice, and I still didn't respond in the way I said I was going to, but I responded in the way I've always responded. But I still woke up and I'm like, okay, next time I have that recurring dream, this is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to try. So we'll see if it ever comes back, because it may be a way also, dreams can also sometimes be a way of you testing yourself, testing out something in that reality without having to make it a physical reality then. But yeah, anybody have anything to add to that? Or anything else for that matter? Maybe you want to share your experience or something that you find exciting to talk about?
Yes. So, so I have a lot of dreams. Well, I've had, some dreams with wizards, and it sounds kind of silly, but the reason I say they're wizards because they look like wizards, right? Like these guys, sometimes I'll have these dreams, and there are these men in long robes, and at some point throughout my dream, I'll run into these guys. So just a couple off the top of my head. Um, there's one dream that I had. This was a long time ago. But there's one dream that I had where uh, I was walking through the desert, and it was like a long line. Like the people that I was with, we were moving from one location to another. And good morning, by the way. I appreciate the space still. But we were traveling from one place to another, and there was like a storm, like a desert storm, going on, and everyone was kind of dressed in old school kind of Egyptian garb. And as we were walking, I kind of veer off, and I end up walking into this pyramid. And so I walk into this pyramid, and inside there's like um, there's inside the pyramid there are four corners, right? And in each corner there's a small body of water, and there's like a crosswalk or like a sidewalk almost, like, but in the shape of a large cross, like um, going from south to north and east to west. Um, and in the middle of that crosswalk, there's this guy, and he's an older guy. And almost anytime I meet these dudes, they're like, they remind me of like the old Greek philosophers. And I walk up to him, and he points at the water, and inside the water, there's sharks, and you can tell that with the water there was such depth to it. Like you know, it wasn't like just like 5 feet deep. Like it looked so deep. Like just when you looked into it, it was like looking into the abyss. Um, So that's one, and then I woke up, and then this other one. I think I had mentioned it to you guys before, and when I was in your space last time, and I was at some point during my dream. Like for me, I'm sure you guys are the same way, where I kind of have like different stories. Like in one dream, I might have like five different stories that happened, but in this one, I'm floating in this cave, and I'm at the top of this cave, kind of looking down, and it's glowing. It's glowing like green, and at the bottom of this cave, there's this wizard, and he's got like a green and black garb, and it's almost like he knew exactly what I wanted, which was to understand understand purpose and the meaning of the world and everything. And he was just like, he looks up at me as I'm floating there, and he's like, you want to know? And then it's like boom, and it's almost like it just it it filled my mind to a point, like it was unbearable. It was unbearable. And but at the same time, like through all that, I don't know what I would describe as like just, it wasn't painful, it was just overwhelming. um but through all of that, I was able to identify what I wanted to see. And I was like, I understand. And I was moved to tears, even in my dream. And I wake up, I'm still in tears. I totally forgot what what the what that thing was. And I try to think about it every now and then. And I can't really think about it. And it's kind of funny because I made, I got a little wizard that I made when I was shit. I'm in my 30s now, but when I made him when I was in elementary school. And it's like a wizard dude with a goatee, bald, red robe. And so that's definitely something I see pretty often in my dreams.
That's amazing. Thanks for sharing. And how do you feel about wizardry and sorcery and witchcraft and stuff? And I asked because you made a figure of a wizard when you were in elementary school, and you keep having recurring dreams of wizards and stuff like that.
I mean, I think there's something to it. I mean, I don't think you necessarily have to be in a robe to be what I would consider, you know, someone with that kind of knowledge. I think though that type of knowledge, people who have that type of knowledge come in different forms. As far as them exercising, like using energy to influence energy, I think it's totally possible. Um, uh, yeah, witchcraft and all that stuff. I mean, I'm half Puerto Rican, so I grew up with Santeria, in the household, so that's not uncommon, and if you guys don't know what that is, it's kind of like the study of voodoo. But back in the day, you know uh, during slavery times, in the Caribbean, and Puerto Rico and Cuba, um, they would be punished for it. And so a lot of the voodoo gods like Oshun and Ogun and all of them, they were hidden in Catholicism, and so they used saints to represent uh, these guys, or else they'd be, um, or else they'd get hemmed up, you know.
Oh, wow. Thanks for sharing that. Thanks for sharing. I think the dreamscape, your physical mind does its best to represent something that it may not have any knowledge of in the best way that you can. And the fact that it's the wizards that keep recurring, I don't know what wizards mean to you, but maybe looking at that, the power, you mentioned a few things like knowledge, maybe alchemy, transformation, all of those. Maybe those are the things that it's you're trying to bring to light to yourself through your dreamscape. But that's definitely interesting. I think it was Screen Name a few spaces back that was talking about it, and he said something like the witches that were burnt at the stake in Salem and places like that. It was just people who had more knowledge than everybody else. So it wasn't like they were really doing anything. It was just they had more knowledge than everybody else. So I think burning people at the stake is kind of frowned upon these days. So that's not going to be happening to anybody anytime soon, hopefully. So I think it's all good that we can kind of bring out our version of whatever we need to in order to make sense of this time space reality. And I also think the fact that it's so different just adds to the diversity and the richness that we already have. And I think it's also then to be expected that because we have diversity and richness within this physical time space, then beyond that, there'd be diversity and richness as well. But yeah, that's kind of my 2 cents. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
No, I agree with you, and I think as far as wizards and witches go, like they can I think yeah they can be mistaken for something supernatural, which normal people might view as a threat. Um, yeah, I got another story if you know you'd like to listen.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Please go ahead.
Thanks. So this is probably the one that I reflect on the most. It's kind of a long one, but basically it starts off with uh, me. So this was around the same time I was getting a lot of weird dreams. Um, during that time, or rather, dreams that I think had messages messages included in it, and so I remember, I was oh, I kind of like came into being, right? And I'm holding a rosary in one hand and a baby in the other, and like I'm holding it in my arm. And this is, before I had kids or anything like that. And the baby had like glowing colored eyes, like that would change colors. Um, and so I'm kind of I'm moving around, and then all of a sudden I end up in this room, and it's a marble room, but it flows into columns, and then a pool, like a baby pool, and then to the right hand side of me, this kind of this train, like marble looking train, kind of flows into the space also. And I'm sitting in the baby pool, holding on to the baby and holding on to the rosary. And all of a sudden, all of my old friends that I've ever had, they come out of the train and they surround me, and everyone's just looking at me. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, so what's going on? And everyone just kind of laughs, and and one by one they kind of tell me like what's happening in their life and everything like that. And so as as time goes by, everything kind of shifts. So for me, sometimes my dreams, it's almost like, you know, I'm in one space and then all of a sudden it like shifts into another, right? Like it's like the room around me changes, but I stay in the same place. So that's kind of what happened here. But then the next thing you know, I'm jumping from like house to house with a rosary in one hand and baby in the other. Um, and I'm jumping from house to house with this demon, chasing me down. And I jump off the last house and reach the floor. And as soon as I touch the ground, the rosary and the baby disappear. And so there was as soon as it disappeared, there was a woman there who I've never seen in my life, but apparently she's like interviewing me for some reason, and she's like, "Why do you always?" She has a microphone. She's like, "Why do you always abuse your power?" And then she puts the microphone in my face, and I'm like, "Look, if I have these powers for 24 hours for protecting this baby, I'm gonna use them." And I'm saying these things, as so matter of fact, but like, I have no idea. Like, it's like instinctual. Like I don't. I didn't even really think about it when I discussed it or when I talked about it. So she's like, why do you use your powers, whenever, why do you abuse your powers every time you do it? I was like, you know what? If this power wasn't given to us, after the 24 hours of protecting this baby, then we wouldn't have him to begin with. So I'm going to continue using it. And out of frustration, she kind of like, she storms off. And my dad and my aunt are there, and they're being interviewed by the same woman, and she asked them, "Hey, how long has he been doing this?" And my aunt, my great aunt, she's like, "Oh, we signed him up to do this a long time ago." And I'm like, in the dream, I'm like, yeah, I know this story already, but like then there's this other side of me that is like, I didn't freaking know this. And then I continue walking, and there's this, fire, fire coming from the ground. And it's never ending. It's a never ending fire. And I forget what happened there. But yeah, that's the other one.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. And if you don't mind me asking, have you had any like, and you don't have to answer and you don't have to interact with it, but have you ever had any physical interactions with s- something other, aliens, extraterrestrials, extra dimensionals, anything like that?
Yeah, so when I was a teenager, this was before I moved in with my dad. So I told this story last night too, but I'll try to be brief with it. I think
Oh, take.
this is, yeah,
Oh, no, I was just gonna say, take your time with it because I didn't hear it, and I don't know how many people were still in that space from last night. So it might
okay.
technically be a new story, but yeah.
Okay, so I was walking with a few buddies of mine. We're walking up the street. We're in the neighborhood. We're walking up the street to my buddy's house, and as we're walking up the street, there's a slight grade, right? So what I'm about to tell you is odd, but there's a slight grade. It's not steep. It's nothing crazy. But then all of a sudden, it feels like we're walking up a super steep hill. And I have my hands on my knees, and I'm like, "What the heck is going on? What the heck is going on?" And my buddy's like, "I don't know, man. Like, this is weird." I was like, "Why does it feel like we're going up a steep ass hill?" And so we continue on, and then it kind of plateaus. Um, and when it plateaus, it's almost like, uh, you know, in an instinctual thing. We all kind of stop and we look up, and um, I feel like there's like a vibration, there's like a humming, like a, and you can feel it through your body. Um, but we're all looking up, and there's this thing above this house, uh, but it's dark, so it's nighttime, and this thing is dark. All I can really see is the end of it because of the lamppost. Um, that that's on the street that's kind of causing some kind of reflection off of this thing. Um, but I know it extends farther. I don't know how big it was really, but I know there was like like a slight reflection on it. It was like a flat black almost, and all of a sudden it disappears. So the way I describe it doesn't zoom off or anything. The way I describe it is old cam. If you use an old camcorder and you're recording something, like let's say a Coke bottle or something, you record it, you pause, you remove the bottle, you record again. When you play that back, it's just out, right? It's gone. It doesn't, there's no evaporation. There's no like, you know, it's just gone. And so all of a sudden that happens, and I'm still looking up like, what the fuck? And my buddies, I see them from my periphery. They all, put their heads down like normal, and they kind of right face, and start walking off. And I'm like, what the fuck, yo, what was that? And I'm going to all of my buddies. I'm like, yo, what was that thing? What was that thing? And none of them are responding to me. I was with about five friends, and then I finally get to my buddy Eddie, and he's freaking out. He's like, I don't know, man, I don't know. And it's just odd. it was odd. So that's definitely something that I try. I'm into the UFO, UAP, extraterrestrial contact thing. That definitely is is part of what started my interest in that. Um, and then as far as
Yeah.
anything, say it again.
No. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, and then as far as anything like constant contact, I couldn't. I have experienced little things like ghosts and you know random like weird voices and stuff like that. But I think uh, for the most part, it's there's like I feel like there are messages, for all of us, right? But you just got to be willing to, you know, uh, be available to see it. And so for me, one of like the signs that I see anytime, I'm thinking about something, or if I'm wondering, am I doing the right thing? Am I on the right path? Sometimes I'll see a butterfly. Um, like, and I see them all, I don't see them all the time, but for some reason they come into my life, or like, they just roam right in front of me, um, whenever I'm thinking about serious topics. Um, so I think, if there are messages or interactions with anything multidimensional or whatever, I also think that, those interactions can happen that way too. And some people, they talk about owls, some people, they talk about different animals that come into their life, every now and then. I think you just got to pay attention.
Oh, absolutely. I totally agree. And the thing with the imagery, then, I think the important thing to remember is that it has to make sense for you. So it might not make sense to somebody else, or it may just be a butterfly to somebody else, but you are the person who has that relationship with that imagery. So it may be of benefit for you to, what's the word, understand, kind of develop a relationship maybe with the imagery, and then understand when it's coming and what it's telling you. Yeah, that's just my 2 cents. And just a random question I've been asking a few people, but where, like, all things, if you had the ability to do whatever it is that you wanted to do, how do you envision our Earth being? In what direction do you see us moving? How would you like to see us moving? What would you like to see on our planet? In whatever context.
Um, how would I like to see the planet? Um, I would say, uh, it's hard, man, because I think so. I'm going to preface this with the idea that I think we can manifest a lot, right? Like, one person can manifest, things within their own life. They can manifest, certain. What's up, man? Okay. All right. See you in a bit. Um,
Oh
but
yeah.
but so I think one individual person can manifest things within their life. They can manifest a great career, wealth, great friends. Um, they can manifest good people in their life, and I think when you expand that idea, a bunch of people can manifest you know the same thing. And if you get people around the world manifesting the same thing, right, like peace and and like a universal love kind of thing, I think it's possible. I do. However, I think that there are certain people who, um, everyone's kind of attached to the way things are. um, and I feel like it's just because we've gotten so far from you know, superstitious things. You know, everyone is like, you know, I don't know. Everyone pretends to be so matter of fact and so scientific and all this crap. Um, and I don't know if it's necessarily possible for this. And it's because of that. But if I if I could envision, like what I envision is, you know, a world where like there's no fear or retribution for disclosure, right? Like these beings that are around us and communicating with you know, governments around the world and everything like that. They just come out, you know, they come out and you know, we get along, and you know, there's more of an effort for us to be a race of, you know, explorers and discovery. And I think with that shift, it would allow us to sort of work together and gather up resources, so we can travel not just our universe but other universes and other dimensions. Um, you know, just to see, you know, just to see, um, and you know, there wouldn't be all these, you know, issues with you know, just, you know, the U.S., Russia, China, you know. But the thing is, you know, I'm consumed with that type of shit. You know, that's kind of my field, sort of. So I pay attention to that a lot. But it's almost like there's, you know, this train is like, you know, it would take a miracle for, you know, to stop this train, and I don't see it. Um, I don't see it happening. But you know, I'm also somewhat of a pessimist, so.
Maybe you can just jump off that train and get onto another train that you prefer to go in the direction you're going. I don't know. I'm just saying. But you said something very interesting about other beings that are living on our planet with us. Do you think or believe or hope even that there are other beings from, let's say, this dimension? Shall we? Okay, from wherever. Do you think there are other beings who are not quote unquote human or who may or may not look like us that live on our planet right now?
I'm pretty confident that yes, there is something living here. I couldn't, um, you know, as far as what they look like and why they're here. You know, as far as why they're here, like my train of thought when I, you know, when I start, you know, running that exercise in my mind, it oftentimes goes to a bad place. Um, but but I know that they're different types of. I feel pretty confident that they're different type of beings. You know, they come from, you know, different dimensions, and some of them are here like us in this physical form. Um, yeah.
I thank you for sharing. And for me, quick, just maybe a clarification. Why are you afraid that they are beings from elsewhere with us? Why is it the emotion of fear? It could have been excitement, intrigue, curiosity, but it was fear. If you don't mind me asking, nobody has that power or as little as you like, whatever's comfortable for you. And this is a safe space to share. So please go ahead, Salvador.
Do you mean? What do you mean? Like
So,
why?
oh, sorry. So you had said, so I'd asked if you believe that there are different beings from elsewhere here, and you said, yes, you do. But you then mentioned that maybe you're afraid that there are beings, you're afraid to think about there being beings from elsewhere. And so that was where my curiosity came from. How come it is that you are afraid to speak of, to think of beings from elsewhere? and it wasn't like you're intrigued or excited or anything like that?
I wouldn't say, man. I don't think I said afraid. I think one of the things I had mentioned was when I go over the exercises as far as um, why certain beings might be here, and I guess this is also a better explanation why when I think of why other beings are here with us, it often goes to a bad place, and that's because of abduction stories and the implications of what that means when someone can snatch you up from your home without consent. um, that raises a lot of red flags for me, and the story that unfolds in my mind of the possibilities is it's not all good. Now, I'm not saying that they're not all good or bad, because I don't think that what is happening here on Earth, um, with good and bad people who are intoxicated by power and control, I don't think that is exclusive to Earth. I think it happens everywhere, and that's the for me, the way I view it is that's the yin and yang of the universe. You know, and hold on. You okay?
Yeah. Oh.
Oh man, had to check on the kiddos for a second. Um, but yeah. So uh, I lost my train.
Are you
But I
okay?
don't think that's that good and yeah, no, everything is good. I just had to check on my daughter. But uh so I don't think that there's, I guess, to just kind of wrap it up, like, good and bad, good and evil, light and dark, whatever it is that you want to call it. I think it exists all around us all the time. And the thing is when you look at what we would consider evil, you know they don't, I'm sure they're not thinking like, oh yeah, I just love being evil, where you know maybe they just they are satiated with um certain things that we might emit, right? Like maybe we emit fear, or maybe we emit sadness, and it's just something that they gravitate towards. um in their minds, I'm sure they don't think that it's evil or whatever. But it's just, it's sort of become the definition of what's going on here on Earth. But I don't think it's all like a symbiotic thing. Like, someone is attracted to good people, and I think people are attracted to sometimes bad people as well. But it's all sort of in the same vein. It's this weird symbiotic thing where, good and evil, continue on. It's yin and yang. That's really the only explanation I have for that.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. And if nobody else wants to jump in, I may share perspective on my perspective on what you have shared. So it was very interesting. I think there's been a lot kind of in the UFO, UAP space, people talking about other beings from other planets who also live here. And for me, it's just like, okay, if there are beings from other planets who live here, let's deal with this. As in, let's just be open about it, because we don't know why they're here. And let's then come up with a solution that works with all of us, because we have more than enough resources. We're just not great at managing what we have, but we have more than enough for everybody. And I think there's this place that I love, this point of harmony. So I prefer harmony to compromise, and I strongly believe that compromise got us to where we are now. Everything we look around was a compromise, and everybody defines things differently. But for me, compromise is not, it's still not being fully who you are, whereas harmony is being fully who you are, being open about it, putting everything on the table. The other person does the same thing, and then you find that sweet spot where everybody's happy. And part of it is a lot of people don't believe that such a spot exists, you know, and hence then they compromise, where you kind of give up a bit and hold on to this and try and negotiate and try and outsmart the other person and so on. So for me, I've had enough encounters to understand harmony, and I've been in enough situations where you find that sweet spot. And so compromise is just not an attractive option for me. So if there are those beings, then kind of like, let's get on, we're ready to whatever point we're ready, but let's get on with it and let's see what can be done. And then in terms of, that's my perspective. And then in terms of abductions, now that's a very interesting one, and it's the word abduction. So from me, my understanding, and of course there's a whole lot of other things going on, and I'm not privy to everything that goes on this planet, but my interactions and my learnings and my understandings about it was specifically the Greys. The Greys are not extraterrestrial from, as in they're not from a different planet. They're alien, as in they're from a different version of Earth. And they were technologically advanced, and basically they messed up their planet. And so they, we'll use the word discarded nature. They didn't value nature, and they just dumped on their planet until it was horrible and they couldn't live on the planet anymore. And then instead of actually fixing the mess, they went underground and genetically modified themselves, and they looked like us at one point, but then became what now looks like the Greys. And they're different factions of Greys, and that's why a lot of different versions of what happens when people interact with them, there's those differences as well. And understanding that there are billions of parallel realities, so there could also be different versions of these Greys from who knows where. But anyway, so there they are, genetically modified, and they were replicating through they were reproducing through genetic replication, and the way they had done it caused replicator failure. And so they got to a point where they could no longer reproduce. And now at that point, that seems to be when they were like, ooh, maybe we should rethink what we are doing. And because they were technologically advanced, they then barreled into parallel reality Earths, and to get genetic material so that they could rebuild their civilization. But what they found was that the versions of Earth that they were barreling into were either also Greys or well on their way of becoming Greys. And they were like, well, oh crap, this is a much bigger thing than we thought. And so they realized the magnitude of what had to be done in order for them to then have viable genetic material to reproduce. And so because they had the technology, they went back into different parallel realities and helped in, shall we say, the creation of this timeline. But that's not really accurate. It's more like the ability to then access another timeline, because everything is here now. And so they did this in what we would call the past, which is just a parallel reality. And these timelines continued. And up until the 1920s, that's when they were able to then get this genetic material and use that combined with their genetic material to then make a new hybrid civilization, so that their civilization in a way could continue in some way. So what happened was around the 80s, that was kind of the height of this. And you may have remembered that a lot of the quote unquote abduction stories come from that period, where people were basically dragged out of bed. But what was possibly happening was that the Greys, because they had given up their emotion in order for for them to be able to do this, they had genetically they had they didn't value emotions. So as part of their replicating process, they had genetically removed that. They didn't understand why humans freaked out when you dragged them out of bed in the middle of the night. We as humans understand why that is freaky, but they just didn't have a basis of doing that because they were working off the fact that this was an agreement from non-physical. And so even if we didn't agree to it, even if we didn't remember the agreement in our physical bodies, it was still going to be something that benefited both of us because it was a mutual exchange from the different parties, their civilization and our civilization. So what we would be getting in turn is the ability to choose a different reality and not go down their way. And they would be getting genetic material in exchange, which we have tons of, like literally we're made of genes. So anyway, so they kept kind of doing this stuff, which was called quote unquote abductions, until the early hybrids were made that had emotion, and the hybrids were then able to tell them like, yo, you're freaking the natives out. That's not how you'd get this done. And so that's when they started kind of helping beings by like even that the ability, giving us the ability to forget things until we are ready to remember them and all of that. And if you'll notice, there was a drop in abduction cases in the 90s, and even up to now it's a much smoother thing. It's not necessarily that it doesn't happen as much, because that's part of it, because this is the tapering out of it. This is kind of more or less the end of them getting the genetic material, but it was also their understanding of doing it in a way that was more compatible to us. So, for example, like my experience, I don't view my experience as an abduction. I know kind of what I signed up to. I've been in this for long enough, and I've regained some of my memories, if you wish. So I know what I signed up for. So I don't view it as an abduction. And I view it as me helping a civilization that destroyed itself rebuild. And the exchange of that I've gotten is a lot of information, a lot of knowledge, a lot of love, a lot of understanding, and also importantly the ability and the choice to choose to be more of nature and in nature than normal. So I don't know if that helps with kind of like what you're saying with the red flags and who they are and all of this. And I can only speak to the beings because they're different beings that look like that have been termed the Greys. So I don't know what all of those are up to, but I can only speak to the beings that I've been in contact with, that I've interacted with. So I don't know if that's of any help to you, to viewing that phenomenon and maybe interacting with those beings in a different way, and also maybe just understanding they weren't as emotionally advanced because they didn't have emotions to understand what it was they were doing. But for me, I'm just kind of like, oh, okay, now I understand it, I get it. And it has helped me choose a more natural direction and a more loving direction. So I'm very happy about that. I don't know how you think of that, what you think of that, Salvador, and how you feel about that, and what, if that helps at all with the red flags you were talking about earlier, or anybody else, feel free to chime in.
No, I think that's super interesting. I definitely never heard that that idea. Um, what I will say though is the thing is with how we are as a human race right now, right? Like you think about how wars have usually been, you know, how they kind of like continue happening. It's all comes from it all starts with a misunderstanding, right? Like the Spanish when they came over and spoke with the Central and South Americans and or the Native Indians during that time, and they're trying to spread the idea of Jesus Christ, and these guys are like these natives like Montezuma, who was not interested, and that's how wars start. That's how that kind of stuff starts, and so I think there's going to be. I think it's been okay for now because they've been able to conceal their activities and everything. But I I think regardless of what happens in this world, um, when you commit any kind of action, there's a reaction. Sometimes it takes, sometimes it's immediate, and sometimes it takes time. And I think, you know, in this world, when you do that kind of thing, um, uh, people aren't going to like it. So I understand what you're saying about, like, hey, they don't have any emotions, they don't have, whatever. There's this agreement. Like, there's a lot of people who aren't going to view it that way, and that's the lens in which I view it from, right? Like, you know, I understand that my role in this world, it doesn't happen in a vacuum. I have an effect on the things around me, the people around me, um, and with what I do at work or whatever, I have a I have an influence on my country and the world. Um, and with that being said, I think uh, they might they're going to be confronted with unintended consequences. And that's I'm not saying that as a threat or anything like that. I'm just saying, when there's an action, there's usually a reaction. Um, and wars, I think, have been fought for less. But I do appreciate that, and I do understand what you're saying.
No, I'm glad it. Um, Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I think you said something I found super interesting, that the start of war. I think the start of war is before what you said. It is from the emotion of fear, first of all, and then it becomes a misunderstanding and so on. But even if it is a misunderstanding and you're not coming from a fear-based place, then it becomes a different thing, and I think it's also part of the thing that we were experiencing or existing on a macro physical level. So the best example that describes this is, if you were going to buy music from a record store when they still existed, you would have to go in and buy your record, your cassette, or your CD. And if you took a copy off the shelf, then there was one less copy for others to purchase. And then there'd be a whole reproduction thing and producing thing and production thing, sorry, whole production thing and putting it back on the shelf and all of this. And then we moved on to MP3s, and then there was one source. So say, for example, there's one source of this file, and that source, for ease of conversation, then downloads it to three other people download from it. Now there are four sources from which that same file can be downloaded. So for me, that's more a reflection of the abundance that I'm going through, I'm talking about, and I am moving towards. So for example, the microphysics one is like, there's only one pie, and if 10 people get their slice, there's not enough for everybody else. Whereas this one is the definition of abundance that I prefer, that the more there is, the more you take, the more there is. So then if those three people now download, for ease of conversation, to three more people, now you have seven sources of the file, but the original file is still there. So the more there is, the more there is. And now you're able to get this information from different places. And I think if we shift our thoughts and our understanding into that direction of thinking about our resources and understanding their resources and managing our environment and our resources in that way, using it, because even look at our phones, the things that we can do on our phones. Like, you can do so many things on your phone that you had to, before, in the macrophysics thing, had to schlep over to some place and pay your bill, and then schlep over to that other place and pay your bill, and then maybe you had to do it all in one lunchtime because you got paid at a certain time and all of this. But now you have your phone, and you get paid whenever you paid, or whenever the money comes into your bank account. You can then if it's click with a few clicks, you've paid it. Or even better still, you can set it up so that it's directly paid into your bank account. And even that payment, the way it comes to you, it's no longer like you have to line up and get it for the most part. It just comes directly to your bank account, which you can access on your phone and do all of this. So we've already started that. And I think if we continue in that way, and using the grays as a cautionary tale, that it may benefit us to integrate our technology into nature and make it more natural and more more in alignment with nature, as opposed to us imposing our views on nature. We may find that some of these problems are automatically solved. Because I found another very interesting thing happened for me personally, around 2020, when they were talking about this essential. When people started defining what essential work is, or what essential workers are, or what was essential for you to do, and different people had different opinions of what essential looked like. And for me, it was just so eye-opening, because then my essential shifted. And I also came to realization that most of what we are doing on this planet, in to quote unquote survive or to thrive, may not be needed. So we are the ones who are perpetuating this loop of unhappiness, because we go to jobs that most people do not like their jobs. That's just a standard fact of our planet. But we still go there, they still go there, and we still maintain the jobs that they're doing. And many of those things, not all, many of those things may not be actual things that we need. And why do I say that? What is it that we need? We need to eat, drink, sleep, dream, excrete. So those are our basic needs, and everything else is extra. And I'm not saying let's go back and kind of rough it or anything like that. I'm like, no, now that, what are the other basic needs that we can add on? We've now got the internet. And in some countries, Finland, for example, internet broadband is a basic human right. So now we have that. How do we integrate it? How do we make it so that it is more in line with nature, and just kind of moving more in that direction, I think. And this would, from my perspective, quote unquote, solve the problems that we have, because we are the same ones who are perpetuating these things that we don't like, but we keep doing it. And most people who are then involved in this continuation of that perpetuation usually say, oh, I don't have a choice. Oh, but everybody is doing it. Oh, but this and that. But if you actually just take a step back, there are people who are doing different. Case in point, us. There are only 8 people in this group, and people are straight up talking about extraterrestrials and UFOs in a safe space. I don't know what 8 people in relation to what percentage 8 people in relation to 8 billion people on the planet is. I don't know, 0.000 whatever percent that is. But it's also part of our awakening that we don't need to have all those other people doing all sorts of other things. But we can get together in our small communities and make the decision and choose the choices that benefit us in the direction that we want to go. So that was a bit of a long one. I don't know if that was helpful or if that helped in any way.
You're in that flow state.
Yes, something like that.
Sounds like you're on it.
Oh, for me, this is where my passion lies. It's absolutely like where I'm at in just awakening and understanding that I am more than this, and there is more that I can do, and it's all right. Like everything, it is all right. And I get to decide that, every single bit of it, without manipulating, and more, like you said, in the flow, that ease and flow, that ease and flow. So it seems counterintuitive to us because we were taught otherwise, but it seems to be more of the natural flow of the planet, the environment, the everything, the all that is, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you regard yourself as like an extrovert? Do you gain energy from, some people gain energy from speaking to other people and having these types of discussions, and other people, they're more, like, I would call them introverted, so they gain more energy from kind of being self-reflective, kind of alone, like spending time alone. Which one are you?
Both. I would be both, because I love my own company. I have no qualms. I can spend time with just me for days on end, and I don't need to speak to somebody else. And when I do speak to other people, then I can be there. I, for me, the way I view it, I don't really view it as introvert or extrovert. I just, at this point in my life, I just follow a very simple formula, which is following your highest excitement to the best of your ability, taking it as far as you can until you can take it no further without any insistence on the outcome. And whatever happens, take it in a positive light so that you may derive the benefit from it. So, with that, I find like no matter what the situation is, I'm winning. No matter what the situation is, I'm happy. You know, it's just it really doesn't matter. I've made up my mind to be happy, and it just happens because I've made up my mind. So it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, and I found that's my sweet spot.
That's awesome. I love that philosophy. That's really great. I'll use parts of that, I think. I wanted to share something in the Jumbotron. I've been updating the boys on this solar storm that's been ongoing. And there's actually,
Apologies, three. Just to back up, what's a jumbotron? I am
oh,
so
it's the
sorry. I'm not.
nest or the Jumbotron. Just where just where the images are, like it says shared by three at the top. Do you see it? With the image of the solar flare? You should see it right there. It's right above like the icons, and I don't know how to describe it.
That's what the jumbotron is. Just that
Yeah.
space above the space.
Yeah.
I got you. I got you.
Below where
Sorry,
it
I
says
have
the
no idea.
title.
Yeah, I have no idea what that word meant, but thank you for enlightening me. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. So if you want to follow my thread all the way from the top, there was this massive coronal hole on the sun, like this huge area of the sun that was active, and like like an area of disturbed energy. And what happens in in those locations is that um first of all, you have like an increased amount of plasma and proton energy that is like a solar type wind energy that's occurring from that location. And this location specifically, the dark area of the sun, the picture on the left that you see at the very top, that that is the active region, and that happened to be facing Earth directly. So so it made it a very dangerous location to be on the sun. And I've been watching the sun for, I don't know, like 15 years, maybe more than that. And I I haven't seen what's happened with the sun in the last 4 or 5 days. There have been some major regions, like huge swaths of the sun becoming active. And there was also something called a CME, a coronal mass ejection. And luckily, it was on the other side of the sun that's not Earth facing, and it kind of went in the other direction. It was so strong that it did spike the the electron proton flux. You could see where it spiked the flux. You could see that even though it wasn't Earth facing. So so this time, just this, just this area of activity on the sun is producing this solar wind. This is what causes the aurora borealis. And I've also I've been tracking this for so long. I've also connected major Earth events like 9/11, Fukushima, um, the Arab Spring, um, major world protests, stuff like that have all connected together. Hurricane Katrina, they've all connected with activity on the sun.
Okay, that's super interesting. And you've personally tracked this yourself?
Yes.
Oh wow. So what do you think? Or um yeah, keep sharing.
Well, I mean, if you think and look back at how many cultures have been obsessed with the sun, like the Egyptians, the Mayans, the Aztecs. So many, right? Like, I mean, so many traditions have been based on the sun. Even Christianity, the Son of God, you could say, is the sun of God, right? Like, so, um, and perhaps the Holy Trinity is Earth, the Sun, and the Moon. I mean, I don't know, but these cultures were obsessed with the sun for a very specific reason. They understood the impacts on consciousness the sun has. I mean, first of all, the sun, without the sun we don't exist, right? Like we there is nothing without the sun, right? So um some other cultures like the Mayans, they they were, we're told that these cultures were, like not very advanced, and I don't believe that. um, based on their ability to read and know different areas of the sky and star charts and locations of different planets in those star charts that we're only recently discovering with these super high powered telescopes we have today. Um, the ancients were very advanced, and in some traditions, these ancients, they would have shamans that could perceive when the sun would have this solar activity, and they would go into like a trance-like state, and they would go and traverse uh, like the astral plane, or like they would move through as seers, as a type of seeing. um, they would also add sometimes like psychedelic brews to this, like ayahuasca is one major one. Um, ayahuasca. Have you heard of ayahuasca?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Cool. So you're hip to this stuff already. Then where's
Oh,
your accent from?
from everywhere. I am a
South
citizen of
Africa?
the world. I have lived there. Everybody
Okay.
hears what they need to hear, so I just leave it at that.
Oh, come
But
on. So
no,
curious.
oh, this, yeah, well, we had a whole conversation about this earlier. Basically, what it is I identify as a person of this earth. I have never lived in any one
Okay.
country long enough, and I never will.
Yeah.
So that's that's the identity that I share, and that's the identity that I am. And yeah, but what you're
I love
saying,
that.
oh, thank you. Thank you. What you're saying is like you asked me about ayahuasca and stuff. For me, like
Yeah.
I said, I've lived around the world. Like none of this is surprising. Like none of this is shocking, or none of this is out there for me. You know, it's just before pre 2020, I would not have had discussions like this in English, and nor would I have had discussions like this in westernized civilizations or Western settings or whatever. I
Mhm.
always held the belief that people in within those settings were just not ready for it, and law of attraction that came and bit me in the ass, and I had to reevaluate that. I literally had to reevaluate that and look at my belief systems and why I believe that. And so that was a whole process that I went through, and I realized that it was BS, in the sense that it was just my own belief system. It was our belief systems are layers on layers, and those who
Yes.
are ready regardless of where they are on the planet. And all for me I need, using the strong word need, to do is be more of myself. And it is all right if others don't catch, are not up to speed. It's all right if others don't catch up to it. But I will
Yes.
not be different ever again to make anybody in any plane of existence happy with me being different. I will always, from this point forth, from whatever point forth, now, the eternal now, only ever be me and moving towards that direction. So then, whenever any of these things come up, or whenever people are saying that, it hardly phases me. I'm like, I'm not even surprised. Like the stuff I've seen, the stuff I've experienced, man, I just go with it. So for me, like my great thing is like coming into spaces like this and hearing what, for example, you are sharing. Now that's something that you've been tracking, and that it's linked to actual solar, like the solar flares are linked to actual Earth activities. I
Oh
find that
yeah,
fascinating. I don't even know what that means. Like what is that? So does that mean the sun is predicting what will happen, or we're doing it because the sun energized us to do it? I don't
yeah,
even know what that means, but that's like such a little great nugget that you've shared. So please,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I wanted to talk. I mean, ayahuasca is a very big part of my life. I'm part of a type of shamanic school, and
Ooh, do share. Do
we
oh
drink
well.
we drink the
Oh,
tea like once a month. So I've been drinking the tea for 8 or so years. So I've had over 100 sessions with the tea, and it's a huge part of my life. And I
three, three. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but please back
no,
this up a bit.
okay.
So you like wake up in the morning and have a cup of ayahuasca, or how does this work?
No, oh my
It's so
God, no.
please don't forget the train of thought where you were going, but I just wanted to back up a bit, and maybe if you can share that and then continue with where you were
So
going. Thank you.
the way an ayahuasca ceremony works is a highly meticulous and organized experience. There's a there's a lead shaman that is directing the session, and then behind that shaman there is like 8 or 9 other like senior shamans that are help guide the and that help guide the energy in the room. And there's I mean it's very sophisticated, and I would never ever recommend anyone drink ayahuasca or try to drink ayahuasca by themselves ever. This is something that is highly sacred. It's not something that you do to have a good time with your friends. That's not what it's about. It's a medicine. It's a medicine for your soul, for your spirit, and it's very important. I think that if there's anything that rescues humanity, it will be plant medicine. You know, it will be
Okay.
substances like ayahuasca.
Oh wow, three. So you woke up one day and decided to be a shaman, and that's
No,
one. I'm just wondering how you got into this one, and two, like where are you guys doing this? Where is it, and how do people get in on it, and any of that? Please share. Thanks.
I can't share that um, because the
Okay.
organization is very discreet. They wouldn't say they're secret. They would say they're discreet. I'm not even supposed to talk about it, to be honest. But I'm very open with my life and my experiences, and I believe in this compound. And um, so you know what ayahuasca is. You know that it's the combination of two plants, the chacrona and the mariri, which is a vine and a leaf, and it's boiled together for like 7 or 8 hours and condensed down into a liquid. And so the way the session works is everyone is poured a glass of tea. You can determine how much tea you would like to drink, and like a full glass or half a glass or very little amount. You can choose which one you prefer, and then the shamans of the group, they enter the space first. They drink first, and then everyone else drinks. And um, it's a very magical experience. Have you ever tried ayahuasca?
No, and this is why I'm curious, because this sounds more to, and that's why I was asking all the questions. This kind of sounds more like the one that I would be comfortable, that calls me to participate in, rather than like others that I've heard about and the way others are doing it. But this sounds more in line with other teachings and other things that I've seen. And as you said, it was very interesting your choice of words, because we did cover that earlier, that it's discreet as opposed to secret. And I do understand, from my perspective, I think I understand the difference with that. And for me, it's a very important difference. But yeah, it's keep going. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. The charge in your field right now tells me that there's something calling you, and I truly believe that if you feel that call, it's 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 something else you're hearing. It's like Mother Ayahuasca is calling to you, and almost like your duty to find her, or she will find you. And um, I really do believe in that process of synchronicity and um, sort of the way God moves and connects the dots so that Mother Ayahuasca can enter your life. And um, I think without this sacred healing medicine, I would be dead. I would have died. Um, I was First of all, I had a Kundalini activation when I was a, a kid. Like I was so young, and I didn't know how to interpret what was happening with me. And so I was taking drugs and I was drinking to just turn it off. I didn't know how to perceive. Like, I didn't know how to move forward. I was perceiving things that I could never imagine before. And I didn't even know what was happening to me. And I was in so much pain in my soul that I wanted to die. That's what I wanted. I wanted to die. And and um, and then I started studying, this plant medicine, ayahuasca, and I wasn't looking for like a drug. That's not what I wanted. I wanted something that was more permanent. I wanted something that would alter, wouldn't be like many drugs. Like you reach this state of, it's like a tourist pass to like an amusement park. You're there, and sometimes you remember what it felt like, the sensations, and that's it. You leave and you go home, and that's it. But with ayahuasca, it's much different. It's like, okay, for example, um, I would drink very heavily before I started drinking ayahuasca. My first session with the tea, I never drank another alcohol drink ever again after my first session. I knew in my consciousness, I knew that alcohol is a poison. And I just understood that. And there were many, many things that occurred to me, that came to me in these sessions, in these ceremonies. And what happens is that when as we move through life, and this place where we incarnated here now in the earth life system is can be very chaotic, can be very dark. It can be something of a struggle sometimes, right? Like, as we accrue experiences, these experiences can be traumatizing, and they can affect us in a way that is detrimental because our society is broken. Our society is sick. And so we produce adults that are also with this sickness, whether it's a mental illness or something else. And so what things like ayahuasca do is ayahuasca helps you move through these traumas. Like, have you heard of Schrodinger's cat? Like the
Yes, I
quantum.
love Schrodinger's cat,
Okay,
but please do share
perfect.
for the group so everybody's kind of up to speed.
Sure. So the Schrodinger's cat equation is basically that once you observe a particle, you change its behavior. So it's named after Erwin Schrödinger. He's a quantum physicist, and he basically theorized that if you put a cat in a box, by checking to see if what was going on with the cat, you would affect the cat's state of either being alive or dead. And he was just giving an example, like if you look at if he was giving an example of the double slit experiment
Uh,
and
sorry,
influencing.
sorry to interrupt. Just to keep everybody up to speed, the cat was in a box with poison.
Right.
So, the cat being either dead or alive was influenced by you looking at it. Was the way he theorized that, if I'm remembering correctly.
But if you open the box, it would kill the cat, if I remember correctly. I don't know. It's not important.
Uh,
Like,
I
what's
think that
important?
the I think the cat was both alive and dead
Right.
at the same time until
Right.
you opened the box. Oh,
Right. Right.
it's a good one to go over again. But anyway, keep going. Sorry.
So trying to remember my train of thought. I hate if you can just wait until I pause, please, because it's difficult for
Absolutely, I
me to
will.
find.
I
Okay,
will.
so
I will do that.
ayahuasca
So you were talking about
is I remember
Schrodinger's
now.
cat.
I
Yeah,
remember now.
perfect. Thank you.
So ayahuasca tends to use the same phenomena. Like if you imagine your life like living like in a house, right, in your mind, and in your mind these traumatic experiences that you've stored in a closet in your mind, and you stored and you've shut the door to the closet. You never go into that closet, and you've kept all of these experiences in your mind, and these experiences are, causing you pain now. Like they're the root cause of disease. When you shut out a traumatic experience, when you aren't facing your demons, right? And so what ayahuasca does is it helps you very gently to walk over to this closet door. You open the door to the closet, and it helps you turn the light on in the closet, and then it just pulls out one at a time, an experience at a time. And by doing this, it changes the quantum flux of 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 that experience and that resonance that it has on your body, because as you know, you affect not only your future but also your past. And I think you were saying this, Z. I'm going to call you Z. That's okay.
Yeah, that's all right. I prefer Zile, but you can keep going.
Okay, I can call you Zila. How do I say
Zile,
it?
Zile,
Zile.
Zile, Zile.
Okay,
Yeah,
Zile. I'll call
yeah.
you Zile, what you prefer. But go ahead. I think
Thank you.
Lauren has her hand up, so I don't want to
Maybe,
be rude.
before we get to Lauren, maybe if you want to finish your thought of where you were going, and then we'll get to Lauren. I promise.
I was
Well,
just going to remind him to go back to the sun because I was really excited about what he was going to say in regards to the sun. So it was just a quick reminder for you to circle back to that.
Thanks, Lauren.
right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, in these sort of psychedelic states where, like, I mean, you have to think about it this way, okay? Like in the Amazon jungle, there are hundreds of thousands of species of plants, right? So how do you think these shamans understood to combine these two plants to create this effect, right? And so they would brew this tea, and they would wait until the sun would flare, and they would understand that the dimensional space, the ether in which we connect to this other place, this this ether that becomes charged with the sun, they would enter that space using a plant like ayahuasca, mixture like ayahuasca, and they would travel to see the future of the tribe. They would travel to see what they should be doing at that time. Like, should they be harvesting? When is the best time to plant? And those types of things.
Oh my gosh, that is super exciting. I'm still interested in kind of like the ayahuasca thing, but I know you may not be able to speak of it. If possible, please DM me some info on that, or how to contact and connect with that. But Lauren had the question about the sun. I don't know if that question has been answered, Lauren.
Well, I was hoping three is a very enlightened person, and he's got a lot of great wisdom and knowledge. And I'm very aware of the activation that the sun does to our DNA and genetic codes, and it's very masculine energy as opposed to the moon, very feminine energy. Three, you brought up the Mayans, ancient Mayans, and a lot of these ancient cultures and civilizations that were depicted around the sun. And I was hoping you could go into more so of like the spirituality aspect of it. I understand that you've been studying this, I believe they're called like sunstorms and sunspots and things of that nature for some odd years now. But I was hoping you could touch a little bit more into the importance of the sun, why it was such a huge aspect in ancient cultures and even today?
That's a big question, Lauren. I appreciate your words and the compliment. I'm not sure. I'm just some dude, I think, but um, let me think for a moment, and maybe Zile,
Yeah, yeah. Zile.
maybe you can talk for a bit, and then give me a chance to think, and I'll raise my hand when I have an idea of how to answer Lauren's question.
Oh,
Zila, I,
thank you,
I did
three.
want to say
Yes.
to you, I absolutely loved hearing your story about detachment and just kind of identifying as like a a person of this earth. And I would love to hear a little bit more about your spiritual journey and where you're at.
Thanks, Lauren. I guess while three gathers his thoughts, we can jump into that. Before then, I just like to welcome all the new people. So this is a safe space for you to share who you be. Feel free to do so. Step up to the mic if you would like to. If you just want to listen, that's all right too. So, Lauren, I'll kind of go about the longish version of the story. I have shared it before, but I'll share it again since you're asking. So I bringing me up to where I am today. So I, grew up more or less around the world, and I was, you know, like life was what it was, and it was like I wouldn't say if depending on who you ask, some of the things were really, really horrible. But hey, look at me, I'm still around, so couldn't have been that bad because what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. So, anywho, breezing through life, having fun, and I had been traveling and studying and all these other things. And then I had had this job, which I love. And it was just amazing. And I was excited to be there and I was contributing and all of these things. And it was great. But it had run its course. And I just didn't want to be there anymore. But I, at the time, felt I needed to be there for different things, economic reasons, personal reasons, and all of these things. And it wasn't in the same place where I started studying. And so studying, finishing my degree, I hadn't finished my degree. So I was just like, oh, I don't know what I'm doing with my life. But I became super, super miserable, and that's always a great spot to be, because why? It means you can jump off onto a night into a less miserable place or into pure ecstasy, going through the steps, of course. So anyway, there was me being miserable and sitting outside that place, like the biggest kind of fanciest department store, and there was this beautiful woman who was walking in, and she just looked so happy. She had a smile on her face, and it was winter, northern hemisphere winter, and she had open toes, no, autumn or winter, open toes at the back. And I was just like, oh, she probably lives in this amazing house and she just has this amazing life. And look how happy she was. And I was talking to a friend there. My friend was like, hold my tea. And she was like, I got something for you that's going to help. And she introduced me to The Secret. And for me, that was really my awakening. It just resonated. It was just so common sense and it resonated. So from the time of listening to The Secret up until making my next move, like I traveled, went for interviews, all these things, finished my degree to get into the job, my next dream job that I loved. And so that was, I think, maybe between September, December, I don't know, the year before. And by July, August the next year, I was living in a whole new continent, a whole different experience, all of this. It was great. And I was so happy there and I loved it. However, that job required that I be at a certain place at a certain time. And so I was still lacking that freedom. And I was like, I would love that freedom. And at the time, that freedom for me was having a business, because then I would have the money. And so my belief system and my thought processes led me down that path. I would have the money and I would also have the freedom to do whatever I wanted. So started a business, was working on it and doing all these things. And it just really wasn't working. It wasn't clicking. And no matter what I did, pivoting, all these things, it just really wasn't clicking.
And I couldn't understand it, because for me, my life usually works out. Like, no matter how bad it was, it usually works out. And I couldn't understand now, especially because I had this awakening and I understood the law of attraction and I had used it and it was working. But it just wouldn't work in this. So end of 2019, basically, I felt pretty ill. And you're not just ill. So I already was like, that was already a red flag. Like, okay, I'm not in alignment. Something's off here. But I couldn't quite figure it out. And then I did my processes, came back into being me, and came back stronger, felt better. And I was like, okay, yeah, now 2020, this is the year I'm going to do this. I'm getting back into it. And then, of course, 2020, where I'm at, the whole world stopped. Like, literally, the whole world stopped and I couldn't do anything. And knowing what I knew at the time, I was like, holy, how did I end up in a version of reality where the world stops? And so I realized that I literally existing in a reality where I perceived to then had to sequester myself, had to actually be in my house. I had no choice but to be in my house meant I needed to stop and get within myself. And so for me, these 2 years were very beautiful because it gave me an opportunity for the first time in my life to just be, because there was no expectation from anybody to do anything. There wasn't anybody calling, texting, or demanding anything of me. Basically, my business tanked. And for some people, they must be like, oh, your business tanked. I was like, well, if I was going to survive, it would have survived. And the fact it tanked means like it wasn't going to tank. And for me, it was going to tank. And for me, it wasn't such a big loss because there were things about it that I was unhappy, that I wanted to shift, but I didn't know how to. So here I was sitting at home, and it was the first time, you hear things in theory, but it was the first time I actually put into practice a different form of abundance, which is the ability to do what you need to do when you need to do it. And we were able to just, because we're sitting at home, you were able to look at things from a different perspective, and I felt abundant. And for me, what was really interesting was my abundance and the correlation to the amount in my bank was I had way less zeros than I thought I needed to live a happy, abundant life. So I was just like, oh, what's going on here? But then what had happened was, now I started remembering things, and I started remembering my extraterrestrial, extra dimensional contact and all of these things. And I started opening up. And I remember when I was in high school, when you go to a career guidance counselor and they're asking you, okay, so what you want to do and stuff like that. And I'd said, I want to be an astronaut. And to her credit, she wasn't phased, and she was like, okay. She came back and she brought me the options, and she was like, science or engineering. And at the time, where we lived, there was a high demand for engineers. So I said, okay, engineering it is. And when we were still exploring that, I also said something like astronomy and stuff like that, or just I just wanted to do something with the stars, and astronaut was just what was presented there. And my dad was like, hell to the MF no. He was not having any of that astronomy stuff, because he was like, you need to be able to feed yourself and have a job. And that was and I totally understand it. But I was, in my back of my mind, I was just like, you know what, I'm going to go to the college I want to do, and I'm going to study whatever it was. And as law of attraction or synchronicity would have it, I totally tanked my finals. So I couldn't go to the college that I wanted to go to. And instead, I went to the college that he had wanted me to go to. And because I hadn't done so well in my finals, I entered through a program that introduced you to all the sciences. And at the time, I didn't realize it, but I had a slice of everything, like physics, chemistry, biology, zoology, paleontology, archaeology, engineering, geology, like you name it. And I didn't realize it at the time. But what I did realize was I did not like engineering. So I didn't go down the engineering route. Instead, I went into the sciences field, and I kind of traveled studied, asked myself, what am I doing with my life? Why am I studying? But I'd already come this far and paid so much money. And then kind of that's when the story catches up to where I was talking to my friend and she introduced me to this. But now I'm sitting in 2020 and I'm thinking, hang on, I actually loved the stars and I loved this extraterrestrial contact and all of that. And then that's when it actually hit me that that is what I wanted to do. And it wasn't necessarily astronomy or astronomer, but those were the only things in this physical reality that were there for me to latch onto as a focal point to move forward. And so now here I was just thinking about it, and I realized my passion and my excitement and all the synchronicity was just showing me that. And I was just like, oh my gosh, this is it. And that's why, like, we've been in the space like since morning. This is why I can talk about this kind of stuff all day, because for me, this is my passion. So at the moment, what I'm doing is I am training to be an open contact specialist or a first contact specialist. And training is a very interesting word to use, because all I'm doing is teaching myself to raise my vibration, because the beings I've been in contact with and the beings that I would like to um, move into fourth density with, into a more enlightened version of me, into kind of like, you know, the expansion with us going out into the stars and inviting them here and all of that. So the beings that I've interacted with to this point and the ones I want to continue interacting with are beings of light and love and fun. And that's what they've taught me. And they've said that if you want to interact with us physically, you have to raise your vibration to where we're at, so that you can derive the benefit, because they're not going to come down to our level. They may meet us somewhere, but it has to be somewhere that works for both civilizations. So that's what I'm doing. And how do you do it? By having fun and excitement. Like, seriously, this stuff is like so easy and just simple beyond simple. It's hilarious. So that's
It's
kind of
so
like,
crazy. I love that. I was going to say it's so crazy how complicated people make it. And I love how you spoke about like the 2020 and kind of detaching. I think that, you know, there's been a significant amount of people, and I'm sure we've all noticed it, especially in the spiritual community, but a significant amount of people that have gone through waves of awakening over the past few years. And I love that you're talking about the light beings. They're my favorite. Um, and you know, one of the facts, because I teach spirituality to a lot of people that are just starting with their awakening. And one of the examples that I like to use is the average person can only see 1% of their physical reality, and the rest of it is unseen. And a lot of these light beings, they come to you from a higher dimensional plane, to which you have to be grounded and at the right vibration in order to see them.